Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Polemic Day. I am your host, as ever and always, the Lore Runner. I'm going to put this right up front, but there is... I just realized I could just put up a command for this, couldn't I? Hold on a second. I just realized I can do that. Give me a moment. Listen, I have no brain, okay? Like, there's nothing in here. It doesn't work. Happy Halloween. One moment, please. Let's see. Let's just do this. Okay. Let's do this. There we go. There. I added a command that you can type into mark thing, which is exclamation mark polemic, if you want to know about the rules. But now that I'm done doing that, because, brain half, some of you are probably wondering what Polemic Day is, so I'm going to give a very brief explanation right here at the beginning. Just I'm going to make sure I can do my jumps properly, which I can, which is good. That's always a good thing. It means my controls are working right. Congrats, Chocolate Rub. That's a polemic topic right there. How much we need to stop relying on China for our production. Although that probably shouldn't be polemic, but, whatever. Anyways, what is Polemic Day? So, if you don't know the word polemic, which, no judgment, it's not a very common word. It just so accurately describes how this works that that's kind of why I use it. Polemic refers to anything that people argue, yell, or hurt each other over, to summarize. So, in other words, controversial topics, right? In other words, stuff that we yell and scream and rant at each other over. Things like the sequel trilogy, or new Star Trek, stuff like that. Or, the thing that I can't think of the name of, where you no longer have a baby. Oh my god, what's that called? I can't think of the term! I'm trying to escape this burning space station. It's like, what is the name of that term? Anyways, so yeah, that's the stuff that's, no, right? Warp core? Abortion. Thank you. Couldn't think of the damn word. Couldn't think of the damn word. Abortion. That's the kind of stuff that tends to be considered polemic. Now, obviously, what is polemic depends. It depends on who you're talking to. It depends on when you're saying it. It depends on where you're saying it. So, what is considered currently controversial shifts and changes over time, thanks to just the way that society and life works. I'm going to move this if that's okay with you. I know it's probably more aesthetically pleasing to be in the corner, but this is going to be a little easier for me. I'm actually playing off my preview pane here. So that's going to be a little bit easier for me to see that right there. There we go. Perfect. Now, some of you may or may not know that I have a rule in my life, which is no controversial topics. I've had that rule since I was a teenager. It's been a really, really long time. It's a very long-standing rule of mine. And the main reason why is because politics. It's because controversy. It's because polemic. It's because there are so many topics that people cannot have an actual honest-to-goodness discussion about. And personally, I was sick of that when I was a kid, but it's the really, really sad thing is over the years, hang on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The really sad thing is that the older I get, the more that I tend to agree with my own policy. Some of you may know me to the extent that you know that one of the things I'm really big on is constantly self-examining, right? Checking myself. I do this, this is just in an everyday process, like how I do my dishes, and in a professional thing, like how I run the show. And it's a constant trying to make sure that I don't fall into any traps, that I don't constantly open the pig pen for no reason, for those of you who get that reference. So I'm constantly trying to do that as just a part of my life. And periodically throughout the years, back up a bit so I stop juddering the controls there, I've re-examined that rule, that no polemic rule. And every year, it gets reaffirmed even stronger than previously, because I swear to God, people have less capacity to talk about polemic things than they did when I was a child. Now, that is, of course, not true. At least, I don't think it's true. I think that the real problem there is we just have more exposure to people who yell and rant and rage than we used to, thanks to the nature of the communication network being what it is nowadays, right? That is just my opinion. I don't have any proof of that. But I don't think it's one of those things where just people suddenly randomly decided to get worse as a species. I mean, if we look at things historically, there are plenty examples of people who are polemic going back into the centuries range, right? Anyways. I'm getting a little bit off topic. So Polemic Day is the one day of the year where we allow this. Several years ago, I think like 6 or 7 years ago at this point, I forget the exact number, we randomly were streaming an Assassin's Creed game, Assassin's Creed 1 or 2, I forget which, during Halloween stream. And it was just a Halloween stream, but because we were streaming Assassin's Creed, anybody who knows the old Assassin's Creeds especially, we just sort of naturally drifted into talking about things that would be normal controversial. Now, what was happening, and this is kind of cool, was you all in chat were being, decent people about it. Instead of being whiners and screamers, it was more like, hey, let's actually have a discussion about this. And so as a consequence, it sort of became a trend to go ahead and discuss these topics on Halloween. Hence the idea of renaming it as Polemic Day. So that's the baseline. Controversial topics are allowed. However, there are 2 provisos to that. Come on. Why is that not shooting him? Proviso number 1 is Rule 0. Rule 0 applies. Rule 0 always applies. That's how that works. That's why it's Rule 0. If you have to ask what Rule 0 is, I have not been doing my job properly. This is kind of weird playing this on such a small screen. It's like back in the day when I used to play on my tiny little TV. The other thing is I retain executive veto. What tends to happen, historically speaking, on these days is people like to ask me lots and lots of questions, usually of the controversial tint. What's your opinion on New Trek, for example, to name a controversial topic? I always retain executive veto. That's just how that works. That's it. Those are the rules. Now, you may notice we're playing Super Metroid. One of the most common questions I get is, what are you playing for Halloween this year? The answer is always Super Metroid. You're probably wondering, why? Is this a tradition? No. As a further aside, I should mention that I'm not big on traditions in general. A tradition needs to have a purpose, and, well, that doesn't make it a tradition. That means you're doing it for a reason. I don't even remember what Code Zero, or Code Red tastes like off the top of my head. I'd have to really think about that. It's been a long time. Since, high school, I think. Anyways, why Super Metroid? Well, the reason is very simple, because there are a number of games that I can play without engaging my brain, if that makes any sense. That sounds wrong, because it sounds like I'm implying that I don't have to think to play this game, and it's actually a very intensive game. But it's a game I know extremely well. You notice I haven't really had any issues talking while I've been playing Super Metroid, at least no more than usual. That's because this is one of those numbers of games that I can play while talking just smoothly. I've done full discussions while playing this game on stream, and that's the point. We used to try to do things cute, like we'd either play Halloween games or we'd play political games like Democracy or whatever, but that never worked because it took away from my attention. I needed to pay attention to the game in such extent that I was losing track of chat. And the whole point of Polemic Day is to chat. This is a lore week kind of a day. This is a discussion kind of a day. So I need a game that doesn't distract from that. Now, there are a few games like that, but I like Super Metroid, so screw it. Hi, Zach Teft. Hi, everyone, by the way. I haven't said hi to everyone because I've been trying to explain. I do have one other game lined up that we could play, but at the very least I want to beat Fantoon so that Ross can figure out how to beat Fantoon. We're not going to be there for just a minute. And maybe for you, Darth Trinius, but not for me. That's the thing. I've noticed that this is different based on the person. Everyone has their own, I can play this while having a full conversation kind of games. There's actually a few for me, but this is the big one. So, I do have a couple of topics prepared for today in case we get a little bit dry on discussion. Literally 2. I only have 2. Oh yeah, so most Mega Man games I could play without having to lose my train of thought or concentration on that. That's absolutely a thing. Also, World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy XIV, as long as I'm not doing any story stuff. Mega Dragon, he's definitely someone I could play without that. I don't even have that up. I was not ready for it. Hang on a second. Hang on just a second. Let me pull up the document over here. There we go. Okay, okay. So naturally, we have to talk about the most polemic thing of all, which is the sequel trilogy. Can I just say, I do actually, you know what? I just thought of a third topic. Get some good rest, Lunar, with sleep. Sleep, feel better. Metro Exodus, you got it. And thank you very much, Mega. Always appreciate. Oh, gotcha, Darth Trinus. I mean, that's neat and all, but that still wouldn't really fit my purposes, but I believe you. Nope. I think I screwed it up. Gonna find out in a second. Ah! So I didn't screw it up, but I thought I did, so... So if anybody has any topics, I'll go ahead and allow those first. Allow. That sounds so awful. What's the term for the person in a debate who's not part of the debate? They're just kind of trying to make sure that everyone is talking in the right way. Because that's kind of how I tend to think of these things. Second try isn't bad. Is it the speaker? God, it's been a while since I've been in debate. Moderate. Moderate. That's actually... I think of myself more as a moderator here. So, Colin Peluso has actually started a topic. My opinion on New Trek. Now, I want to be very clear about this. I'm not actually joking when I say that New Trek is currently a polemic topic and has been for a while. Because it's polemic day, Mike Romano. Unless you mean an everyday, in which case this is 8 in the morning for me, so that's why I do it. I stream from 8 to 7 every day, so... with the 1-hour break in the middle. I never saw it, Lunar Ruth. There's so many new shows I haven't seen at this point. Ooh, that is a tough one, Valerian. And there is actually a topic there, like a legitimate topic there. Do me a favor and hold on to that. Let me talk about the New Trek thing first. So, the problem, Colin Peluso, is I don't have an opinion on New Trek. Kind of on purpose. No, I'd be leveling Laura Loaded. By the way, haha, Laura Loaded, if you want to see someone who's polemic every day of the year, that's Laura Loaded. You want to talk about those kind of things regularly, go to him. I am not the person for that. But yeah, so, New Trek. I do actually have a topic related to New Trek, believe it or not. But again, I haven't actually watched it, and that has been very much on purpose. On the one hand, it's because I literally don't have time. The amount of spare time I have in my life is so minuscule at this point that I am struggling to keep up with the few things I'm already doing with my life right now. I'm trying to get caught up in streaming. I'm trying to have time to animate. One of the things I've been doing, this is related to Overloaded, is I've been spending like a few minutes every day animating like one scene for the current episode of the Trek rewrites that we're on. And then we've got, I've got the theater stuff to do, although right now I'm not actually... I don't have anything to do for the theater because I'm missing a few lines for Walker, and I need a bunch of one-offs. So if you happen to be interested in doing a bunch of one-offs, now's a good time. If it comes down to it, Luné Ruth and Primark have already done a whole bunch of takes on the one-offs, and I can just mix and match with that and kind of make do with what I got. But, you know, I'd rather not do that, not because their voices aren't great, but because the fact that I kind of want more variety in the Chapter 5 thing. But anyways, moving on. That's, what? Reloaded? Anyways, sorry, I'm getting wildly off topic here, I apologize. So, no, I don't have time. I don't have time in my life. I extremely carefully manage my time. It probably doesn't look like it, because one of the things that I go out of my way to do is to take my time on my streams. But that's part of the process. That's allocated. That's scheduled for. The moment I go off camera, I have very few minutes to do all the things I need to do in my life. That includes exercising and cooking. Which, believe it or not, may sound like a joke, but I have to allocate time for those kind of things. So, I have not had time to watch New Trek. That is the biggest reason by far, and the major limiter on why I haven't watched New Trek. However, there is another reason I haven't watched New Trek, and that's because of the fact that it's polemic. It is a defense. The fact that I have not watched it means people can't accuse me of being on one side or the other. And trust me, people have tried. I've already gotten people in my comment section, and you know how tame and Let's be honest with ourselves. Awesome my comment section is when it comes to YouTube. And even in my comment section, I've had people saying that obviously I am pro-New Trek. Why am I screwing this up? Or I am anti-New Trek, because obviously I would be in favor of / against good / bad storytelling. And people just sort of like to presume that. Well, yeah, obviously, Mike Romano. Right? I mean, it's ridiculous. And when even my comment section, which again is probably one of the nicest, most unhorrible comment sections on YouTube, has people who are going, out New Trek, that's a topic that I'm just going to walk the hell away from. I do not want to have anything to do with that. Ooh, hang on. There we go. That's actually harder to do than it looks. So, Uthor naturally is here so we can talk about the ills of capitalism. Sorry. I mean, there are ills in capitalism, but I mean, that's just life, isn't it? Anyways, thank you very much, Uthor. I do appreciate the sub. You didn't put it towards anything. Oh, Uthor, while you're here, I know you're, like, kind of busy and haven't been active lately. Could I ask you a huge favor? Could I convince you to do one of the one-off lines in Chapter 5 for the theater, please? It's literally one line. Just pick one and do it, please. I'm trying to get as many variety of actors for it as possible. And, you haven't been doing anything for the theater, so I was hoping I could convince you to do that one thing. Thank you, Uthor. What do you want to put that towards? So I'm already falling behind in chat. You see why I play Super Metroid. Imagine if I was playing a game that I actually had to pay attention to. I'm just trying to catch up here. But those are the reasons why I haven't watched New Trek yet. That's the biggest thing right there. CK3, give me a second. This is actually kind of a tight maneuver. What I'm doing right now is actually one of the harder tricks in the game, believe it or not, for me. And I need to get over here, drop, duck, shoot. There we go. God, I can't believe I pulled it up. That saves, like, God, like 10, 15 seconds from the run. Anyways, so I will put that towards Crusader Kings 3, which is, of course, still on the list. Let me go ahead and jot that down. Crusader Kings 3. It's the only way, lower loaded. I'll kill them with... Okay, so that's one topic. That's a good way to drift into my own topic, if you'll forgive me for stealing the stage for just a second. I can't decide if it's awful or awesome, and it is one of the two. That one of the most controversial things that I've encountered in my life in the last 2 or 3 years is Star Wars and Star Trek. On the one hand, that's awful. It's like, oh my god, why are we all arguing about this? This is just silly, right? But on the other hand, until we're done, Snicker friend. On the other hand, I'd rather have fiction be a big polemic topic than whether or not a woman has a right to an abortion. You know? Now, there are exceptions to that, and, well, as I've kind of already hinted at, because we were talking about COVID when Valerian brought it up, there are other things that people have been stupid about. But the really weird thing is, those things haven't really been in my life. For some strange reason. No, I'm kidding. I know exactly why. It's because I've slowly been pushing those people out of my life. And that is a topic in and of itself. This is the topic I had to bring up. It's one of the unfortunate downsides of the no politics policy, the no controversial policy, because at a certain point, you just sort of stop interacting with the quote-unquote other side. And on the one side, that's fine. Some people, they're not worth your time or interest. There are actually toxic people that you should have no interactions with. That's fine. The problem is when and how you define that line. I'm going to make a save state here. Oh, I already have one. I don't know if that works. Because, yeah, I mean, Republican versus Democrat, or pro-vaccination versus anti-vaccination, or COVID is real versus COVID's a lie. There's your actually polemic topics of late. I screwed that up completely, so I'm just going to redo that. trying to read Hazardous' thing here. And first try, technically. It's actually second try, but I'll take it. But let me explain part of what I mean by that, because one of the things that's just weird is we sort of push people out of our lives. And on the one hand, that's a good thing, because some people should be pushed out of our lives. I'm sorry, that's just life. There are some people who really should not be a part of our lives. That is reality. On the other hand, it is entirely possible to take that too far, so that kind of requires a constant sort of self-re-examination. And in other words, it requires due diligence on the behalf of us, the people who are doing the pushing. So yeah, there are people who are no longer a part of my life, and you know what? That's a net positive. I'm super in favor of that. Exactly, Rastor. Bingo. That's exactly the point. You can't just do that all willy-nilly, and you can't just push someone out just because they happen to like New Trek, for example. Like, let me ask you a hypothetical question, Darth Trinus, because you are very anti-New Trek. If I was to say, this is a lie, obviously, because I haven't seen it, but if I was to say, I absolutely love New Trek, would that be the kind of thing that would make you completely shove me out of your life to the point where you have no interaction with me? And you see the logic, right? You see where this kind of thought thread goes. Because that's not enough. That's not sufficient. If you think that people of color don't deserve to have the rights that other people do, would that be a sufficient reason to push someone out of your life? And yes, I'm speaking from experience on that one. That was a few years ago at this point. Just kind of shove. And I haven't talked to that person since. And have no plans to. I don't even know where that came from, too. That was just bizarre. Yeah. Anyways. You get my point. So hang on. I've ignored like a bunch of topics. I do apologize. I just wanted to fully address a combination of Colin Peluso's topic and Valerian's topic there. Thank you very, very much, Dr. Papa Penguin. As always. Well, that's a good question, Mike Romano. I've never had to push someone online out of my life. So I don't know. Lack of experience. Well, like Michael Jackson has this? I'm sorry, that's a bad joke. I'll put that towards Dawn of War 2. You got it. Oh my god, what is this? The Dave Chappelle skit? You know the one if you're thinking of it. Hey, Dominio. Whoop, whoop. There we go. I will also admit, and this is purely a theory on my behalf, I've had a slowly growing theory that people who say they believe in X, Y, or Z, don't. I've actually given this opinion several times rather openly. You know, oh, they totally believe in Flat Earth. No, they don't. It gets them attention and it gets them clicks. That's why they say they believe in Flat Earth. Because people are like, oh, how can you be so stupid? Attention! Yeah, give me a break. I have seen a lot of human stupidity in my life, and I still don't believe people actually believe that the Earth is flat. Although I do have a topic related to that, believe it or not. But I'll save that. I'm getting way off topic. Someone else hit me. I've been missing people's questions. I apologize. Absolutely, Larian. But I don't see a solution to that. And I mean that sincerely. It's an economic interaction. I'm afraid I don't actually know what that is, Hardboiled One. I'm sorry. Come on. Oh my god, game. Just was not accepting the jump input. You lose frames during that sequence, so there's a little bit of RNG as to how quickly you can get through this area. I mean, the First Order were terrible. Yeah, I do actually think the First Order are one of the dumbest and worst parts about the sequel trilogy. Not that I'm giving an opinion on the sequel trilogy, that would just be too polemic. There we go. Paying attention, Ross? This is all very important stuff. There's going to be a quiz. Come on. You know what's really funny? And by funny, I mean horrible. We actually lost, I feel safe saying this today, we actually lost one of our voice actresses for the theater because her husband was an anti-vaxxer. So... Yeah, he left because he was an anti-vaxxer, and he took her with him. So if you ever wondered why we lost Fox B, I'll go ahead and name drop at this point. That's why. It's okay, we got Kitsune Baba instead, and she's a much better voice actress regardless, so hey. I mean, I could give... If anybody wants me to give a real opinion on the sequel trilogy, I actually could. Because, as usual, it's not good or bad, it's in between. No, they left, H. Markley. They just left the show. They said, nope, we're out, because anti-vaxxing for life. I'm being a little bit dismissive, because anti-vaxxing is stupid. But, you know... So... Valerian kind of brought up the enforced thing. That's a very complex topic, actually, and I'm going to kind of skip over that one and kind of drift into that. I do want to mention that I actually have biological family who were, no, it's different than that work for. They made comments about being pro-anti-vaxxer. They were made fun of for the fact that they were anti-vaxxing. That led into an actual argument. So let me actually walk that back a second. People assumed they were joking. They weren't joking. That led to some arguments. That led to some actual discussion. That led to some vitriol, as it always does. And that led to him leaving and taking her with him. Let's just get the whole message out there, shall we? Thank you, Bits. Thank you, Bits? Wow, I can talk. Thank you for the bits, Mr. Reloaded. I'm afraid our secret love life is going to have to remain a secret. No one can ever know! Okay, so sequel trilogy, right. Oh no, I was talking about the Vax thing, right. So, I'm sorry. The hell was I talking about? Shoot, I can't remember. I was drifting into something there, because... See, this is why we play a game like Super Metroid, so I can pay attention to the freaking chat, because chat's going by at 1,000,000 miles an hour during Polemic Day. This is why we're playing Super Metroid, right here. Shut up, Warp Core. I'm still playing just fine. I'm still en route. By the way, we're actually heading up to fight Fantoon now, Ross. So, if you want to start paying attention, it's a good time for that. Thoughts on UFOs? There's probably no aliens, at least in our galaxy. Let's just be honest about that. If there are, they are so advanced beyond us as to either... Well, okay, let me walk that back. They're either so alien as to be something we can't recognize as a sentient, sapient species, which is a very real possibility, or they're so advanced as to be able to cloak themselves from us to the point where we cannot have any way of detecting them. Okay, so vaccine mandate. Here's the problem. How many of you trust your government? End discussion, because that is the problem. That's all I actually have to say about that entire topic. That's all the distance, that's all the detail I have to go into it. How much do you trust your government? The end! End of discussion. There we go. Not really, Venters. I mean, okay. Actually, I do have a theory. I do have a small little private theory about one of the reasons why people say they're flat earthers, why people are anti-vaxxers, and why people are anti-mandates. And believe it or not, all three of those things, in my theory, are related to the same general concept. Not to oversimplify. Yep, I know I screwed that up. Hang on, let's do this. There we go. Ah! I'm off tempo now. Hang on. This is a really hard room to get stuck in. Okay, so. No, not distrust in authority. It's... I don't want to get into that topic just now, so I'll just give you a preview of the topic. Life is complicated. By the way, this is my favorite song of the game. So anyways. Oh my god. I'm gonna have to actually stop playing for a second if I keep falling into these things. Because every time I look away for like a millisecond to glance at chat, I fall into one of these stupid mouths. Come on, game. There we go. Okay, let me just get past this section. These mouths are only here for like one more section here. I've been missing questions. I'm sorry. Let's just hit a reset button. There we go. Reset. I am vaccinated, by the way, just to be clear about that. I have actually gotten both of my shots, and my booster is in March. But, I mean, duh. I don't have anything else to add to that. I suppose I should actually clarify that a little bit. Let's assume the vaccine doesn't work. Okay. If it doesn't work, then what has happened is I have put something into my body that I don't understand that may or may not cause me issues. Right? That's the cost. Let's think of this economically. That's the negative. So what's the positive? Well, assuming that the vaccine is legit, then I am now vaccinated and contributing to the continuation of this spread, or excuse me, the continuation of this thing not spreading. Right? Cost-benefit analysis. I know I tend to think of everything as an economic transaction, and I do. But that's all it is to me. It is worth the potential cost of being wrong for the potential benefit of being right. That's really all that needs to be added to that. In my opinion. I mean, I've actually studied meat processing, Luthor. That's all I have to say about that. There's some wonderfully interesting things in there. There we go. Okay. So before we go fight Fantoon, first thing we do is we gotta refill. Because you notice I only have 3 E-tanks, 1 auto tank, and very few missiles. So how much stuff do you have when it comes to this? Should Souls games get difficulty? No. Would it be good if Souls games got difficulty settings? Yes. Big distinction. I notice chat's already getting away from me and talking to themselves. PETA's a bunch of idiots. Whoops. Okay, this is supposedly the hardest trick in the game. Usually I do this well, which means I'm going to screw this up. Okay, so that's 1 screw up. Give me a minute. I'm actually going to concentrate for just a second here. 2 screw ups. Third try is not bad. So now this one is much harder for me. Give me a second. I haven't played Far Cry 6, so I have no idea. Oh my god, first try on that is really good. I just need to not screw it up, and we're good. Now to fight Fentoon. Wait, you know me. Anybody who's seen my reviews knows I'm in favor of good difficulty options. A variable slider that changes the health and damage is not good difficulty options. It is lazy difficulty options. Meanwhile, apparently, vaccines and the mandate thereof has become a polemic topic in chat. Why is this polemic? Someone explain this to me. I legitimately don't understand. That's a statement of ignorance, not a statement of judgment. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and get a save point here, because this is a very rough fight. We'll put it right here. Opinions on owning firearms. Ugh. Pass. I'm going to pass on that one. That's true, AppDef. I am a Juma who can't beat tutorials. Gun control is actually one of those... Oh my god, I'm getting a really bad pattern here. Gun control is actually a very complex topic, and that's why I'm just kind of passing on it. And... boop. Yeah, the problem is drugs, if I was to summarize it. Drugs are super illegal, right? How much of a problem are drugs? Hard drugs, obviously. In some magical way, in which we could actually make it so that there's... I don't think we have the tools and effort necessary to regulate gun control to the extent that it should be. There's my opinion on that. I'm gonna try to get some health back, because I'm about to die. I actually did just technically die, but that's okay, I had the battery. Backup battery. Oh, sure. Of course he gives me a bad pattern, because he always does. And he's giving missiles, which I really don't want right now. Oh my god, this is just the worst pattern. Come on, one more. There you go. And one more. And that's how you beat Fentoon. First try. Ugh. That was pretty close, but that's how you beat Fentoon with 3 energy tanks and nothing else. For the record, I do not own a gun. Although, admittedly, the main reason for that is because if I did, I would have used it by now. Thoughts on pornography? I think porn should be safe. I think that there should be legal, tactile, tangible protections for being into the porn industry. I think it should be something that you can do that has the same benefits and restrictions and rights that other jobs do. That's the simplest and easiest way to put what I think about porn, right there. Now, just for you, Huthor, and by Huthor, I mean Ross, I'm going to do that fight again and try to talk it out so you understand what I was doing. Hey, now, Oh, yeah, ditto for sex work like prostitution, absolutely. It needs to be safe. That's why I started with that sentence. It needs to be something that you can do and say, I'm not worried about being taken advantage of. I'm not worried about someone, overruling me or hurting me or doing things I'm not okay with or accepting things that I'm not okay with and so forth and so on. It should be a safe work industry that people can do. That's my opinion. It's one of the reasons, and I have no problem saying this, it's one of the reasons I'm actually really in favor of the idea of OnlyFans as a you do it yourself in the privacy of your own home pornographic site. Because in that way it's basically a porn Patreon, right? You say, hey, I'm going to do these explicit photos or these explicit videos or whatever in the comfort and safety of your own home with your own equipment or whoever you have working with you. And then you sell that. And people who want your porn, your product, they pay directly to you, and there you go, right? They actually undid that ban within like 3 days. So I do actually have an account on Pornhub, but I've said that several times. That's the just in case. Now, there are other related problems to this. I don't want to get too much into... So I mentioned that porn should be safe and should have the same benefits and blah, 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 blah. How many of you... I should totally do that. Just get in the hot tub in full uniform. How many of you have ever worked at fast food? We'll use fast food specifically. I'll raise my hand. I have. How many of you have been particularly fond of that job? How many of you felt like they were doing a good job of being a good employment environment for you? And yeah, you get where I'm going with this. This is one of the reasons why I say that even though I do think that pornography, whether it's prostitution or sex work or selling yourself on the internet or whatever, or in videos or in DVDs or whatever, are there magazines still a thing? I actually don't know. I don't mean, obviously magazines are a thing, but I don't know if Playboy is still a thing. Anyways, so the idea of them being safe and protected is something that I could just as easily apply that exact same argument to fast food workers. So there's a city I used to live in, and it's been going through a bit of a crisis right now because during the pandemic, a lot of people were sent home and or couldn't really work super well and ended up having a few months of not working at fast food places specific. And I keep pointing to fast food because it's probably one of the worst areas of general low industries. But sorry, Lieutenant Leroy, give me a minute, just save that. But they haven't been going back to work, and a lot of fast food places have been having a very hard time hiring people because they're not offering anything other than what they already offered, and too many people have started noticing that those jobs suck. Now, I don't know what exactly pushed people over the line in that city in order to finally realize that those jobs suck, because most of us know that fast food jobs tend to suck, and we've known that for 2 decades. But apparently it's suddenly become a big thing that people have noticed and acknowledged this, and have been like, we're not going back to this unless you want to actually take care of us and do this properly. And what's really funny, I've actually brought this up before, from a purely economic perspective, this is a very easy fix, as long as you don't care about getting as much of a return on the quarterly income. May I ask why not, Poindexter? If you don't mind, what's the issue there? No, of course it's not, Joan Duffy. We need that quarterly report. If you don't understand that, let me walk you through this super quick. There's this much money that cycles through a particular company, one specific company, right? So now a fairly large portion of this money, percentage-wise, is allocated up into the reinvestment cycle, which I've talked about many times. So it goes over into the shareholders and into the CEOs and into the CFOs and into this kind of investment bubble. And then the rest of the percentage, which is a smaller percentage of it, goes back into the actual operation and management of the business, right? So the argument I have heard several times this year has been that there's no money in order to up the general quality of life for workers. We can't afford to give you raises. We can't afford to improve, offer the what do you call them, the sticky shoes or whatever for people working in the back line. We can't afford to increase our security settings for this and blah, blah, blah. We can't afford it. See you around, MLP Vermin. And the reason they always say they can't afford it is because this smaller percentage, I'm sorry, I'm doing this off camera. This smaller percentage over here is what they're working with. And you see the problem. So that's nonsense. And if they were willing to drag out some of this percentage and cycle this into this, so I keep doing this because this is economics in a nutshell. It's movement. Money moves, right? It flows. And if they were able to shrink the size of this circle and increase the size of this circle, then they could raise that a little bit, and there we go. Now, that, of course, see, I disagree with that, H. Markley, because the only reason that would happen is because this is the thing everyone's trying to maintain. But I digress. Obviously, there would be some rather substantial impact if they were to raise prices for people or spend more money on making their jobs more decent. I just don't care. Because what I care about is the people. I know that's really stupid. That's probably the most controversial thing I'm going to say today. I don't give a damn about the system. I really don't. And one of the biggest arguments I tend to hear against most of the things I posit in my life is, well, that's going to cause this impact and this impact and this impact, and it's going to disrupt this system and it's going to disrupt this cycle. I don't give a damn. I don't. We as human beings are extremely adaptable people. If we need to this section over here in order to make people's lives better, then this section will be disrupted by that. So adapt to it and try to make it so we don't make their lives worse. Because that's the goal, as far as I'm concerned. Anyways, is Ross still there? I think I lost him. Star Wars films, favorite to least favorite. Well, Empire Strikes Back is on the top, obviously. After that, I'd have to think. I'd probably put Return of the Jedi next, then Revenge of the Sith. No. Let me walk that back. I'd put Empire on the top, and then I would put Return of the Jedi. It's kind of iffy one because Return has a lot of issues. Then I would probably put Rogue One, then Revenge of the Sith, then A New Hope, and then the rest. I have not seen Dune. I'm actually seeing Dune a week from today. I'm hoping that. I've been hearing that literally since I was in grade school, Venters, and that's my response to that. I don't actually like A New Hope that much. Oh, don't mistake me. It's a fine film, but it's a very average film to me. I think it does several individual moments very well, but otherwise it's just a typical film. You know what I mean? Good, enjoyable, but it just does not have the peaks that the other films I put above it does. Okay, so do me a favor, everyone. Hold on just a moment on questions. I'm going to talk out this boss fight for Ross, okay? So the first thing we do is we turn off the Ice Beam. This is because it changes the nature of how our charge attack works. Attack of the Clones is down in the bottom of the barrel's act-out. So this attack is actually going to be different than if we had Ice Beam attack, okay? You with me so far? I'm also walking into this with not full health, but whatever. Now, he has a lot of random things he can do. But the first thing, and I don't know if you know this, but when you have a full charge like this, and you're holding down dash, and you do a diagonal jump, you notice I'm just jumping through his flames? It's because you're actually invincible while you're doing that. I forget what it's called. It's like a mock spark or mock thing or something like that. So he has a very random pattern. There are ways to control it, but he can do whatever the hell he wants. He can kill me this time. So what we want to do is we want to hit him with a charged hit first. Then we want to hit him with another charged hit. And then we want to hit him with a super missile. Like that. We know he's going to be doing it because he does that every time. Then we do the invincible jump. Invincible jump. We repeat this a few times, okay? This is how you dodge this attack right here. You hold a charge, and you're invincible while you do the diagonal jump. He's going to do this one more time, and then he's going to evade, or maybe he's going to do it one more time, and my count is off. My bad, sorry. So now he's going to do random stuff again. Now, he can do whatever he wants here. The moment he starts dropping, you know he's going to drop for at least 3 drops, but he can drop up to 16, I think, and as few as, well, 3. So that's actually a really good pattern. We're going to get a second hit in, and we're going to get our super missile right there. If you're wondering why we're doing super missiles, even though it triggers this invuln phase, it's the quote-unquote easy way to do this because you can always trigger this phase with a super missile, and super missiles do a ton of damage. Super Metroid has a thing where super missiles don't just hit very hard, they actually do double damage to most of the bosses, Phantoon included. So super missiles hit an absolutely huge amount of damage on Phantoon. You notice he's already very low on health. We're actually getting a very good pattern so far, which means he's probably about to screw me over. I'll make sure we have that charge, because he can go... Nope, he didn't do it. Okay, we're going to dodge a little bit. There we go. And I'm going to go and go for it. And he's dead. That's how you beat Phantoon. Okay? I guess the rest are all just bad in their own ways for me, Arcus, and that's why I didn't rate the rest, because they all kind of suck for their own reasons. The invincible pseudo-spark thing is a deliberate thing by the devs. It's one of the reasons why I praise this game so much, because a huge amount of thought was put into it. It is not a glitch, as I just said. It is a critical strategy if you're doing low percent ones. You notice I have very few power-ups and very few upgrades. In fact, I don't even have the grapple beam, because I skipped half of Norfair on this particular playthrough. So it's kind of necessary to be able to do that stuff in order to be able to hang in the game when you're this low level. Alright, so back to questions. Sorry about that, everyone. I said I'd play this without distraction, but Ross did specifically ask me to help him with that fight, and I figured I'd give him a live thing. So I suppose I've kind of already given this away. My opinions on the sequel trilogy is that there's some good stuff in them, and there's some really bad stuff in them. And that's the summary. If I was to actually do a review of them, it would be several positives and a whole lot of negatives. I think that's true for all 3 films to different extents. The first film has really good cinematography, but a lot of storytelling that's just nonsensical, and a lot of the backstory and a lot of the plot is actually badly told. Then we have the second film, which has some of the most aggravating and irritating scenes in the entirety of Star Wars for me, but also has some of the coolest, which is just kind of a what? Then we have the third film, which is nonsensical gibberish and has absolutely nothing to do with Star Wars, but is done surprisingly competently. And, you know, is actually enjoyable purely in the storytelling axis of things, as opposed to the actual story itself. Do you mind giving me an example, Dartrinius? So I can understand, like, what you're asking, because I don't, because I'm a dummy. I hate doing this section. This is one of the biggest slogs of the entire run, this room right here, because the most efficient way to do it is to effectively do the room 1.5 times to avoid doing it twice. Yes, Mitch Connor, 100%. NFTs are dumb and shouldn't be a thing. Any questions? Yeah, I agree. Palpatine is fun. He is actually enjoyable in the third film, despite how nonsensical and stupid he is, because Ian McDiarmid is awesome. And if there's one thing I could say positively about both Force Awakens and whatever the third film's called, I can't remember the name off the top of my head, it's the sound design. I know that's a really weird thing to comment on, but I guess I've just been getting a lot into sound design lately since I've been doing so much of it myself. And the sound design of those films is legit. Rise of Skywalker, thank you. Which isn't the dumbest Star Wars name I've heard. That would be Attack of the Clones. Force Unleashed? Well, we're reviewing that in a few weeks here, Trathan, so ask me again when we get there. Because I don't remember it that well, to be completely honest. Why did I remove the Phantom Menace rumination? So I made a few mistakes on that rumination, and I'm not redoing it, because I don't have time. So I'd rather just remove it. So I did. That really is it. Oh, I know, Valerian. I would pay money. If I had the power, I would pay money to reach out to Ian McDiarmid and say, I'm sorry to bother you. Is there any chance I could get you to read a few speeches in Palpatine's voice? I will, of course, compensate you for the time. And I would just get him to read speeches. Because Ian McDiarmid just has a wonderful tendency, a wonderful way of speaking in general, you know? It's like Patrick Stewart. They both have the same thing, you know? You could just have them talk about absolutely nothing, and it's just, oh, it's gold! Has anybody ever actually heard of, has anybody, I don't even remember right now, Arcus, but people kept pointing it out in the comment section, and it was just like, okay, whatever. It's also an old rumination. All my old ruminations suck, so I don't really feel bad about getting rid of it. I don't know if Ian McDiarmid's on Fiverr. It's a good question. Oh, he could do that, Zactef. He could totally do that. Have you heard... Oh, yeah, Christopher Lee was wonderful about that. Have you heard Ian McDiarmid say the Shakespearean version of his speech in Return of the Jedi? Because he's said that out loud at a convention. If you haven't, please look it up. I really wanted to buy the Shakespearean version of that, just to read that on camera sometime. By the time I thought of that, they weren't selling it anymore, and I couldn't find a copy. So that sucked. But yeah, if you have, you gotta treat yourself to that sometime. He's great at it. But that's why I enjoyed Rise of Skywalker, despite everything. Because good acting, and let's be clear, there's some very good actors in that film. And good general presentation of, like, special effects and sound design and all that fun stuff elevated, let's be honest, a nonsensically stupid film into something that I actually enjoyed. Now, is that acceptable? Well, that's a little bit more questionable. And if you're for that or against that, well, I mean, that's up to you. I don't care. But you could see why it's very understandable to be why some people really don't like that film and why some people do, because I could see both sides of that argument there. Anyways, I didn't finish answering your question, Darth Trini. So you gave me a thing, and now I understand what you're asking about. Exactly, Clace. It's just weird. Like, I enjoyed Rise of Skywalker, and I was surprised by it. I talked about that during the stream. I was, like, weirded out by how much I was enjoying it. I think Daisy Ridley is an acceptable actress. I think she's probably one of the worst actresses in that particular series, because we've got her going up against, I can't remember his name, John Boyega, and I can't remember his name either. All of them are really good actors. But she's still good. Everything didn't make sense about that film, Zactef. Just everything across the board. He is old as Sith. Is age a disease? Define a disease. Adam Driver is one of them, and the guy who plays Poe Dameron is the other one. They're excellent actors. And John Boyega was done dirty by Rise of Skywalker. That's another thing I don't care for about it. I mean, he was one of my favorite characters in Force Awakens by a huge margin. Jason Isaacs, thank you. But I still think Daisy Ridley's a good actress. Don't mistake this as dismissive. Is Rey of Mary Sue? Let me circle back to that, because I still want to finish answering Darth Trini's question. I'm falling behind. I need a secretary. I need someone to just queue up questions for me so I don't lose track. Does anyone want to do that? Does anyone want to just live write down questions for me, please? And just help me to keep track of these so I don't lose track? This is why we're playing Super Metroid. Okay, so... what do I think about recasting race and or creed based on acting? So this is probably something that a lot of people are going to disagree with. I have no problems with changing someone's gender or changing someone's race when it comes to casting, but it should never be the default. It should be something you do because, oh my gosh, this is a great actor, this is a great actress, you're the one I want for this role. To me, the quality of the acting is priority number one. Sense, mate? So if you have, so for, you use Black Hermione as an example. Let's say there is a black actress who is a really good actress, and she absolutely nails the role of Hermione. Like, she's too old, but an actress that comes off the top of my head, who played the woman in Jedi Fallen Order? She's also in Guild Wars 2 as Jormag. And she does some TV stuff too. I can't think of her name, but she's a really, really good actress. Obviously, she's too old for Hermione, so this analogy doesn't work perfectly. But just let's assume for a moment that she tried out for McGonagall. There we go. Let's say she tried out for McGonagall. Or one of the other kids. Deborah Williams. Thank you. That's her. Let's say she tried out for one of those roles. Because she's just a bang-up amazing actress, I would be inclined to be like, yeah, no, absolutely. You should get this part. And that's my take on that. But I am against token anything. As I've said many times, the moment you have a checklist that has a requirement, and that's all you care about is the checklist, then we have a problem. And to clarify that very quickly... Oh, Deborah Wilson, sorry. She's a great actress. I hate to do her name wrong, because, like I said, if you haven't played the latest Guild Wars 2 stuff, she is awesome as Jormag. It's great. Anyways. There's nothing wrong with going down a checklist and doing the things on the checklist. No, really. I mean that. The problem comes when all you care about is the checklist. That's the issue right there. The moment the only thing that is on your priority list is, well, I've got to finish this, this, and that, that's a problem. But a checklist that is there for a reason is a good thing. I have checklists that I go through in my very show, but I have those checklists because I am specifically trying to keep track of certain things. When I used to work at my security job, I had multiple checklists that I did every day because there was reason for those. And I just feel like clarifying that because sometimes I have people say, oh, well, you're an idiot because you're just against checklisting. No, I'm against stupid checklisting. If there's one thing that you could define as my mentality when it comes to life in general, it's I am anti-not thinking. I am pro-think. If there's a reason to do it, if you thought about it, if you said, okay, I should do this, then I tend to be in favor of it in general. Yeah, bingo, Raskor. I'm going to quote that if you don't mind. A checklist is there to remind you, not to rule you. Sorry, forgive me for going off on that topic, but I'm actually rather passionate about that one. Okay, so, next question. Where's Bragwin? Bragwin! I need your help, Bragwin! I need you to help me keep track of questions. I lost Bragwin. She's gone! She's gone, I lost Bragwin. Yeah, that's a great quote, Raskor. That's a great quote. No! Don't get dressed, Bragwin. I need you naked. Wait. Sorry. For those curious, Bragwin and I are friends. We're cool with teasing each other like that, so don't read into that. It's just ribbing. It's just a joke. I feel the need to say that every now and again to remind people that Bragwin and I are friends. And, you know, it's like if you listen to Pax and I talking, you'd be like, "Oh my God, these people hate each other." No, we're friends. You know what that's like. You know how that is. Okay, opinion on social media. Oof. Alright. So, I hate to get into the weeds, but we need to define social media, because I have heard recently things like AIM or Skype or Discord listed as social media, which I personally wouldn't qualify there as. So we need to define social media. I mean, I do too, Valpatrix. Wait. Algorithm-based social engagement. That's a great definition. That is garbage. Algorithm-based social engagement is garbage, whether it's social media or otherwise. It's one of the biggest problems with YouTube. As we've talked about many, many times. As Lord Reloaded can tell you about, because he's far more in the weeds on that than I am. About how YouTube algorithms and how much of a sucky thing it is. Listen, it's just a phase, Brayman. If I get a cream, it'll be okay, I swear. So, that being said, if we specifically are defining that as the algorithm thing, then I am pretty anti that. But again, to clarify, I'm more anti-algorithm than I am anti social media. Now, I will say, that doesn't surprise me at all, Jaron Duffine. YouTube buries me so hard, because I basically do everything wrong from YouTube's perspective in terms of algorithms. I don't do a lot of hate clicking, that is to say hate baiting, so I don't get a lot of hate clicks. It's one of the reasons why some of my most viewed episodes are actually... Oh no, I need to go here, don't I? So one of my most viewed episodes and one of my most pushed episodes are Encounter at Farpoint for TNG and Emissary for Deep Space Nine. You're probably thinking, why? Well, because what happens is, a few years ago, several years ago, someone was like, hey, I want to go watch Star Trek on YouTube because I'm a moron. And they find a thing called, Season 1, Episode 1, Star Trek Next Generation Ruminations on Encounter at Farpoint, right? And so they specifically look for that. They find my video by accident, and they say, oh, this video sucks. This isn't the episode I was looking for. So they leave a comment, which makes me laugh. And they put a downvote, and then they move on. Thing is, YouTube, being YouTube, looks at that and says, huh, that got extra engagement. And so people looking for episodes of Star Trek are now more inclined to find my rumination on that first episode. And then it happens again and again, and it escalates. This is how the algorithm works. It's a snowballing process. And so nowadays, it's actually likely that if you're looking for episodes of Encounter at Farpoint or Emissary on YouTube, you are likely to get my rumination on that linked because of the fact that it associated those searches with that video, and it's got that engagement, which pushes it up the likelihood meter. Algorithms in a nutshell. But I haven't addressed your original question. One of the things that I tend to be most... What am I doing? Oh, right. I forgot where I was. One of the things that I tend to be most anti when it comes to social media is stuff like Twitter. I don't want to call out Twitter specifically, but I don't have a better way to do this. And I don't mean that Twitter itself is necessarily terrible. What I mean is it's designed to limit interaction. By its very nature, it is designed to prevent people from interacting with each other. That irritates me, to be completely honest. Oh, right, I'm supposed to get that, aren't I? It's whatever, so I don't need it. Because of the limit on characters, because of the nature of how the function of it works, because of how it does your likely thing, and blah, blah, blah. It's... there's a term for that. Ships passing in the night, that's what that's called. It's ships passing in the night. And that's fine. But at the same time, it's kind of not. I'm probably explaining myself terribly because I'm a moron. Whoops. I can't believe I screwed that up. That's a really easy jump. There we go. But... There's a lot I could say wrong about Twitter. I don't want to go down to the weeds on that one, if that's okay. But I suppose the simplest answer... I think this is Aptaf who asked this originally. Franklin, are you there yet? The idea behind social media doesn't bother me. There are specific social medias that bother me, which, if you're paying attention, goes back to what I've been saying this whole time. Whoops, I screwed that up completely. And that is, I am pro-think. There are very, 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 very few things in life that I am universally for or universally against, because I am pro-think. I am pro-looking at the specifics. You see this Imperial Star Destroyer right here? Do you know what the name... Can anyone... I'm actually curious. Can anyone tell me the name of this Star Destroyer? The name I gave that ship. I'm actually curious. I've shared it on camera, but I have no idea if anybody's actually answered me. Good guess, Warp Core. Good guess. But no, the Pillar of Iron is actually the Hyperion thing right next to it. That's this one right here. I'm actually impressed someone remembered that. No, it's actually Complexity's Solution is the name of that ship. And the reason I call it that is because the older I get, the more I become convinced of the idea that complex solutions are what life requires. That to give dismissive solutions or to give simple solutions is actually doing a disservice both to the people doing the solutions and to the action itself. I hate this fight. In fact, I'm actually going to get saved here. Yeah, we'll put it there. Hey, Cord. It's been going good, as usual. Hate this fight. It's frustrating and random, and it gets much harder once he gets into phase 2. Come on, come on. Give me a face. Give me a face. There you go. Oof. That was really good luck, and I screwed it. Oh, I had really good luck on that fight. I am in favor of complex solutions in general. Even that is not universally true. Sometimes, simple solutions work best. And that's exactly my point. What applies in this situation and how? Which is funny, because I'm also pretty pro-standardization. But again, and this goes back to that checklist thing, standardization is the beginning of the solution, not the end. The checklist is there to remind you, not to rule you. I love that quote. No, I do agree with that apt-def, and I do think that at least part of that is because... I need another way to call this, because I was about to say identity politics, but then I realized that's a different thing, isn't it? What I mean by identity politics is a lot of people tend to have... Not everyone's like this. This is a generalization. Let me start by saying that. But in my experience, a lot of people tend to have no strong core. Ooh, this is bad. This is bad. Oh, this is bad. Ooh, hang on. I actually need to concentrate for just a second. This is really bad. Oh my god. Okay, hang on. Let's just reset completely. Let's just get over here. Get some height. Ooh, this is... Wow, I am having the hardest time getting out of this muck. There we go. Ooh, okay. We're out of that. We're out of that mess. Ooh, doing this without grapple beam is a trip, let me tell you. God dang it. Come on. Okay, I need a moment. That was just ridiculous. Hi, Melikor. Core. I have a feeling, this is a theory, but I have a theory based on a lot of observation of a lot of people that most people don't have a strong core, a strong central sense of their self and what they anchor their identity to. So what they do is they instead latch themselves onto something else and say, that's my identity now. I am a Star Wars fan. I am a Republican. I am in favor of New Trek or against New Trek. And they latch onto that, and that's their identity. Now, why does this matter? Because it means that any attack on any of those things is automatically now attacking your core. It's an attack on you, because that's how you help to identify yourself. And so now that's not just, oh, well, yeah, I mean, you don't like Final Fantasy VI. I've known people who don't like Final Fantasy VI. Instead, that's, well, what don't you like about me? What's wrong with you? Don't you understand how amazing that is to me? Let me try to explain it to you. And you get it, right? You get the general idea of how this can, psychologically, lead to people automatically tribalizing out and arguing and yada, yada. Now, that is just a theory, but I've seen a lot of evidence that it's true, and I do hold it to be true. Ironically, I do have a core myself, that's just I don't have it yet. If you can figure that one out, then you get a cookie. I mean, I wasn't even getting into that, Huthor. That was a separate thing. Thoughts on the Snyder Cut? I have not seen it. There are people who find their children to be their core. I actually know people personally whose children are their core. And you know what? There's nothing wrong with that. That's the really weird thing. There's nothing actually wrong with having your core be someone else or be something that is... I think one of the issues, again, theory, I think one of the issues that people tend to have is that they look at their lives and they say, well, I need to have some big, significant, worthwhile core, and that's not how that works. Because what they're doing is they're dismissing how important the little things are. If your core is just your friends, or your job, or your hobbies after your job, or maybe there's a particular thing you're passionate about and you do on a regular basis, whether it's political, or personal, or creative, or maybe it's your children, you know, there's nothing wrong with that. In fact, quite the opposite. That's a great and awesome thing. But of course, that also tends to do with your identity. No, your timing's just terrible, Gum Gum. What makes up my core? Power. I'm serious. Although that itself is being simple. My core is being the guy who can help people. I want to be the one who... My sister, this actually happened just last week, was doing really badly financially because her car insurance completely screwed her over. I want to be the guy who can say, here's several $1,000s to help cover the bills and insurance and help you to keep functioning. That's power. And that's the kind of person I am at my core. No, the hero doesn't do what I do. I'm more the middle manager. Ah, shoot. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Bragwin, are you there yet, by chance? Exactly, Rex. Speaking of which, can I just say really quick, thank you to all of you in chat right now, because you're the reason I was able to afford dropping several $1,000s on my sister to help make sure that she can take care of her children and her family. I am exactly aware of who I owe for that privilege. My friends are quite literally my power. Anyways, Bragwin! Bragwin! Maybe I should ask Rax to do this. Rax, you busy? No, you're playing Hades. Rax, stop playing Hades. I'll give you $1 if you stop playing Hades and help me out here. I don't know what that is, Larry. I need a secretary. And unlike some people, I understand the value of a good secretary. No, don't go back to Hades! No, please! I see Arcus has asked a question 3 times now. And that's pretty much exactly why I need a secretary right now. Because insurance is a for-profit company. And for-profit is the only thing that matters to them, so... I was gonna ask Bragwin, and then Bragwin bailed on me, so... Look, Rax is super sexy, I'm just saying. Have you been watching the FF9 theater? Well, that was weird. Hang on, Gum Gum. Hang on, hang on. Un momento. Damn it. Listen, I'm just saying, Rax is the sexiest man alive. Or, I mean, wait, what? I shouldn't say that. That sounds mean when I say it like that. But it's okay, he's my friend, so I can poke fun like that. Oh yeah, Lore Reloaded is the sexiest. They're all the sexiest man alive, really. It's all about the heart, you know? I mean, I do find personality more attractive than body in general, but I mean, I'm pretty sure most people do that, whether they acknowledge it or not. Come on. Come on, let me out. Oh my gosh, this is actually really, really bad. And yeah, it's wow, I've never been grabbed this long before. There we go. Jesus. She's really low on health, too. A way to good way make yes, actually, there's a whole like a musical style and thing to it, although Lunarith could probably talk about that better than I can because I don't know anything about music theory. I just know about music. There we go. Oh my god. That is by far the hardest boss in this game, even more than Ridley for me. Valvatrix is playing Mega Man. Valvatrix, would you be willing to help me out here? Sexiest woman alive? Gates McFadden. Yes, still. In all seriousness, all joking aside, have you seen Gates McFadden lately? Because she really does look amazing. Yeah, no, the grapple trick is usually used there for a good reason. Because, yeah, fighting that fight with very low health, very few missiles, super missiles, and no grapple sucks. And I can't do this spark thing. Okay, so hang on. So let's pause. Hang on a second. Hang on. Okay, let's see if I can figure out this Twitch thing. Maybe this will help. Because what I want is I want someone to... Basically, I want anybody who has a question for me, I want them to actually add it at one of my secretaries. And they then, like, write it down. And then I could, like, be like, haha. But according to Larian, there's apparently a thing in Twitch, which I have no idea where this is. I'm trying to figure out where this is. That actually will indicate such a thing. So hang on. You said it was a thing for points. Let's see here. Here we go. Okay. So what do we got here? What do we got? Oh yeah, make sure you vote if you have not voted. That's going to be going up for several weeks. We still have at least 150 people per average who have not voted yet, so please vote on that for the Endwalker. They just type in !V0OOT, VOOT, and you'll get a link to it. Please vote on that. How do I... Okay, this is not helpful. Where's the thing that she's talking about? Shut up, game. Damn it, Rex! Thank you, Rex. Very much. Always appreciate. I mean, if you want to do a Google Doc, that works even better. I could just have that up and go down the list. It would only take about 30 votes to sway that, I think. That last check. I guess I should just check that before I say that. Yeah, it would only take 38 votes to sway that right now, which is not a lot. And we definitely have more than 38 people who haven't answered. I am not seeing this at all. So the only things I see are the default rewards, which are unlock an emote, unlock a random emote, modify a single emote, highlight my message, or send a message in sub-only mode. There's the boost challenge, which is off, and then there's custom rewards, which is just text. I have no idea where this thing is, Larry. I'm not seeing it. I have no preference, Serrani, legitimately. Both are equally valuable to me. I absolutely want to stream FF14, and I absolutely want to get that goddamn queue smaller. I've wanted that for years. I have been streaming 10-hour days for years. Thank you, Zero. Very much. I will put that towards Stormblood, because Lord knows it needs it. Has, like, no money and no interest, so I'm just gonna start defaulting those to Stormblood. Okay, screw it. Where's this, hang on, I'm gonna pull up... No, Malachor! You're just trying to distract me now. Yeah, no, the queue is shrinking. As it should be. Screw it, I've pulled up Discord, I got this up. One of you say you have a Google Doc, link me the Google Doc. In Discord, you don't have to link me in chat. I'll just wait here for a moment. Suspenseful music playing. I mean, we're over the hump. We're over the hump in difficulty. We might actually finish this run. Waiting very patiently. There it is. Okay. Okay, pull that up. Okay, perfect. No, I need... And people are just throwing money at me. You guys are terrible. Why are you doing this? Oh my gosh, more! No! Okay, first of all, thank you, Malachor, for the donation. Very, very much appreciate, as always. Thank you. Enjoy Dune, Tizara. I do hope. I am putting Malachor's donation towards Young Justice Season 3. There we go. And then I got I got bits from Cord. Thank you, Cord. very much. I do try very hard. I know it doesn't work. I know I'm terrible. I'm sorry. I wish I could do more. You have no idea how much I wish I could do more. But I am glad to at least be doing some absolutely minuscule amount of positivity to you. You're awesome. Thank you. I put that towards Tor Jedi Knight. Thank you, DV Dimitri, which I love that name, by the way. Much appreciate the sub. Always. If you know what game you'd like to put that towards, please let me know for future streaming. Okay, so the idea here is someone... first of all, Malakor's getting anything. You already got that. You already on top of that. Someone, if you have a question at Valvidrix or Reximus, or both, they'll write it down. I've got the question thing up here. I've got it up on the side here. So I'll actually see the questions as they go, and that way I won't miss any, and I can go down the list. And if you happen to have to leave the stream, because these streams tend to go on a while, you can still watch the VOD and still see your question answered. Thank you both of you very much for assisting with me with this. I do appreciate it. What's funny is I've thought about having a secretary for this before, and I just was like, that's stupid. Nobody's gonna ask me questions. I always underestimate y'all. Thank you very, very much, Arathrobo. I'm gonna do this wall bowing. Thank you. Always appreciate. I can't believe I managed that. That's harder to do than it sounds. You want to talk about janky jumping? This is janky jumping right here. We will be saving the animals. We always save the animals. And that's going towards Shining Force 1. Is that already on the list, Arathrobo? Do you mind me asking really quick? Hey, Faded Kirby. Happy Halloween. Happy Polemic Day. I think part of that, Blow of Alex, because you've brought that up before, I think part of that for me is because I don't want to get used to it. If that makes any sense. I don't want to expect donations. So I've constantly pushed myself for 10 years now to not expect donations. It's nice when they happen. It's great when they happen. But I never presume them. Does that make any sense? Oh, we have a question. Perfect. Whoever wrote that down. Awesome. Okay, so what was my reaction? Whoa! God, so, horror and nightmare. So S. Diesel asks, what was my reaction when I found out about the timing of Far Beyond the Stars Rumination, which was coinciding with the murder of George Floyd? That was something that absolutely terrified me. No joke. I woke up and I found the news and I was like, oh my god, are you joking? And I was absolutely terrified. Gum, make sure to @ your question at Rax or Valvidrix so I can have it written down so I can answer it, please. So I can respond to that one. Or as Valvidrix. Valvidrix, you get praise today. Just today, not every other day when you're awesome. Just this is one day of awesome. I know, that was just, what? But yeah, no, I was just like, oh my god, I don't want to touch that with a 10-foot pole. Also, just as a personal aside, that entire incident pissed me off to the point where I lost the ability to think coherently. I don't mean that as a joke or as an exaggeration. I had to take a moment before the stream that day to really process and deal with that. It's kind of a... I still suffer from post-traumatic stress from cops. That's the simplest and easiest way to say that. And so, on top of the other normal reasons that most normal people reacted to that, I had that to deal with. Yeah, I'm... Thank you, Maverick, very much for the sub, as always. Much appreciated and obliged. Thank you. Do you know what you want to put that one towards, Maverick? So next question is from Gum. How long can an extant ship have to go... Are you asking about the speed? Because there's two answers to that question, because there's two types of warp in the extant. One is extremely quick, as in, like, seconds to go from one side of the galaxy to the other. The other is substantially slower, closer to, I think I mapped it out to be something like a month to cross the galaxy. Something like that. Might have been 3 months. I remember it was just a few months. Should you free slaves or abuse animals? What the hell, Dr. Winter? Should you free slaves or abused animals? And if you can only save one, which is it? So, first of all, Maybe is the answer to the question. Remember what I just said. Complexity. There's no simple solution to something like that. If you just free a slave and say, you're free, goodbye, and then don't do anything for them to help them, or assist them, or work with them, or get them back on their feet, then you haven't really done them any favors. I hate to go back to this again, but I myself have been homeless. I have been destitute, and if I didn't have someone who helped me get back on my feet, I never would have. You need to help the people. You need to have proper infrastructure and proper mentality and proper work and proper effort and proper care, rather than just saying, here's a $5. Sorry, but I get a little irritated at about how many people think they can do just one quick, easy, simple thing and say, hey, this is totally like this. Hey, here you go. Be free. And they don't do anything to actually help. Perfect, Warp Core. Alright, so anyways, do I wish that Mass Effect 3... Oh, this is the one that Arcus repeated a few times. Whoa! Let me screw that jump up here. Do I wish... This is from Arcus. Do I wish that Mass Effect 3 had a great ending, knowing the exposure its terrible ending has given me? No. And that is very selfish and very greedy of me, and I freely admit it. But I do absolutely... You remember how I just mentioned minutes ago how I was able to assist my sister last week when she needed me? That assistance would not have been there if Mass Effect 3's ending was good. Whoops, I'm going the wrong way. You know what I mean? It is hard for me to admit, but there have been tangible moments in my life in the last few years where my existence has been a net positive on other people. And that is worth the bad ending for Mass Effect 3. Again, economic. It's just an economic transaction at that point. I'm sorry. Next question. Isn't it a shame that no one has had the villains use the power of friendship? Yes, I think that'd be a really cool idea. Hang on, I got subs in the middle of that. I need to address those. Thank you, Warp Core, very, very much for that sub. Always appreciate it. If you know where you want to put that, please let me know. I'll jot that down here really quick. And I feel like there was another one here. Let me check the log really quick. I'm sure there's an example of villains using the power of friendship. I just can't think of one off the top of my head. No, there's a Rathrabo, and there was Maverick, who didn't put it. Okay, I guess I didn't miss one. Any thoughts on marijuana? I am super pro legalizing marijuana, to be clear. I'm also super pro keeping it the hell away from me. Ignoring the fact that I don't like the idea of marijuana, and I don't like the smell of marijuana, I'm also deathly allergic to it. So I've got everything going against me on that one. But if you want to smoke weed, go for it, dude. I don't freaking care. Oh god, you're right. I can smell it more now. I might actually be more allergic to it than before. Holy crap. No, absolutely not, Zacteft. The clones should have been for life, yo. They were a magnificent fighting force, and they were replaced with a cheap one. What am I doing? Oh, I'm fighting Ridley. Right, I'm going down to Ridley now. We're almost done. Holy crap. It's actually been a pretty successful run so far, for the most part. Okay, so here's Gum's question. Whoops, I'm going the wrong way. Gum's question is it time to classify biological aging as a disease, defined as a disorder of structure or function in the human, animal, or plant, specifically one that produces specific signs or symptoms that affect a specific location, and not simply a direct result of physical injury? I have a theory that I have absolutely no proof of, that aging is a solvable problem, and due to unintentional circumstances that have been degrading the quality of air, water, and soil worldwide for centuries, I do think that our overall age problem has been getting simultaneously worse and better. The worse is due to what we intake, the better is due to medical science. If that makes any kind of sense. Where am I going? I'm going the wrong... I keep doing this. I'm really off tempo here, I apologize. Whoop, hang on. I got a message on Discord. Very important. I need to go see that message right now. What are we looking at here? What is this? Oh, okay, got it. That's just Valvatrix telling me I'm stupid. I agree, Valvatrix. I'm very stupid. I am pretty pro-transhumanism, I'll admit that. I would absolutely be totally cool, 100% cool with cybernetic implants or just being an energy being. I'm down. But that's just me. This is the wrong way, too. Where am I going? Good morning, Sean. No, this is the right way. I'm going the right way. What's funny is you're probably wondering, Lore, why are you lost? Well, I don't often get to this point of the run. But yeah, this is actually where I want to be. I mean, I'd like to be the ethereals without the horrific trauma involved, but, you know. Would I accept Cypher's deal in the Matrix? No. But that's just a personal thing. Okay, so hang on. How bad do I think the current economic situation will get? That's a broad question. That's from AppDaf. Do you mind clarifying that one a little bit? Because that is a hell of a broad question. I'm just going to move on to the next one really quick. If I could change one thing about, oh, is that Rise of Skywalker? Malachor? I need clarification on that one. So speaking of the hard parts of the game here. Okay, so if I could change one thing about Rise of Skywalker to try and fix it, what would I do? Yes, second best song of the game, by the way. I can only change one thing. So I don't think one change is going to fix all the nonsense. You know, if you got rid of the Death Fleet, it doesn't get rid of all the other problems. If you get rid of other things they would get rid of, would have to get rid of in the previous movie. So in order to properly fix Return of the Rise of Skywalker Sequel 3, we would need multiple changes. So having said that, if I could only change one thing and I can't actually fix the film's nonsense, I would have Chewbacca die. Spoilers. No, he's not correct. God damn it, no. Such a dumb book. Oh my gosh. Losing frames. Losing input. Yeah, it's funny because when I first saw it, I'm sorry, this is spoilers for Rise of Skywalker. Spoilers. Okay, so there's a scene in Rise of Skywalker where it looks like Rey accidentally kills Chewbacca in a moment of anger. It's a great, powerful, and impacting scene that is completely ruined by the fact that Chewbacca's fine. And that just irritates me beyond words, because it had the potential to be one of the most powerful moments in the entire film, and instead it's just a cheap fake-out. For no reason. Come on, game. This jump, I swear. Oh, this jump. Yeah, by the way, that's not the only time the movie pulls that particular fake-out thing. It's just that's the one that irritated me the most. I don't really want Chewbacca to die, don't mistake me, although anybody who knows me knows I tend to chainsaw my own characters a lot. But yeah, having Rey seriously screw up, having the stakes of losing Chewie, having the showcasing of the dark side and the dangers of it and why it is considered such a terrible thing, you know, it's just, there's a lot of potential there, and instead I got shot by this guy with a laser. It's terrible. But not in a good way. Getting shot by a laser is never terrible in a good way. Who was that? That was Eclectic! No, Eclectic! Give me 1 second, I want to get out of the death room here. Oh, okay. We're out of the death room. Thank you, Eclectic, very much. Ever and always appreciate. What are we going towards? Okami, Hades, and beyond good and evil. You got it. Give me a moment. Whoops. You want to hear something funny? I was like, okay, I'm gonna have to dig up my orange shirt for today. It's right there. I haven't worn this thing for a year. It's right there. I don't have a lot of shirts. I got like my GDQ shirts, I've got my button downs, and I got my work shirts, and that's kind of it. I don't own a lot of clothes. I don't know is the truthful answer, AppDef. I really don't. There's way too many variables there. I could give my opinion as a hobbyist economist. But I will say I absolutely think it will get worse than it currently is before it gets better. Think of that, what you got. I'm really low on health right now. This is really bad. I seriously need some kind of health pickups or something. This is awful. We're just gonna grab a save here because holy crap. All right, next question. Do I think... Oh, here it is. I'm sorry, Cord. I'm trying to figure it out. It's from Cord. Do I think there's potential for Flemeth to become a Palpatine big bad of the setting? Yes, and I'm sure several people, including myself, were assuming that. But all I'm going to say without spoiling is that after Inquisition, I kind of prefer that she didn't. That's a preference thing, but I do absolutely think she could slot into that character type without hesitation. I think that's just something that would fit. Didn't quite manage that. Okay, so we have to be a little bit careful because we are mega low on health. Come on, drop me some health. Drop me bigger health than that, please. God dang, I am at 35 health in Ridley's lair, for God's sakes. Come on, I know you're there, I know you're there. There you are. Next question. Why is Rax the sexiest man alive? Well, you see, it's very simple. How many people do you know that can somehow manage to be an amazing secretary, voice actor, and dragoon all in one? How do I feel about Senator's mansion in... Damn it, Valerian! And that's from you, too, isn't it? Okay. Hey, that was from the heart. You are a great voice actor. You are a good dragoon. And you're doing a good job as a secretary, so screw you, dude. That was legit. Come on, give me the jump. Give me the jump. Please give me the jump. Thank you. I need you to give me the jump again. There you go. Oh, I can't believe that counted. Energy! Oh, thank God, health! Oh, I need that health so badly. Come on. These guys suck so hard, by the way. Like, this is officially not a speedrun, because at this point, I'm just trying to beat the game. Oh, we beat them. Okay. Yeah, no, I agree, Rex. You are doing an excellent job as Zidane. Legit. No joking. I know Colin Palooza meant it as a joke. I don't. I mean, I don't think you're sexy. No, I'm not into guys. But I do think you're a great voice actor. I do think you're a great dragoon. You're a cool friend. You're awesome. I love it when you're on my streams. And you've been a good secretary. Screw you. You get all that praise. Moving on. All right, so let's look at Valerian's question here. How do I feel about Senators Manchin and Cinema blocking voting reform by refusing to either eliminate the filibuster entirely or establishing a carve-out allowing for bills about voting reform to pass the filibuster, bypass the filibuster? So, your actual question, Valerian, is, and I quote, how do I feel about that? So I'm going to answer the actual question first, which is, ugh. And that's how I feel about it. Now, what do I think about that? A lot of legal crap exists for good reason. It's one of the more irritating things about being a... I can't think of the term all of a sudden. A statescraft geek like I am. Because there's so many things where it's like, we should just get rid of this thing. But the problem is that thing does have good purpose. It's just being misused, right? And by the way, if I could ever just summarize legality and lawmaking in one sentence, I think I just did. It has good purpose. It's just being misused. Now, that being said, this is purely my opinion, and I know people disagree with me on this, but it's my opinion that people rely too much on the law to do their thinking for them. And that especially applies to lawyers and to lawmakers and law executors as well. That, a lot of people seem to think the solution is to make the rules just so we can apply them in this situation perfectly. And what we have is laws that have 17 or 18 or 90 separate little addendums or additives that go on top of that, and maybe 3 or 4 case laws on top of that, maybe more depending on the specific law, and so forth and so on. Now, obviously, this is purely from the perspective of the states, because that's where I live, and that's the kind of law that I know the most about. But I stand by that opinion. It's something I've noticed a lot of. Now, you're thinking, well, what else do you do? You rely more on the executors of the law, and you use the law as, this is going to sound familiar, the beginning, not the end of the decision. But that's how we do it already. Well, the only reason that works right now is because of the fact that all law is interpretive by its very nature. There's no... Yes, you absolutely can, Spartan. There's a large amount, a huge body of what Congress in general does here in the States, which boils down to, what did this mean? How do we interpret this thing? Just recently, I was discussing the Marvel suit against the work-for-hire thing. You remember that? You remember what one of the biggest problems of that was? Well, if you don't, I'll just go and tell you. One of the biggest problems was, how do we define work-for-hire? Because the actual ruling on work-for-hire didn't define work-for-hire. But of course, even definitions don't work, and the infamous quote, how do you define pornography, is valid for a reason, because life is complicated. So yeah, filibusters absolutely do exist for a reason. A good reason, even. What I tend to think of is there's 2 sides of this. First is the GM fiat. I know this is video gaming and game design rather than lawmaking, but frankly, I think the rules apply equally. So, on the one hand, we've got GM fiat, and on the other hand, we've got bad luck protection. And I think both of those concepts can apply to concepts like filibuster. In other words, okay, you filibuster. All right, that's valid. And then we examine the situation, re-examine the situation, and say, okay, does this apply? Should this apply? And the person who is actually adjudicating the particular matter should be able to say, hold on a second. You're trying to filibuster this for this reason. I don't think that's valid in this case. Or maybe we have a thing where you can only filibuster so much or so often because of the fact that you've already done it recently. That's the bad luck protection, by the way. And if I need to define bad luck protection in a legal sense, it's actually really easy to do so. All you have to do is think of it, the more you do it, the less effective it is. Now, I will admit that I'm with you on that, Valerian. I just noticed what you said in chat there. I tend to be not particularly pro-filibuster because of how it's historically used. But then there's certain... what's that rule? What's that law? I'm trying to think what it's called. You got it, Rax. Here, I can do that. If I have editing here. Let's go ahead and do this. There you go. I'll do it for you. I got this. What is that rule called? I don't remember the term. It's a rule for, jury. For members of a jury. I'm trying to think how to look it up. Jury nullification. That's it. Jury nullification. When a member of a criminal trial, has to be a criminal trial, believes the defendant is guilty but choose to acquit them specifically in spite of the fact that they believe that they are guilty. Now you're probably thinking, that's horrible, right? Well, no. There's a very valid and purposeful reason behind jury nullification. And the thing is, it can be used for good or evil, let's just call it what it is, equally, because it's a tool. And that's why I hesitate to do things like try to remove tools from circumstances. Because jury nullification, for example, can say, well, this person is guilty of, this is an actual example that actually happened in real life, being an escaped slave. However, you're free to go. We acquit you on this. On the total flip side, it can and has been used on the actual opposite side of that exact argument. Well, you are completely guilty of this thing, but we're going to acquit you. Guilty of abuse and hurting this person. But that was a black guy, so it's okay. Now, jury nullification is actually an extremely tricky topic, but the whole reason I bring it up with regards to filibusters is well, they do not apply equally. I do think both serve the same general concept, which is to say, both are a tool. Whether the tool should be... I just got rid of the questions thing. Hang on. Whether the tool should be removed or not is not something I'm really particularly willing to talk about, because I tend to be anti-tool remover in general, for the exact same reason I tend to be pro-choice in video gaming. But yes, jury nullification is a very scary topic. It's just... there's a reason for it to exist. Oh yeah, by the way, never bring up jury nullification if you're on a jury, because that's... it can actually be considered illegal to do so, depending on the circumstances. It can actually be qualified as jury tampering. So don't do that. Anyways, okay, next question. Was the Yuzun Vong stupid? Yes. And if they are, which they are, how would I fix the Yuzun Vong? So there are two big problems with the Yuzun Vong. The first is that they're evil because they're evil because they're evil because they're evil. Let's emphasize this for 20 pages. The other problem with the Yuzun Vong is they were GM Fiat specifically designed to kill the Jedi and to kill the people of Star Wars. It's telling that the Vong were kind of put together by people who had worked on something like Forgotten Realms, because they are designed to be a challenge for the players. Now, that can be a good thing, but I feel like in both cases they were essentially cheap. It's kind of the Ranjit thing, to use an FF14 example. They didn't earn their status as the main villains for that particular arc. Too early. Now, how would I fix the Yuzun Vong? Jesus Christ, I don't know. I do like the core concept of extragalactic aliens who don't really fit into the pre-existing thing, and upsetting the status quo. Lord knows Star Wars could use more status quo upsetting. But the problem is, in my opinion, the Vong didn't really upset the status quo. I mean, what was the story right after the Yuzun Vong? Okay, so there's this kid, I'm not going to say names, who wanted to be a Sith Lord, and got several ships against him to go against the Republic, and we're going to use this to kill the Jedi. Okay. First try, by the way. Like, okay, they turned Coruscant into a jungle. Okay. One of the best scenes of the game. Just want to show that off really quick. I don't think fixing the Vong would take a minute, though. I'm saying that wrong. I think fixing the Vong would take a while. It would take a while to actually be like, okay, hang on. What do I want to do with them? I do like focusing on status quo alteration. I'm down with that. So I know that's a simple answer to a complex question, and I do apologize, but that is my answer. I would try to use the Vong as a way to actually legitimately change stuff. And probably make them less gross, if I'm being honest. I don't think the gross factor was needed in Star Wars, but that's just off topic. Anyways. Yeah, it's... Real quick question. How many of you thought that was Coruscant in Force Awakens before you found out otherwise? Anyways. With the state of the UK at this time, which of course I know nothing about because I don't live in the United Kingdom, do I see it separating and becoming separate countries in the future? I gotta be real, I'm a little surprised that hasn't happened already. I do understand a distant surface level of the politics that has led to that not happening. Lord knows that nobody wants to repeat the Troubles, right? But at the same time, there are very, very strong economic reasons why the UK has not split up. Now, that's of course the economist in me talking, but that's the only part of the UK I really know a decent amount about, is the economic side of things. And the UK would not be doing super great if they decided to split into multiple countries. And I'm not saying that's a good thing or a bad thing. That's not the opinion. In fact, I have no opinion on the matter. I'm just saying that if you want to gauge whether or not something's likely or not, look at the economics. And considering how much of a problem that would be economically speaking, I find that to be somewhat unlikely, at least until something really big hits, which, to my knowledge, it has not yet. I'm sorry, that was from Unicorn Scotch, my bad. What else we got here? One of my favorite expressions from me, oh, thank you, is copy wrong. I think copyright patents and trademarks should be abolished, but I get weird looks whenever I tell people like that. So, you want to hear my other big controversial topic for the day? I'm in favor, I've said this before, this isn't actually controversial. I've said this openly on stream multiple times. I think that we should be able to make Star Wars stuff now. Absolutely, Warp Core. Give me 1 second. Let me jot that down. BioShock 2, you got it. And thank you again for the sub, very much. So this is, as usual, I don't mean that simplistically. Let me go ahead and go into the complexity of this. One of the things I think should be legally allowed is that after a period of time has passed, I will admit I'm not sure what period of time that should be, but it's certainly longer than Infinity Plus 1. After a certain period of time has passed, I do think a work should effectively be opened up and made legally available for other people to do stuff with. However, there's a big proviso there, and that's that I think there should be a mechanism in place to identify who is creating what work without misleading or malice. What I mean by that is, let's say that I decided to make a Star Wars film. There should be litigation and legality in place to prevent me from trying to mislead people into thinking that is actually an official Star Wars thing. Because I think the big point there is to try and delineate the two. Essentially to make a different category of, these are the people who owned and made Star Wars, this is official Star Wars, and this is unofficial Star Wars. Does that make sense? And thus, we could have a thing. Yeah, fairly simple. Similar, excuse me, Lieutenant Railway. So in other words, I could make a Star Wars film, and I could do so legally, and I could use the music, and I could use the characters, I could do all of that, but it would be a quote-unquote fan film, or fan work, or whatever, and I would not have to face legal repercussions for doing so, unless I tried to treat it like it was actually official, in which case, then I would face legal repercussions. Make sense? Now, even that's not a perfect solution, and I know that, but that is the general direction I think copyright should go into, in my opinion. And what's funny about that is, especially at this point in history, there is a gargantuan number of things that applies to now. Star Trek, Star Wars, Final Fantasy, Mega Man, Metroid, Doctor Who. There is a huge body of works that at this point in time have long since passed the, let's call it the 30-year marker, just to ballpark that a little bit, that absolutely are still owned by people who were either children or not alive when their particular thing that they own was actually invented, you know? Legality, DVD admittery. So, here in the States, copy wrong law tends to operate on a precept that the holder of the copyright, it's actually really ludicrously complicated, so forgive me for the very, very loose description. But the general idea is who owns the rights to what doesn't have anything to do with who actually made it. It can be a thing, but it doesn't necessarily have to be. You know, the people who currently own the rights to, let me use a specific example, the character of Mickey Mouse, and the name of Mickey Mouse, and the likeness of Mickey Mouse, because yes, those are three separate things, because of course they are. Why wouldn't there be? Why wouldn't we have ludicrous complexity of this? I have nothing to do with the people who invented Mickey Mouse, or the people who started Mickey Mouse, or the people who put the money into Mickey Mouse, or anybody who would have anything approaching an actual ownership. I'm going the wrong way. Or am I? I am going the right. I'm going the wrong way. I'm going the wrong way. I'm dumb. Wait, am I? No, I'm going the right way. Anyways, I'm sorry. I was mistaken. I go through this path twice in my route, and I was thinking I was on the wrong thing. But just because I can play this game while talking doesn't mean I'm perfect at it. Hey, Hasbus, wait a second. I'm just gonna ignore all of this nonsense here. We're just gonna nope, right out of that. No, Tesla, I'm playing this to help me think straight. I've said this before, certain games help me think better. And I know some people understand that. Like, I'll use Lore Reloaded as an example. When he and I are having our meetings about the Trek rewrite, he has a tendency to just play around with the spreadsheet while we're talking about it. Because it helps you to keep things, right? If you do something and it helps you to stay focused, right? You know what that's like. Anyways, so that's my thought on copyright. Sorry for the extended answer there, Faded Kirby. Solar Galax. Is that supposed to be Galaxy? I'm actually curious. It says, what is the worst question I've ever been asked on Polemic Day? No, Rex. I started playing it briefly on camera, even, as preparation for the 3DS remake, and then we finished. We put it down. Because, you know, the game arrived and we started playing the remake. So I've never actually played all the way through it. It is part of the Metroid block, for those curious. Speaking of the value of copy wrong being changed, by the way. Worst question I've ever been asked on Polemic Day. I don't have a specific question for you. Whoever asked that was Solar Galaxy. But the worst type of question that I've received on Polemic Day is the type of question that I don't have an answer to. Or asking something of something that I don't know about. One of the this is going to sound like such a stupid thing to say. One of the biggest things I had to learn when I was transitioning from being a teenager into being in my early 20s was learning how to admit that I don't know the answer to something. I will freely admit when I first started streaming, I had issues with that too, as some people can point out. Why am I going this way? God, I'm really off center here. So when someone asks me a question I just don't have information about, that's the worst kind of question for me. Someone asks, what do you think about this extremely complex topic? And I'm like, I don't know. I don't have an answer for that. And some people think I'm just copying out of it, and those people are wrong. If I'm just going to say no to a question, I will just say no to a question. I've actually done that today. So, that's the worst kind of question I tend to get. Hang on, I got a question from Malachor. Why did you get hit by that guy? Well, it's because I was looking at your question at the time, Malachor. Good question, though. Yeah, you're kind of prescient for being able to do that. In the grand scheme of things, has the United States done more good or bad? One of the more common things... I'm going to start in a weird place here. Give me a second. One of the more common things I tend to hear is about how popular it is to bash the United States for people who live in the United States, specifically. Not foreign nations, not other countries. People who live in the States tend to be like, oh my gosh, the United States sucks, and just bash. I start with that because I feel like it's it's a little bit too dismissive of an argument. I think that the United States has been a country for so long at this point, we're up to the 200-year plus thing at this point, that saying if it's a net positive or net negative is who frickety knows. It's essentially like asking that same question for almost any country at this point. No offense to anyone who lives in any other country, but we all have our dirty laundry. Anybody who's studied history, anybody who's ever been a fan of history knows exactly what I mean by that. So, that's my answer to you. Mega D8 asks, thoughts on the abolition of elections in lieu of a single-term lottery system for positions of power? No. I'm actually a bit in favor of voting reform. Pretty heavily in favor of voting reform, actually, because I tend to be extremely anti first past the post. I hate the first past the post system. It causes so many issues, and the more you look into it, the worse it gets. So, that being said, I don't think removing elections entirely is the solution. I think fixing the elections is the solution. And yes, I know that is like the 15th answer I've given, which is, I don't think we should do the simple answer, I think we should do the complex answer, but that's me. That's what you're going to get from me, sorry. Ranked choice is an excellent other option, which still has its problems. There's also the, I can't remember what it's called right now, method, which I actually myself use for the rumination choices, and I think Scotland uses? I also think the two-party culture is awful, and something that's more or less unavoidable. Unless we have, what do they call that? Trend interrupting mechanisms in place to prevent that. But I do think we should have trend interrupting mechanisms. I forget the proper term, please forgive me. Trend interrupting mechanisms to prevent that. I think that that's terrible. Oh, also, as an aside, this may sound like a weird thing to say, especially given my thoughts in general, but I absolutely think that we need to get rid of, here in the States specifically, I don't know about other countries, but here in the States, we really, really, really need to stop spending literally over $1 billion on elections. That is such a waste of goddamn money. And I know it's not complete wasted, because a lot of that gets cycled into specific areas, and that helps the cities, and that helps counties, but for God's sakes, we are spending so much money on elections, it's stupid. Now you're probably thinking, oh Lord, you just don't like rich people. No, I don't, and I'm very open about that, but that actually has nothing to do with what I just said. The reason I am in favor of that is because that means that more people can't run effectively. The actual requirements for running president are so minor, and this is true, that I could run for president. Legally and fully. I actually do qualify to run for president. Me. It would cost me about $3,000 or $15,000, I forget which, but it's not a lot. I could do that, bam, done. The problem is I would never win. It would be throwing money into the wind. Because the only person who has a chance of winning are the people who are doing the big campaigns, and that's the problem. The biggest reason, in my opinion, I know I say everything is economic, but the biggest reason, in my opinion, why the two-party system has been so much a thing here in the States specifically, I don't know about other countries, but here in the States specifically, is because it's gotten so expensive to run that the only way to run is to be part of one of the two big parties who have the money to throw at you. It's why getting the nomination for a political party is such a big deal. It's why that's the first battle in the presidency election, for example, is because you want to make sure that you're the candidate that the party supports. I believe I almost got hit by that again. I'm doing really badly today. Right? And so you see what I mean about how this whole... It's not... We can't just fix one thing. We can't just change one system and it's going to work. My opinion. I'm not even going to talk about how much the parties have changed over the years. You remember when the Republican Party was brand new? Of course you don't, because you weren't alive that era, and I totally wasn't either, wink wink. But the point is, it's fascinating to read about that sometimes. Anyway, sorry, moving on. Yeah, let me go ahead and do some deletion thing here that I said I'd do. I do, actually, Tesla. What song do I instantly think of at Halloween? This is Halloween, this is Halloween. Pumpkins scream at the dead of night. This is Halloween, everybody make a scene. Trick or treat, cause the neighbor's gonna die of fright. It's our town, everybody scream in this town of Halloween. I've been filling them up bit by bit, Twister. Say it once, say it twice, take a chance and roll the dice, ride with the moon in the dead of night. Some of you may or may not remember this. I've actually memorized, I don't have all of it memorized right now, but I, at one point in time, memorized that entire movie, all the musicals in it, specifically for my girlfriend, because she was really into that movie, and so I performed it for her. Because I'm a geek. This is a long time ago, it was like 2004 or something. And if I'm feeling antsy and nothing much to do, I just might make a special batch of snake and spider stew. But you know the one thing that would make it work so nice? A roly-poly Santa Claus doused up in spice. Whoa. 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 I'm the Oogie Boogie Man. Okay, so, next question. Sorry. I know you hate my singing. Thoughts on honor as a weakness and fighting fair always being stupidity? That's dumb. Next question. And that's my thought about that. I actually need to grab a drink because I forgot to have enough water for this, and I've been talking a lot. I'll be right back. Although, Twister does have a good point here. I have a couple of games I could add today. Give me a moment here. So we got Mega Man X6, got the Mega Man X Collection, and we got Mega Man X5, PS1, obviously, and the Mega Man X Collection on the Switch. Go ahead and add these really quick here. So, yeah, we're officially starting our second Switch shelf, so that's cool. We got PS1, which is down here. We got PS2, which is actually also down here. Slowly but surely, adding games to that shelf. I don't know, Mega Man Legends. Actually, I think I do. No, I don't. I have it digital. Would I attach googly eyes to my chair? I actually did for a while, and then I stopped. I'm gone, Disco. You took too long. It's over. Okay, so, next question. Plutonia, I'm sorry, if you meant any more with that, I really don't have anything else to add to that. The idea of honor being a weakness is such a stupid narrative trope. Like, I get why it's there, but it's so dismissive, and it's always so limited or short scale. It's like saying, we should all be perfectly evil Sith, because that way we would all constantly be getting better. Which is dumb on every possible level. As I've said before, and this is actually a quote from Sci-Fi Debris, the ideal outcome of such a circumstance would result in only one person still being around on the top of a gigantic pile of corpses. No, civilization is a concept based on society, is a concept based on cooperation and teamwork and honor. Now, that, of course, is my definition of honor, and we have to define that definition of honor, because that's how that works. But whatever. All right, so. Thoughts on the end of the Afghan War? Damn it. Nope, I already screwed up. This is the hardest trick of the game for me, by the way. I might pass on that, but I will explain why I'm passing on that. I have no real information from which to judge. And so I can only make an opinion of ignorance. And I don't feel like making an opinion in ignorance. That's true, DVD Dimitri, and that's why that should be applied specifically in a case-by-case. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead and just pass on that one, but again, it is specifically because of ignorance. Come on. Damn it, okay. I hate this trick. I have to do this, it's literally mandatory for this run. One moment. I'm gonna make one more solid attempt at that. I'm gonna screw up this solid attempt here. Do I think having 100 million cap on a single person's asset would be good for the world? I don't think that's enforceable, is my answer to that. There we go. I think there's just too many ways people would get around with that. And I know what you're thinking. How could people possibly get away with something that's so illegal? Tax havens. Which is still a very legal thing, despite years and years and years of effort to try and remove them from legality. Did you even know that, by the way? Did you know that courts have been spending years adding layer upon layer upon layer to tax code, specifically to try and get rid of tax havens and tax exemptions? I'm dead serious. It's actually funny and horrible to think about because of how much they've been failing at it. Go ahead, Hazardous. Thank you for asking. Oh, I would love to get back into speedrunning Twister, but you probably shouldn't address those questions to me. So this is actually a really weirdly hard fight, the way I do it. Because I need to do this fight with a certain amount of HP. Forgive me for concentrating on the fight for just a second, because it's very easy to screw this up, because she hits like a truck. On a normal playthrough, this is a victory lap fight, especially after Ridley. Just a second. I'm being too cautious. I need to be shooting more. Okay, we're in phase 2. That's good. Give me a second now. There it is. And, okay, we're good. I think we're good. Please stop addressing questions to me and address them to the secretaries. Okay, so speaking of the secretaries, so Cordoon asked the $100 million cap thing. So if we somehow magically had the power of the queue and could just say, this is a ceiling on how much money you could have, I do actually think that would be a beneficial thing. I do. Among other things, I think it would distribute money to people. Well, let me walk this back. People who are rich aren't the problem. It's people who are rich not spending money. That's the problem. That's one of my biggest issues with that. Forcing a ceiling on that would force those people to either sit on their $100 million and just sit there, or spend it so that the money they have coming in could keep coming in. Thereby getting the money out there, and the money then could become part of the system and go into things like making sure that purchases happen, so that those create jobs, so that those people can spend, and so forth and so on, right? Oh, yeah, no, this... It's right here, Laura Loaded. This is the scene. I'm gonna need some F's in chat in a moment. If an author is revealed to be a piece of crap, would you still purchase a work that... Ah, yes. Okay, so Malachor, we've actually already talked about that topic, because we have recently talked about ActiBlizzard. I'm sorry, I'm pausing for just a moment, because this is still one of the better moments in video gaming in general, at least in the top 100. And it's done with no dialogue. Just a scream. God, this is such a good game. It is astonishing how good this game is. Sorry. And the best part is they immediately followed up with this! The Hyper Beam moment! So named for this exact moment in time. Well, I would agree with that, Larian. Billionaires cannot spend their money in their lifetime unless they really, 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 really try to. Yeah, this is why it's called the Hyper Beam, because frickin' hell yeah, that's just awesome. Go to hell, you rotten carcass. Yeah, the Metroid baby literally saved us from the mother brain, Lieutenant Leroy. Our Metroid baby. Yeah, hello. There we go. Do we save or kill the animals? Real quick, real quick. Do we save or kill the animals? Vote now, vote quick! Damn it, I always do that. Look at the chat, look at the chat. Okay, so we gotta do this. This is one of the hardest sections of the escape for me, because this section has so many frame drops, and it requires some pretty precise jumps to do it properly. Which I'm not even doing right now, because I keep screwing it up. Now, I'm seeing a lot of people say save. I think I know what we're doing. We're doing what we always do. We're saving the animals. We gotta make Fusion canon so we can have Dread. Hello? How else are we gonna play Dread later this month? Next month. Okay, hang on. Oh, almost screwed that up. I came within a second of screwing that up. But I didn't, because I can be awesome every now and again. Not usually. I actually suck. Yeah, 100 billionaires. That's which. The fact that I think it's oh god, what's his name? The Iron Man guy. Elon Musk is on his way to becoming a trillionaire. There's a level of excess. It's hard to even explain to the human mind because the human mind is literally not built to understand numbers at a certain level. Just how much money $1 trillion is for one person to own. So like I said, I'm not really anti-rich people. I come across that way, but it's mostly because I'm anti-improper spending. That's really what that boils down to. Sorry I'm not addressing questions right now. This is actually kind of hard to do, but... Come on, time. There we go. No, the idea is actually really simple, overloaded. Mother Brain was the thing keeping the... So this is a very technological system, this planet, Zebes, or Zebis, or however you're supposed to pronounce it. It's not a natural world. It's mostly a technological world, right? If that makes any sense. All of that was being kept in check. Think about all of the complexity that is required for maintaining the heat and maintaining the gravity and maintaining the pressure and keeping all of that working all at the same time. That was all being run through the Mother Brain. That's why she's called that. She's dead. So what effectively happened was the reactor just stopped being managed. And by reactor, I mean several 100,000 reactors across the whole planet. So yeah, that's why that happens. Would I say that Luke was character assassinated in The Last Jedi? No. Of all of the many things that I dislike about The Last Jedi, and there are quite a few, I'm never going to forgive that stupid chase scene. I don't think Luke was out of character in that. Of all the things, I have problems with that. And yes, sorry, for those of you who are just steaming in, please direct all questions towards Valvedrix or Rax. They're keeping track for me, so I don't lose any questions. Please address questions to them. That's how we're doing it, to make this nice and simple. Have I seen... This is from Tesla. Have I seen all the laws and bills America has proposed and didn't vote into Constitution during its entire history? No, I've never seen that list. It's probably huge! It's probably gargantuan. Hang on, I'm gonna read Hazard's story, because that's still up here. Give me a moment here. Interesting, Hazardous. Horrifying. No, I hear that a lot, Blue Alex. I don't get it personally, but I hear it a lot. Now, I saw a question right there, and I'm just going to go ahead and respond to it right now. Can I elaborate on why I think Luke was an out of character? The biggest problem that The Last Jedi has is it doesn't establish Luke as a character. So... it's easy for me, it's what I like to call one loop, in order to see that Luke as being the Luke we saw from Return of the Jedi. The problem is none of that exists. So, if we were to, for example, review The Last Jedi, I would probably give a negative for Luke. But for me personally, and just viewing the film, I don't particularly view it as character assassination. I know that sounds like a weird statement, but it means the film doesn't get credit for what it didn't do. Return of the Jedi. Last Jedi. Big gap. What is it, like 19? No, it's like 30-something years, isn't it? This is a gargantuan chunk of time for Luke to move and change and evolve and adapt and become a different character. But none of that has been filled in by the movie. We have to do that work. Sense make? Oh yeah, Dear Force! So, hey Seraphim! Happy Polemic Day. Yeah, I was gonna say, 30 years is a long frickin' time. No, that's fine, Tesla. And again, I would probably, if I was reviewing The Last Jedi, I would probably ding it. Because the film doesn't do anything to earn that, right? They didn't do anything in the film to justify that. They just were like, eh. They just said, it's been 30 years. Figure it out. Okay, so hang on. Should Puerto Rico become a state? So let me go ahead and preface this by saying I have no idea. I do not have access to the wealth of information required to comment on something as complex as such a thing. Pardon me one moment. I need to turn on a fan. It's really hot here. Holy crap. There we go. Get an extra fan. I now have 3 fans going. So, I could do an OnlyFans thing. Yeah. Look at my giant chest. I do have a giant chest. It's really awkward, actually. Because, like, I try to squeeze through something, and I just it's just squeezing. I have this giant freaking chest. I hate it. Anyways. So. The only thing I know about Puerto Rico is that there's, to my knowledge, speaking mostly from ignorance, no reason for them not to become a state. That's, of course, from the perspective of the rest of the states. If the Puerto Ricans don't want to be a state, that's fine. You know, that's their choice. Listen, I'm just saying, sex in it. No, I just get a sex in it. You can't even tell. You can kind of tell how big my arms are. I've got this giant, baggy, oversized coat on. You can still kind of see how big my arms are. Anyways, I do yard work every week and I exercise every day. What do you want from me? What are my thoughts on COVID passports? I don't know what that is. And COVID passes, I don't know what that is. What are my thoughts on locker room talk? Okay, so I'm guessing you're specifically referring to comments by Mr. Trump about how it's okay to say certain things in the locker room. So let me go ahead and start by saying something that's going to get a lot of people hating me. Locker room talk is a real thing, and there's nothing necessarily wrong with that at the baseline. And I got to start with that. That's the beginning, okay? However, there are 2 major problems with locker room talk, okay? Problem number 1 is when something goes from being a joke to being commonly perceived, which can affect perception. So let's assume for a moment, let's take a random example here. Let's say that I look at Rax and we chat, and we constantly bash Mr. Red for being British. There we go. We bash British people. Now, we don't mean that, because Mr. Red's cool and British people are cool. But let's assume for a moment that we keep doing that long enough that not only are other people hearing us do that, but it kind of becomes normally accepted to bash British people, even though we aren't actually doing it. So you can see how that kind of repetition, improperly conveyed, can lead to an actual bias that shouldn't exist. So that's problem number 1. Problem number 2 is what, there's actually a term for this, and I can't remember it right now. Please forgive me. It's the concept, anybody want to do roulettes? By the way, I'm going to do some roulettes in FF14 now. It's the concept that the more of a public figure you are, the more it is upon you to watch what you say and do. Which, for the record, is something that I am 100% in favor of. The more you are a public figure, you can join us, Rax. But I expect you to do top DPS and keep track of questions. The more public you are, the more you have to watch what you say, because more people are watching what you say, right? So in other words, someone who is, just random example, trying to become the president of the United States should probably watch what he's saying a little bit more. By the way, I am anti-Trump. I have no problem saying that. That does not make me anti-Republican, by the way, nor does it make me anti-certain concepts. I am anti-Trump. You want to hear something wild about anti-Trump? Here, check this out. Look up Lindsey Graham and his quotes about Trump. And that's an eye-opener. If you don't know the specifics, I can go into it. I don't really want to, but anybody who knows what I'm talking about, anybody who knows what I'm referencing, can just look at that and be like, yeah. Anyways, next question. So this is from Dream Whisperer. Given the actual situation and the fact that climate change has already broken and carbon won't go back to pre-industrial level, yet we're still going up every year and all the other problems, would you support a drastic change in way of life as well as private property and personal abuse to circumvent that? That's an interesting question. By the way, yes, I am anti-Clinton as well. For different reasons, obviously. That is to say Hillary Clinton. I don't actually have an opinion on Bill Clinton. I've met him. He doesn't remember me because I was one of 15 people in the crowd, but, you know, I've shook his hand. It was cool. Yeah, hang on. I actually have the sound muted. I'll unmute the sound so you have something to listen to. Where is it? Sure. Hang on. I'll talk about the Lindsey Graham Trump thing. Hang on. Let's see if I can find it here. You're gonna have to give me a minute, because it is hard to find. I was actually looking this up just a few days ago. It's not gonna be here, is it? Of course it isn't. Okay, let's try this. Nope. How about this? Nope again. Okay. Yeah, everyone start tagging Valvedrix for the moment while I get this set up here. Of course, now I... Yep, oh, I found it. Here you go. Here's the link. So my personal absolute favorite quote, I gotta find it here. December 2015, and I quote, "A Trump nomination would be an utter, complete, and total disaster. If you're a xenophobic, race-baiting, religious bigot, you're going to have a hard time being president of the United States, and you're going to do irreparable damage to the party." Now, that's a statement by Lindsey Graham in December of 2015. Lindsey Graham supported Trump for president when he ran. Now, you might think, what? Or, oh, that's just a politician being, a politician, who cares? The reason that's relevant is that's tied into what we were talking about earlier. Supporting the party regardless of all other concepts. Party before country is actually what that's called. Anyways, moving on. By the way, there's a lot of quotes he said about anti-Trump, and it's horrible and funny because, well, as we've just described, he actually supported him. Anyways, where is FF14? There it is. I found it. Ah! 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 Oh no, I'm aware, Hazardous. I'm aware. Now give me a second. I'll get back to questions in just a moment. Please keep directing those to Valvedrix. Zoop. There we go. Just kind of put this up here. Kind of put it over here like it was this. Get rid of that top bit of the window if I can tag it correctly. There we go. There we go. That's nice. Yes, Lore Runner has finished off all his crafting in preparation for future streams. Which is also the other thing I'm doing. I'm leveling all the classes in preparation for future streams. Okay, so let me pull up. I gotta readdress my thing here, but I can pull up the questions right here. Okay, so sorry, Dream Whisper. I kind of skipped over your question. I apologize. Would I support destroying our way of life in order to fail at saving the planet? And I'm phrasing that way very particularly. I don't think I'm qualified to make that decision. Who's up for roulettes, by the way? Because, well, I should get the music going. Right. The problem is, let's assume for a moment that we decided to go ahead and make that call. Okay, so we're just gonna... We're gonna do it. We're gonna... There we go. We're gonna go ahead and make everyone's lives miserable in order to try and improve the world. Cool. Okay. I'd kill myself. Now, that's not a joke. That's not said as a lighthearted thing. That is, my life is already so terrible as of the state it's at right now that if you asked me to drop it down further, I would calmly accept that and then leave the table. So it's kind of hard for me to answer that question. Okay, so hang on. Rax wants in. Valverdrix wants in, but you're capturing stuff. Let's do MSQQ first. Let's just get that out of the way. So we're doing MSQQ first. That also means we can get the most people in for that, which means Valverdrix probably doesn't want to be in. Thank you, Inosians, very much, as always. Much appreciated. Thank you. I will jot that down for Groove. There's Maverick, who is not on my screen for some reason. Okay, so that's I figured you didn't want to do MSQ. Who wanted to do MSQ? Yes, MSQ is the long one. Whoever said that. Okay, Valerian's coming too. Yes, it was pretty terrible, Pika. I accept that, Hazardous. I stand by my statement, though. I'm out. Peace! Okay, that's me. We're gonna need at least someone to not be a DPS. I am at 1 HP, Cordoon. I know you said that to Valverdrix, but I can answer that right now, because it's related to what we just talked about. Is that everyone? Did I get Maverick? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2... No, I didn't get whoever that is. I'm at 1 HP. I have been through so much garbage in my life. I've been through so much nonsense. And I don't really have anything that's keeping me alive right now, other than a promise. Now, I don't want to say that to be dismissive, and I don't want to say that to be mean. This is something that I very carefully, calmly, analytically thought out extensively, and I reanalyze it every now and again. I don't really have a good reason to keep breathing right now. So, no positives, plus barely any tolerance, plus huge amounts of negatives equals all it's going to take is one more thing to push me over the edge. Sense, mate? So, when people tend to ask me questions like, how would you deal with this? My answer is usually, I'm out. That's all. Moving on. Alright, so, Disco asks about Assassin's Creed Syndicate. How do I feel about the gender washing of history? I don't care? As weird and horrible as that sounds. I don't mean that to be awful or dismissive, but I legitimately don't care. So, then you misheard me, Hazardous. What I said is I would go ahead and pull the trigger on that, and then I would be out. I was not being as communicative as I could be. I will take ownership of that. See that? Yeah, that I'm kind of with you on that, Tesla. If they don't think of Assassin's Creed as historically accurate, I'm fine with it. And that's kind of my point, because Assassin's Creed isn't historically accurate. I mean, it kind of was sort of originally, but spoilers, even the first Assassin's Creed game... There you are. Even the first Assassin's Creed game was not exactly historically accurate. It was... Right? Because that is a polemic topic, Disco. Because especially at the time when you asked that, there were still people whinging about the things they did with the Call of Duty series and the other series I can't remember the name of right now, where they're like, oh my god, there's women in World War II, how terrible. And I just didn't want to deal with that, especially with the proximity of that topic. Yeah, it's fiction. It's historical fiction. Cool. I'm down. Like I said, I don't really have a care one direction or the other. Okay, so let's go into this. And yeah, I'm with you on that, Tesla. One of the great frustrations of being a history geek is that who frickin' knows what's going on, historically speaking. Like, even things we could say with high certainty are still not absolutes, you know? Anyways, okay, so moving on. General opinion on the Lego adaptation video games. Unfortunately, I've never really played them. I do say unfortunately, I've wanted to, and there's a couple that are on the books, but I've never actually played them, so... If I could... So this is from Venters. That is true, Hazes. That's why I gave that kind of preface there. If I could eject the sequel trilogy and start over, would I? Yeah, absolutely. Done. By the way, I hope you're getting hyped for the eventual Star Wars rewrite project that we're going to do probably in a few years. Oh, we got the bad one. Oh, whatever. Check this out. I have such bad gear. I actually have Gatherer gear on because I somehow lost my robe as a Black Mage, so I'm just stuck not doing good DPS until I reach level 60 and can equip my level 60 armor. So that should be cool. Can someone who isn't me pull? Please. Thank you. I'm a squishy Black Mage without armor. I did not, Pika. I didn't see one. This is going to be interesting. No, I have aggro. That's cool. That's cool. So, should there be a 51st state? I don't understand that question. Do you mind clarifying, Nerazes? Zawan asked, what do I think the future of central bank digital currency is? Complicated. You know me. I've said this is not a controversial opinion. I've said this many, many times. Money is a measuring stick. It's a form of measurement of the total amount of wealth and utility and services that a specific organization or entity can produce. It's inches, right? Now, it's not treated that way, which is a separate problem. And some people focus on leveling. Well, I am grinding. I don't like leveling other classes in this game. I do think that's a negative, but I've already given that negative. Moving on. But there's other related problems with that. Oh, I'm out of mana. And there's all kinds of horrible stuff about that, which we could talk about. But the long and the short of it is that I don't think there's anything innately wrong with us going ahead and codifying and solidifying what money is to the point where it's literally just inches. Now, there are other benefits to digital currency which are far more complex than that, and there's other detriments to digital currency which are very obvious. And that's why I kind of hesitate there, because digital currency is something that would need to be very carefully thought out, planned out, moderated, and then controlled thereafter. None of those things seem to be happening to my knowledge, but I could be wrong, because I'll admit I kind of looked at that and said, nope. Now, Pika, I hate to say this, but I have not seen this donation from you. I think you're clearly lying to me. How dare you? I'm joking, of course, but I really don't see the donation. If you feel like hitting refresh and hitting the button, I'd really appreciate it, because it really helped me, especially right now of all times. Next question. Oh, hang on, let me close that. Alright, so, should Washington, D.C. be a state? What's with all the state questions? That's an extremely complex question, because what that does is it changes the dynamic of how which laws apply to people within D.C. If you say so, I believe you. I don't see it in the log, and that's where I care about it. But I will believe you. I don't think you're lying to me. I'll put that towards, and that was an extension. How long did you extend it to? See, I got tons of time to talk while doing the MSQQ. Yes, Rax. A few people have managed Crazy North. We already talked about Afghanistan, or rather, we have already not talked about Afghanistan. Until December, so 2 months. So we'll put that down for Kingdom Hearts 1. Thank you very much, Pika, as always. If you do find the button, please hit it. It will help my record keeping in the future. But if you don't, it's not the end of the world. It's just, that's gonna, yeah. Okay. What do I think of Boris Johnson? I don't. Have I ever looked behind the scenes insanity of wrestling? Actually, yes. I have periodically here and there. Do I have any thoughts on Vince McMahon? He's a disgusting human being who should probably go jump in a pit and die. That's an exaggeration. Sorry, I shouldn't do that. This is Polemic Day. We're supposed to be nice and legit today. I do think that Vince McMahon is a typical greedy executive. That's a better way to phrase that. From F and Craig, any tips for staying motivated and juggling aspects of life between boring learning and exercising and the way more fun but less life-improving downtime? Variety is a really big thing for me personally. I don't know if this is going to help you or not. Correct, Hazardous. But, like, switching in between certain types of actions or getting X out of the way so I can do Y is a big part of how I try to stay motivated within my own existence. I vary up the food I eat. I vary up the food I cook. I vary up the type of games I stream. Admittedly, you are part of that as well, but it's one of the reasons why I am a variety streamer. I vary up the type of projects I work on. You know, I think that variety helps me to keep functional and to keep going because each time I'm reaching towards something at least a little bit different. Where is everybody? And as a consequence, it helps me to stay focused. I never get too bogged down in one thing. I never just eat Reese's over and over. I have Reese's every now and again, right? That's as good as I got. I am someone who desperately wishes he was alive and isn't, and would accept death if offered. I am not the person to ask that question. I'm also hitting the wrong buttons here. It's okay, I don't have ACT up. I mean, I don't have ACT. Please don't ban me. Alright, so next question. From Warp Core, in one of the Witcher VODs, I mentioned the ultimate revenge in WoW, which I love that story, and I love retelling that story. Oh! Apparently I didn't tell that story, but you know the story. Yes, Warp Core, that is in fact the story. Yes. Yes is the answer to your question. That is the time when I was fleeing from Ironforge during a holiday. There was no flying nuts at the time, so I had to flee on foot, got all the way to Loch Modan, and ran out the 5-minute timer, and they just were standing there unable to kill me when I had like 5% health. By the way, as a reminder, anybody wanting to address questions to me, please address them to Valvedrix the Amazing. She has been doing an excellent job in the wake of Rex the Amazing, who is also amazing. Just wanted to mention that. That way they will be notated and logged, and we can make sure we get all questions, and on the off chance it takes too long to get to them, I will be able to get to them off camera. That is to say, when on the bot. Where's the... Okay, whatever. From Tesla, what will it take for environment to start getting better? I don't know. I actually can only admit ignorance on that one. That is the only thing that I know about that, is that I have no idea what that would require. I mean, Mega Man isn't very popular. That's actually one of the reasons why the franchise kind of died out, but since that's not really a surprise. From Sean, should we embrace nuclear power as a clean energy source? I have no idea. I hate to keep saying that. I actually researched nuclear power about 20 years ago. And, yeah, I have no idea. It's been way too long, and way too much of an issue, and way too many things have changed. So I have absolutely no idea. Oh, there you are, Bragwin! You failed me, Bragwin! I've replaced you, Bragwin. I'm sorry. I've replaced you with my one true love, Rax. I'm sorry. You had to know. I had to tell you live on camera in front of hundreds of people so that I could generate drama and get YouTube clicks. I'm so sorry, Bragwin. Remember, if you have any questions for me, please address them to Valvedrix. That way they will get answered. If you do not address a question to Valvedrix, I will not address them. I will not answer them. That's how that works. We're being nice and organized about this. Okay. But yeah, nuclear power, I want to finish answering that. Let me be clear. Clean power, yes. Let's just start with that. I think more effort, more work, and more money needs to be spent on clean power. Abso-frickin-lutely. One of the things that irritates me the most is, have you ever been to a coal power plant? Because I have, and it was terrifying. And that's all I gotta say about it. That was years ago, too. So yeah, no, I do think we should move towards clean energy, but I am too ignorant of the specifics to say what, so I cannot give a complex answer to that. What do we got? Am I scared about the potential second breach of Twitch? No. So I should clarify that for a second. One of the questions I get asked semi-frequently is, does X, Y, or Z scare you? And the answer is always no. And people get weirded out by that, but that's just kind of the way my mind works. Because even if it's bad, that's not something that makes me freak out. It just means, well, that's bad and we have to adapt to it. And that's generally my mentality. So, do I think the second potential hack breach of Twitch is bad? Yes. Do I think we'll have to adapt to it? Yes. Does it scare me? No. Does that make sense? I'll clean the board a little bit here. From Gum Gum, would I say it's hard to write good stories about mental illness? No, it just takes research like it does for any topic, and that's the thing I think most people don't even bother doing, especially since it's been so common for so many years to just treat mental illness as something like Batman villains, to put it simply. I myself am, of course, guilty of that, but that's okay, because there is a reason to do that. There's a codified reason to just say, this is psychopathy, this is sociopathy, they're over here. That's not how that works in real life, but we don't care. Moving on. If I had to fight a duel with a medieval weapon, which would I pick? My first thought is spear, admittedly, because I do love... not spear, sorry, bow. A bow. A B-O, by the way. A long staff that you use. I love using that. That was awesome. I used to practice with it all the time. Haven't practiced with it in many, many years at this point. That being said, my second pick, which is something I am far more recently experienced in, is sword and board. I love a good sword and board combo. Just a few years ago, I was actually at Gen Con, and we did a whole, just a random fighting thing, and I was the tank. I was the sword and board person, and that was fun. I did get hit a couple of times because I was trying really hard to focus on my niece, who was there with us. She was playing one, so my sister played a wizard, and my niece was her familiar. And so, of course, I'm spending all of my time and effort focusing on her to make sure that she's safe and here and everything's cool. But it was still a lot of fun. It was cool. What are my thoughts on the metaverse? What's the metaverse? Will I be able to die in the game, so die in the real world? Question mark? Oh, so Nirazaz asks, what are my thoughts on a Mario Hyrule Warriors style game? Yes! Any questions? Seriously, take my money. Take my money. Make it happen. Let's do it. Facebook still exists? I'm joking. I know Facebook still exists because I've been reading some of the recently unredacted documents from Google and Facebook, and that's scary, by the way. But I don't know what the metaverse is. Is this a little loud? Is this just me? I mean, it's good music, but, like... Where is it? There it is. Let's turn this down a little bit. There we go. How's that? Is that a little better? That doesn't feel better. Let's put that down a little bit more. There we go. That feels better. That feels more accurate. Okay, there we go. We're cool. We're cool. Let's get in Life Invader as quickly as you can. No, this is mine. No, Maverick took it. Thief! Took all the rolls, and now he took my gun! Okay, so... but yes, in all honesty, a Mario-style Hyrule Warriors game. Sold. Assuming it's good. There's always that proviso, assuming it's good. Do I think... This is from Dream Whisper. What do I think about the recent laws about abortion passed in Texas? I think I would love to reach out to the people who passed those laws and punch them in the face until the blood stops coming out. Now, I want to be very clear about this. I'm not joking. This is wrong on every level. Now, hear me out for a second. Hear me out for a second. Obviously, I'm very pro-choice. I have absolutely no problem saying that. I think it should be something that is an option, given the circumstances. That is just how I feel about the situation. But that actually has very little to do with my feelings on that, because the reason that situation is so messed up is because what they are specifically doing is circumventing the very nature and structure of law. Now, we have a screwed up, messed up system, and it's built on pieces which are built on pieces, and yada freaking yada. But to straight up circumvent the law entirely is, in my opinion, wrong. To be able to... And I'm saying this so wrong. I'm explaining this so wrong, because this is actually a fairly complex topic in the way they're doing it. But the long and the short of it is they are saying, well, it's illegal to do this, but we're going to make it legal to do this other thing, which will enforce this, but not this. It's illegal for official government agents to enforce this, so they won't be, and they can't assist you in doing that. You can do whatever you want, though. Yeah, thankfully the Supreme Court blocked that. Thank God. To my knowledge, that's actually still being fought as of right now, because that's how laws work. But the mere fact that they were willing to so utterly circumvent the very concept of law is awful. And not just because of the specifics of the abortion thing, which, again, I do have my opinion on, but that's not related to why I think this is awful. It's awful because that sets horrible precedents if that was allowed to go through. I guarantee you that's why the Supreme Court blocked that. Not because of any feelings about abortion itself, but because that was setting a terrible, terrible precedence. Thank you, Eitri. Very, very much. Always appreciate. I'll put that towards Beyond Good and Evil. I don't know, Anosians. Why am I an anteater? Oh, on the document. Gotcha. What? Confusion. Alright, Beyond Good and Evil. I'm so glad I have these people to carry me through this fight. I mean, I'm doing terrible DPS anyways. I've actually seen my numbers. Not that I use add-ons when playing as Black Mage, and I do terrible numbers because I have no gear. Anyways. From Tesla, what do I think of the toxic suburban living? I don't know what that means. And do you wish they had more commercial and industrial areas so that people had less need of a car? I'm pretty pro public transport, but I'm also, this is going to sound like I'm just a broken record at this point, I'm also very pro intelligent public transport. Part of the problem there is that there are some public transports. Remember, any questions, please direct them to Valvedrix so that I will get them. The problem is there are quite a few public transports that are terrible and unsafe or worse than just driving. And so people tend to either just walk or drive or not do the public transit. We need actual public transport and actual support to make it actually good and actually safe and actually worth a damn. That being said, I do think a bit of restructuring of zones, for lack of a better way to put it, would help. However, I also think that that's the kind of thing that's probably not happening at this point, not without a massive overhaul, which, let's be clear, is not going to happen. Yes, it is Tortunator. I mean, I have to drive an hour to see my sister. I'll be doing that tomorrow. Twice. Anyways, so next thing. How would I recommend dealing with the cuteness of my cat deciding to sleep on me? So the first thing I'd do is I'd grab the cat by the neck and throw it across the room! And then I'd laugh maniacally. From Anosians, is the nose situation now consistently better a few weeks down the line? Absolutely yes. It is actually astonishing how much better this breathing situation has become. Thank you very, very much for asking. I very much appreciate the thought. The biggest thing I keep pointing to, it's nice to breathe, obviously. Exercising is completely different. I haven't even been out of breath in 3 weeks or 4 weeks or whatever it's been. But the biggest thing I could point to is I haven't had a non-muscle-related headache since the surgery. Now, if you don't understand the significance of that, I used to suffer headaches very regularly, like a bare minimum of once per week, and I haven't had one since. Now, this was still, theoretical, but several people have said this, and I tend to agree. I do think that we can officially say that these two facts are related now. And I'm really, really happy about no longer having constant headaches. Sleeping has been so much better. I can't even put into words how different it is to lay down and just be like, and then to wake up in the morning instead of 3 or 4 times in the middle of the night, It's just, it is such a game changer. I cannot put into words how thankful I am that you all helped me to be able to afford this and do this. Thank you. Thank you so much. What are my thoughts on crypto? I actually feel like I just answered that question. Digital currency, so let me walk that back a second. Digital currency is something that at least I can say, sure. Yes, I do, Houses. I feel like there's a validity and a purpose and a point in digital currency. Cryptocurrency is a subset of that. I'm actually pretty anti-cryptocurrency. Because cryptocurrency is specifically generated by removing tactile value and time from the world in order to generate that currency. So if I'm explaining this badly, There is work being done to consume resources and time to produce something without actually producing anything. Does that make sense? Like, there's nothing being added to the world as a concept from cryptocurrency. That's an addendum to the other problems which several people in chat just mentioned. It is extremely easy to abuse, and it's extremely easy to scam. So I am fairly anti-crypto. I appreciate it, Spartan. Every dollar, every $100, every $1,000, I appreciate it all. Really. Thank you. And yeah, that's the other thing. Like I said, I say it's spending stuff. So there's, obviously it's burning out cards, but it's literally burning electricity, which itself is burning resources. Because where do we get our electricity from? Never mind the issues that's causing electricity itself and just blah, blah. You get the idea. It's stupid. In my opinion, from a purely economic perspective, it is a net negative. It's a net loss. It's a deficit, and that's not acceptable. My opinion. All right, so do I have an opinion on whether overpopulation is a real concern right now or a racist myth? I'm going to go ahead and be honest. I have no idea what racism has to do with overpopulation. I don't think I want to know. Let's just walk away from that one. But that being said, I think that overpopulation isn't actually a problem itself. I know I've said this like 30 times today, but I don't think that the simple problem of overpopulation is the issue. I think the specific problems of which people are where and being able to afford where, that's more of an issue. I think real estate is more of an issue. I think the real estate industry is more of an issue. I think housing is more of an issue. Overpopulation, no. I think that's a solvable problem. That is my opinion, of course, but for evidence of that, I point to all of human history. Because that's what we do as humans. We construct a problem by virtue of our advancements, and then we solve it. As I said before, I tend to be pro-civilization. We actually talked about this during one of the Mega Man X games, because it's actually a plot point in one of the Mega Man X games. The ideas of, we add problems by virtue of things like civilization and society, and thus we have to deal with things that we haven't otherwise had to deal with, is then a solvable problem. We just have to devote time and resources to solving the problems we have created by virtue of removing some of the natural element from our lives. So, that's my opinion on that. Big, dumb, stupid opinion. You're going to hear a lot of dumb, big, stupid opinions from me today. I am not as versed as I used to be on real-life matters. I will be completely honest about that. I guess I'll go over here. Go! Go! Gotta get there before Mr. Red! Gotta get there! Ah, I beat him, I think. Hang on, did I? Yes! I win! Alright, what is my favorite storyline in WoW? Ooh, that's a tough one, Zion Druid. There's so many good ones. Ooh, picking one favorite? You're being mean. One storyline. One storyline that I could pick. Whoop. I mean, I live in a place where I literally rely on air conditioning to function, Plutonia, so make of that what you will. I still think it's a solvable problem, Hazardous. You can disagree with me on that because I'm an ignorant idiot who knows nothing about anything, but I still think it's a solvable problem. I just think we'll have to solve it. Now, whether we will solve it or not, that's a much worse question. I can't pick just one. I can't pick just one. So I'm just going to go with the first one that came to my mind. I can't think of the name of the zone. The Warlord's Orc starting zone for the Horde. That whole story arc across that entire arc. That's the first one that came to mind, so that's the one I'm going to pick. It's probably not the best. I can think of better ones probably, but that's the first one that comes to mind. You go ahead, Hazardous. I'm not going to click them. Alright, so, is the Laura and Rax wedding on? Yes, we're getting married tomorrow. There's going to be it's just sex. The whole day is just sex. Thoughts on the Beach Boys? I don't think I've ever heard a Beach Boys song that I'm aware of. Question from Narset. Did you see my donation? Answer. No! As usual, the rule is if I didn't respond out loud, then I absolutely did not see your donation. So there it is from Narset for $30. Thank you, Narset, very, very much. Ever and always. Thank you. Yeah, that's why I got that Pornhub account. Actually, I've said this before, I do legitimately have a Pornhub account. That is the... that's the nuclear option. Let's call it what it is. That is... If I want to say Fallout. If New Vegas... Or, goddammit. If YouTube ever finally pulls the plug on me, which is something that's been looming over my head for about 7 or 8 years now, then I need some place to continue to exist, and that's one of the 2 options. So, I do actually have a Pornhub account, just in case. It's in the safe section, obviously, but... So hang on, I gotta write all this down, because Narset donated a bunch of stuff for a bunch of things. Give me a moment. We've got Darkest Dungeon, and Dragon Age Inquisition, and I gotta say those all out loud. Crusader Kings 3, XCOM 2, Hades, and Dungeon Seed. Thank you again, Narset, very, very much, always. And I just got a sub from Namie. Namie, thank you for that sub very, very much. Putting it towards Dealer's Choice, you are awesome. Thank you. Okay. So let's put this back over here. And go back to the questions. Alright, Zactaf asked, what's the plan for Season 7 Clone Wars? So, any future shows, including that, would fall... I just hit the wrong button. Would fall under the Streaminations format. So, assuming Season 7 of the Clone Wars is funded, which it will require funding... Oh yeah, we all gotta make accommodation to this healer. We totally gotta do that. Assuming this is funded, we need to... what we'll do is we'll just do 1 episode, or 2 episodes, excuse me, per week until we're through, and it'll be the exact same thing we do for the Streaminations format. So, that's the answer to that question.
I've toyed with you long enough.
She has voice acting? Okay, hang on. Gotta give the comm really quick. There we go. Accommodation! Okay, from One's Linguist. What advice do I have for someone who's part of a body snatcher-esque alien infiltration force, but has discovered they actually enjoy human existence? That is a damn difficult question. So, the obvious solution is to go ahead and join the human rebellion against the Great Zot Hive. But you don't have to necessarily do that. You're probably going to lose anyways. So nothing you do is you can just kind of quietly stay, you know, behind the scenes and just enjoy life for what it is. And when the Zod infludes, just kill yourself. Alright, so... Disco says, does the urban myth of clown pretending to be a statue in the house scare you? I don't even know what that urban myth is, Disco. I have no idea. Oh god, you can tell how long I haven't played Black Mage because I have this stupid mount equipped. Oh my god, let's fix that immediately. Oh god, I hate this mount. Hang on. I gotta fix this right now. Ugh. Where is that? Mount guy, there we go. Yeah, get that crap off my bar. There we go. Ugh, much better. Okay. So yeah, we're gonna do raid first, so we can still keep people in. So, we need... actually, we're good already. Okay, everyone's set up. Okay, ready, check. Oh, I should invite Valvedrix, because she could do this. Valvedrix, do you want alliance raids? No, we lost Valerian. Why do I have an utter hatred for pineapple pizza? Because it is the devil! Do I think the Nintendo Switch Online Expansion Pass will get better? I sure hope so, but I don't actually know. So Great Alien, I saw your question. As a reminder, send your questions to Valvedrix and Reximus for me to get them. Please, and thank you. Okay, so we're getting Bragwin in instead of Valvedrix. Gotcha. I do appreciate you, Valvedrix. Thank you. I really do. It is super helping me to keep this smooth. Thank you, NeuroSS. That's good to hear. Alright, so is that everyone? That's everyone. Another ready check. So apparently, just send them to Valvedrix right now. Sorry, just send them to Valvedrix. Like Mr. Red just asked a question, which he should send to Valvedrix, which he didn't. Pika, so to Nintendo Switch Pass, I hope it's going to get better. See you around, F and Craig. Have a good one. If it doesn't, that sucks. I actually haven't gotten the pass yet. On paper, why can't we do trials? Oh, I don't have the item level. That's hysterical. I mean, I'd actually buy a frickin' BP. You know what? Hang on, I'm just going to do that right now. I'm just going to go buy a BP right now. Just give me a minute, This is so stupid. Do I think the online pass will get better? Hopefully. But we'll see. It would be very helpful to me for streaming to have good N64 emulation. Emphasis on the good part, which is, of course, the problem right now. I guess I could buy Tomb Gear. What level am I? 53? That's not terrible. I'll go do that. I'll do that. So let's go over here. Come on. There we go. No, not Corthus. Gosh darn it. This game. Cordona. There we go. My thoughts on how North America and China have grown tension between them, which may result in another World War III. I don't think World War III is going to happen, is how I'm going to start answering that question. And you might think, lore, you're dumb and stupid. And you are absolutely right. However, the world is such a fundamentally different place than it was during the Great War and World War II. We have become so adamantly tied to each other as countries and as nations, economically, culturally, and in terms of just our function. Like, I don't just mean economically in terms of money. I mean economically in terms of how we have things like food and resources. So, the idea of a Third World War happening it's not something I find to be particularly likely. Now, that doesn't mean it's not going to happen. But if you ask me to put money down, I'd say no. One moment, I need to figure out which of these I need. Is it this one? Yes. Just buy that. What else am I missing? There's another slot I'm losing out. Looks like belt? No, I have a belt. What's the other? Is that it? Is that the only thing I'm missing out on? 50, 50. Apparently, I'm just missing out on my chest piece. That's weird. Yeah, my favorite example is the iPhone. Think about how many countries are involved in the iPhone. Okay, what's my item level? 87? Huh? One moment. But I have 50 gear on. What is dragging me down? Oh, it's probably... It's my rings. I have a level 5 ring on. Let's just discard that. Jesus Christ. Yep, and there's another... Oh, that's my X ring, so I need that. Is that the X ring I just unequipped? Hang on. Hang on. Give me a minute. Pause on question answering for just a second. Nope, that's not an X ring. That's just a... What is this garbage? It's just a level 1 ring with +1 to every stat. Get out of my existence. Okay, there we go. So we'll buy a ring. That's dragging me down, but I can live with that. That's a good ring. That's a good ring. That's the 8th right earring. So I need a ring. Okay, let's see if that'll push me over the line. Accessories. Ring. Is that this? Why do I still have the starter ring? I'm so confused. There we go. I'm over the level. Okay. Sorry about that. Sorry. Oh, are they really? Well, my other ring is the leveling ring. Oh, it's only 30 under, though. Well, shoot. Okay, yeah, all right, let's do that. Buy the other ring. Put that there. Update. Okay. And hey, I actually don't look like I'm a hobo now. I mean, I've still got this weird helmet, but, you know, whatever. X. Ready check. White people are becoming a minority in the U.S. I don't think this will end well, because this kind of thing has never ended well throughout human history. What do I think? Pass. If I'm pro-choice, which I am, I'm also pro the father being able to completely separate himself from mother and child, with no obligations and rights, if legally it's not his kid. More case by case, but while I do think that the dad should have some say in things, depending on the circumstances, I admittedly say that as a male, so take that as you will. I also think that if... Okay, Bregwin's not ready, and Zero's not ready, so we'll just chill out here for a minute. I think it should be a legally allowed thing if the mother acquiesces to it and the court acquiesces to it, for the father to just walk away and have no legal attachment or connection to his child. Now, that's a pretty specific scenario and requires several steps to go through, but I'm okay with that on paper. What was my experience of January 6th? Oh, that I remember, honestly. I remember looking at that and being like, oh wow, it's a bunch of idiots. Fun fact, someone who I knew, I'm using past tense here, referred to that as a bunch of patriots who were doing their sworn duty as legal citizens of the United States, and those people are no longer a part of my life. Anyways, moving on. So Colin Palusa says, hang on, Crazy Norse asks me specifically, So he would have no financial responsibility again. Again, that's why I say she needs to sign off on that, and the court needs to sign off on that, Crazy Norse. Because if both of them sign off on that, then yes, absolutely. However, I am in favor of child support as a concept, because, you know, if she is not okay with this, or if she did not want to have this child, or if he did not want to have this child, but he still made this child happen because he himself didn't do it with diligence or whatever, then he needs to pay up for that. He needs to actually help, because raising a child is an expensive freaking thing. Okay, so I'm going to do another ready check here while we're running out of a minute. Any minute now. I don't see how, Loner, especially since he needs to be okay with that, too. Listen, Rydia. Yeah, I think Bregman's full on AFK. Alright, whatever. Cool, we'll just wait. So, should lobbying be abolished? Yes. Do I find any value in it? No. Crappy U.S. laws. How do I feel about the voting restrictions? Why do we even have voting restrictions? I mean, let me walk that back a second. On the one hand, voting restrictions make sense because you don't want a 2-year-old to vote. On the other hand, that's duh. I've said this before, and I've actually talked about this on camera because I don't think this is a controversial topic, but we were mostly talking about it in a fictional sense. The idea of voting, you can't just say everyone gets a vote, because that's not how that works. You do have to define which type of person gets a vote. The problem is that should be an extremely loose definition. As I said, you don't want a 2-year-old or someone from another country who doesn't live here to vote. But those are such bare bones, loose restrictions that should be, as I said, duh. It should be really duh to be able to restrict voting to people who really shouldn't be voting. That's about as far as that should go, in my opinion. And I just got a sub from Bella. Kingdom Hearts 1. Thank you, Bella, very, very much, as always. Much appreciated. Okay, so, how is Zan and the new baby? She's doing good. Thank you for asking. You can also ask her in Discord in the channel for Cooking for Zan. She does have that one and only channel unmuted if you want to talk to her about it. How much would a studio of my own cost right now? Several $1,000s or several $100,000 depending. More likely several $100,000, which is why I don't have one. Cordoon, now that I know how much the surgery helps you, how high would the cap be on how much I'd be willing to pay for it? So, I don't know if I said this out loud, but I had to pay more than I was quoted for it because hospitals are hospitals. I wouldn't have paid that much, even knowing, if I had known walking into it how much that was going to cost me. So I think the amount I paid was already too much for that surgery, my opinion. Send questions to Valvedrix, please. She's the one who's tabulating this. Thank you again, Valvedrix. You are awesome. Thoughts on Kyle Katarn? Believe it or not, I don't know anything about Kyle, really. Like, I'm not into him, but I'm not really against him. So I'm just kind of like, whatever on him. You know, it's just like, okay. Just go ahead and land here. Have my Mount of Awesome. There we go, just do this. We'll wait for Bragwin to come back. And there's some weird ugly mount right next to me. So next question. Do I believe... do I consider crypto mining worse than printing of currency? Yes and no. So on the one hand, yes, absolutely. Crypto mining, as I said, does a lot of things that doesn't contribute to society. You could still say the same thing about printing money. 1 second, please. The problem here is twofold. First of all, tangible money actually has a benefit that digital money does not. It's tangible. You have a fiver, you hand it to the person, you get your product, done. There's still plenty, and I do mean plenty, of people who use physical currency as a regular species. In fact, it's very common, especially for small businesses or grocery stores or people who aren't very wealthy. So, tangible currency, physical currency, has a benefit and a purpose to it, whereas digital currency doesn't automatically have a purpose to it. Make sense? So even just by that baseline, there's... what the heck? Oh my god, there's a giant chocobo there! Even by just that baseline, we already have a reason why printing currency is more useful and more beneficial No, I want to do Alliance first. There we go. Then crypto mining. The other thing, the caveat there is some physical currency printing probably should be phased out, especially here in the States, especially since it's already been phased out in other countries, but that's another topic. What is the, so from Faded Kirby, what is the most overrated game ever? I don't really like the phrase overrated, and I generally tend to think that the term overrated doesn't actually exist. So by logical definition, I would say none. There is no such thing. What are my thoughts on the name Cole Cassidy? Other than the fact that it's the name of a porn star, which I didn't know until someone linked me that, admittedly. I don't actually watch porn. I don't mind admitting that. It's just not my thing. No judgment, if you do. Not my thing. But, other than that thing, I don't care. Someone renaming something for good purpose doesn't actually bother me, and I'm fine with that, especially since, well, let's be honest with ourselves, most of the people who actually give enough of a damn to try and affect change at Active Blizzard are not in a power to do so, so changing the name is a very minor, insignificant thing. That is all they can do. So, sure, with that. Moving on. Rydia, SOS. Oh, God! I'll save you, Rydia! Cast Bahamut, I don't know. In my old Skyrim videos, I was praising it, what changed my mind. I actually have a very specific answer for that. I should delete that old Skyrim video. I was lying back then. Now, let me walk that back a little bit, because that's not a complete thing. The Skyrim has several good elements to it. It does. We talked about that during the lore run, and whenever we review Skyrim, it will get quite a few positives. But the thing is, Skyrim was a net negative game for me. However, that was early on in my quote-unquote career of talking on the internet, and I was legitimately afraid to be honest on the internet about my opinions, especially when they didn't conform to the norm, which was, of course, that Skyrim was super, super popular. So, when I was sitting down to do a video about Skyrim, I was like, oh god, everyone loves Skyrim. Okay. So I focused on praising it and nothing else. It took a couple of years, actually, for me to get to the point where I was comfortable enough with myself and comfortable enough with the show to be able to actually say, you know, this is actually what I think about such and such, which I am obviously at now. I have been for like 8 or 9 years at this point, but you get the point. No, you're right, Nero says, the expansions for Skyrim did not exist at that point in time. I believe I said in the video, but I was very much looking forwards to the Civil War / Dominion expansion, because surely that's where the next expansion is going to be, right? Anyways. Come on. There we go. No, don't target this. Target that thing over there. So I believe there's a specific mode I, as a creator, can set to remove pornographic ads from it. I don't know that with total certainty has it. I haven't actually looked into that in recent memory. But there are people who do completely non-pornographic things on Pornhub. I do know that. So I'm assuming that that flag that I believe exists does actually exist. I just haven't looked at it recently because I haven't had to. Oh no, I totally lied. I have absolute admittance of the fact that I was making stuff up. But as Nerozez points out, there was also some hope that it would get better in expansions, like it always has. Anyways. Okay, so, Magister says, opinions on the recent attention FF14 is getting. I'm in favor of it, because more attention can mean more subs, and more subs can mean more weight. And we've talked about weight before, but on the off chance you've never heard me talk about Mega Man X5 or Mega Man X6, which I discussed weight on just last week, weight is... I just answered that, Colin Peluso. Weight is... The answer is no. Something that has to do with how much attention, importance, and priority a specific project gets within a company. Anybody who's worked in any large company that has multiple teams working on multiple things knows what weight is, right? So, for example, Mega Man X5, even though it had the same budget, people were more inclined to do work for it, specifically because of the fact that it had a lot of weight behind it. So a lot of people... X4. So it was X5 too. So a lot of people really were pushing for that. A lot of people were trying to up that and blah, 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 blah. If you have 3 things on your desk, the one you tend to give the attention to is the one with the most priority, right? So, the hope here, this is of course theoretical, but the hope here is that FF14 is going to get more weight in the office at Square Enix, and therefore get more support, and then get more people prioritizing it, and blah, 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 blah. It is, as Rax also said in chat, a legitimately good game. It has issues. I don't want to sound like I'm dismissing those, because Lord knows this game has issues and things that drive me absolutely bonkers. Leveling speed comes to mind immediately. Or not being able to group with your friends. But I do still think this is a good game that more people should be able to share, and that's the other benefit of people getting attention on FF14, is the possibility of more people being able to experience this. By the way, I've been trying to convince my sister to play this. Make of that what you will. From Great Hillian! Always wondered, you're a mega underrated, thank you, underrated YouTuber and streamer. How have you managed to survive for so long, despite being so small? There's two answers to that. The first is pure, simple, stupid, doodah, clueless luck. Points if you get the reference. And it is. It is pure luck. I am 100% honest about that. The third reason, which I just thought of, is you guys. Although I guess that's really the second reason. So the second reason really is you guys. So there's a multiple pillars theory, but let me put it to you this way. A YouTuber or a streamer who's really big, let me walk that back, who's medium big, not the huge people who make millions and millions. No, I mean like the people who have a lot of viewers and a lot of supporters. How many of those viewers do you think actually financially support their show? Hey, Tyron. Now, the reason I bring that up specifically is because a lot of YouTubers, especially, don't actually get money out of their videos or get money out of their viewers. They get money out of ad revenue or out of sponsored videos, right? I get money from you. You donate directly, or you give me bits, or you subscribe on Patreon, or you subscribe on Stripe. That's my income, and that's how I've managed to survive for so long. I made the switch to Patreon very early on, like within a few months of when Patreon started existing. And that was extremely the right call, and I freaking called it. I just want to say that. I'm not always right, but by God... What group am I in? I'm in A. I'm in A. I need to go over here. So, yeah. I managed to get in at the ground floor of that, and you support me directly. By the way, fresh reminder, you are awesome. Disco says, WoW or FF14. Both. Even now. That still applies, even now. Tesla says, what are my New Year's resolutions? I don't do New Year's resolutions, but if I was to make one up right now off the top of my head, it would be to get through the freaking queue! For Mr. Red, what do I think of what happened at Capitol Hill on January 6th? How many of you, and I hope the answer is none, have ever been in a legitimately dangerous and or scary situation before? I don't mean, like, oh no, you know, my car is broken down inside. No, I mean like there's someone with a gun right over there and a stray bullet can kill you. I have more than once in my life. Legitimately scary situations. I hate to add that proviso, but I don't know what else to call it. Let's see, okay, fine, whatever. Legitimately scary situations are what are my thought about the December 6th thing. Obviously, those people are morons, and it'd be nice to say that these are just a bunch of idiot yokels who are wandering around doing things, but there are pieces of evidence that... I wasn't there. Let's start with that. I wasn't there. But there are pieces of evidence that have come out about those investigations that indicate that that was a legitimately scary situation. And that's unacceptable. And that's my thoughts on that. Tortunator asks, which funded game am I least excited... Oh, he's actually coming. It's fine. Which funded game am I least excited to play? Bloodborne! Wait, we're done that. Because it could have Faded Kirby. That's the whole point. That's the whole point. We got lucky. But the fact that we got lucky doesn't make it less scary. The fact that nothing happened doesn't make it less scary. It just means, okay, no issues. Move on, right? Anyways. Like, I've never actually been shot before. Not counting that one time. But it was still scary to have a gun pointed at my head. Anyways. Now that is, of course, a little bit of an extreme situation, but you get my point, right? Just because you don't actually break someone's legs doesn't mean you walking over and saying, I'm going to break your legs is any less terrifying. Moving on. I was in the middle of asking something, and I think it got deleted before I got to it. But whatever. Am I... Oh, hey, I'm a lucky one. Yeah, I didn't actually drown. I lived. Why do I have aggro? Why do I have aggro? Ah! Oh, I don't have aggro. It's okay. It's on Mr. Red. Ah, what funded game? Right, thank you. What funded game I'm least excited to play? Sorry. Let me actually pull up my website. Did you know I have a website? Let's pull up the queue right now. I'll give you a live answer right now. Here we go. Okay. So we've got Ghost Trick. I can't. I'm sorry. I'm memeing. I shouldn't do that. Oh, and we're no longer looking. Lufia 2. No, I'm sorry. I don't think I'm really dreading any of these. So the closest thing to a game I'm just kind of on is Star Trek Shattered Universe. It's a PS2 game, I think. And I don't know much about it, but my experience with Star Trek games is not good. So based entirely on ignorance, that's probably the one I'm least looking forward to. But the rest of them are cool. I'm with it. Anyways, so how much do I know about Dread at this point? So there is one thing that was spoiled for me, which I will of course not be saying on camera. And that's it. I've actually managed to walk away from almost every knowledge about that, even in terms of mentioning, never mind spoilers. So far I've been quite lucky with Metroid Dread. Hopefully I'll be able to get through the next 9 games before I actually get spoiled on something else. I would have to think about it to come up with something more ridiculous than Ba Weep, Grana Neep, Ninibong. But no, that's pretty ridiculous, Pills of Snow, especially since they were daring to be stupid. Ect asked, do I think we're in a second Cold War? There is a line of thought, which I don't know if I agree with. Let me start with that. But there's a line of thought that says that we never actually left the Cold War, it just changed. Now, I think that's getting into semantics, but I would say it's reasonably easy to say that we are currently in a Cold War, probably more of an economic one than the previous one, which is far more... You know, even as I'm saying that, I'm walking that back. So, yes. There we go. There's the answer. Yes. Tesla, how likely is it for the U.S. to go the way of the Soviet Union? Maybe like 20% chance, something like that. The states already operate pretty independently from federal on many levels here in the States. So, you know, the United States breaking up into each state, sure, that's something I could see happening. But the problem is there's also a lot of reasons why that isn't, it hasn't happened, and honestly probably isn't going to happen. So, it's a good way to put that, Hazardous. What do I think about the argument that Disney's trend of live-action thingy is being creatively bankrupt? Okay, so that's getting into another argument. A very common argument, which is remakes are bad, remasters are bad, etc. I usually tend to be very pro-remastered, pro-port, pro-remake, and I do absolutely lean towards that. I do think that there are certain aspects of society, or excuse me, fiction, Hollywood, excuse me, that tend to be a little bit too regurgitative when it comes to their creations. However, I actually don't think the Disney live actions qualifies that. And the reason I say that is actually very basic and very simple. Probably hazardous. There's just so many economic reasons for that to happen. The reason I say that is because, granted, I'm not super into the live-action remakes, but anybody looking at those can tell you they have actually changed up the films. They did actually put a decent amount of work and effort into putting their own stamp on things. They are remakes. They're not one-for-one ports of the original. Now, whether they're good or bad is not relevant to this discussion, and I'm not willing to give an opinion on that. But I do think that saying they're creatively bankrupt is not quite the right way to put that. After all, how many people in chat right now are particularly pro making your own take on a story, either via fan fiction or headcanon or doing a rewrite project? And yeah, they will run out of material. Well, okay, no, let's walk that back. They will run out of material if they just stick with their popular things. They will, if they go to their entire library, they will have material for days. Or, I guess, years or decades is a better way to put that. But anyway, so, moving on. That was close. And on me. DV Dimitri says, what's my opinion on the Ewok victory at Endor? Justified or not? No, it's not justified. Don't mistake me. It's easy to argue it. In fact, it's the argument everyone's been giving for the last 40 years. It's always the same argument. Vietnam, right? Everyone always gives the exact same argument. And that's a valid argument, but I don't think the movie earns that. Ooh, am I? Oh, I'm not. I don't think the movie earns the Vietnam parallel, in my opinion. I know that's what he was going for. That's what they've stated several times they were going for. I know that's the biggest and most obvious excuse. But I just think that they haven't done enough to make that actually valid in the movie. This goes back to what I was talking about earlier with regards to The Last Jedi. There it is. Can it be fixed? Sorry, that was the second ask. Can it be fixed? So first of all, let's make them Wookiees. I know I say that a lot, but honestly, that's such an easy, obvious fix, isn't it? So first of all, we make them Wookiees. But the second thing is, it would take a degree of restructuring and reworking of the entire battle sequence in order to make it line up a little bit better. Not the whole sequence. There are still several... I agree with that, Malcolm. There are still several scenes that work just... Whoa, okay, that's cool. That work just fine as is, and don't need rejiggering. Yeah. Okay, this is an interesting start. I'm going to back off a little bit for no reason. Don't mind me. I'm just going over here. There we go. I believe it has this because... Oh. Anyways. Thoughts on China's cultural genocide of their minorities? No information, so I don't know. In fact, that's probably the first time I've ever heard of that was you saying that just now. So, that's my answer to that. I can't judge something that I have no information on. Crazy North says, as the pandemic has shown, don't I think supply chains have gotten excessively long? No. I think that from a logistical and structural perspective, societies at the level that we're at kind of require long supply chains. Now, hang on a second. Hang on. Before you jump down my throat, I do have to say, for the 31st time... I should start keeping track at this point. For the 31st time today, I think a more complex solution is called for. So in other words, I don't think making supply chains shorter is the solution. I think making supply chains better is the solution. Does that make sense? You know, actually trying to make it so that we have less... Whoop! Hello. Less bull crap, less unnecessary steps. But I don't think making a supply chain that just goes through 2 hops is the solution. Yeah, fixing the roads, fixing the trains, really going into the trains. Here in the States, I don't know about other countries, but here in the States, we should be leaning so much more on our trains than on our semis. Holy crap. Stuff like that, right? So, moving on. Tesla, again, you're asking a lot of questions today. Thoughts on COVID vaccination and its potential of being against the freedom of one's body to be... Blah, 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 blah. Hang on. Blah, 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 blah. Blah. Okay. Thoughts on COVID vaccination and its potential of being against the freedom of one's body protected by many constitutions of the world's nations. So, someone said this earlier in chat, and it's a very valid point. Mandatory vaccinations, especially for certain aspects of jobs or careers, are a kind of a normal thing and have been for a while. So I don't feel like there's anything particularly against... Oh, Jesus. That one DPS is getting some comms today. I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with the idea. Now, you might say, well, it's my body, my responsibility. That gets into drunk driving. I swear this is related. I'm sorry I'm not trying to drift off topic. But the reason I bring up Trump driving? It's Trump driving. It's when you go out and you drive around saying, Trump's awesome! Drunk driving is something that you... The argument has been given before, that you have the right to inhibit yourself and endanger your own life in your car by drunk driving. The problem with that is, of course, the potential damage to others that could be done as a result of that. Now, to be very clear, I don't actually know how much the vaccination helps or doesn't help with regards to other people. I don't have information on that. I'm not Q. However, that is my automatic reaction to anybody who says I shouldn't have to be vaccinated. And by reaction to that is, is that possibly making the situation worse for other people around you? Because people's rights, in my opinion, and you can go and flag me as controversial for this thing, but in my opinion, people's rights are very important right up until you start actually endangering other people. Then we get into a gray area. And this gray area is exactly what it sounds like. It's gray. So, let me re-queue really quick. Yeah, like being a teacher is a perfect example of someone. You be a teacher, you're vaccinated. So. Ugh. Oh, who's joining? Who's joining? Tyron. Where's Tyron? Where's Tyron? There he is. I don't... That's an interesting problem. Okay. So Ventures asks, are there any games you regret playing or allowing on the show? Yeah, several, actually. Did I get Tyron? There we go. Hey. So we're going to another ready check. This is going to be for trials, specifically. To be clear, by the way, I can only speak about vaccinations in ignorance. So, because of what chat's saying right now. Because chat right now is disagreeing with each other about how vaccinations work and what good or bad they do. And I can do trials as 54. What are you talking about? I can super do trials as a 54. Trials requires 50. Yeah, I do not have the education. I freely admit that I do not have the knowledge. I do not have the understanding. I do not have the mentality to say whether or not that should be a thing or whatever. Yeah, I'll switch when we do raids. I'm not sure what to. I'll figure out something. Warrior, maybe? White mage. And that's it. So I'll take either tank or the heal slot when we get to that. Where's Bragwin? Did she say something? Because I completely missed it. Anyways, moving on. Sorry. Games I regret playing on the show. I should probably actually answer games I regret playing on the show. Let me pull up my review list really quick. Let me start by saying Bloodborne. I regret playing Bloodborne. I technically regret Heroes of Might and Magic 5, but that's not because of the game itself. The game's awesome. It's just, I had some technical issues with that one. I'm not coming up with any others so far. I'm just going up the list of games we've reviewed here. I kind of regret not playing Vermintide 2 more on camera, but I played it more off camera and added a whole bunch of positives to make up for that. Nope, that's it. That's the only one, Bloodborne. Tesla says, why did the police casually allow the mob to get into the Congress building on January 6th? I am not a mind reader. I have no idea, Tesla. Hang on, let me use my psychic powers. I'm sorry, Hazardous. I apologize. I do regret playing Bloodborne. Let me be very clear about that. Because I feel like Bloodborne was not a game for me, and I knew that walking into it. It's Eldritch Horror, which I don't like. It's a Dark Souls clone. Or, that's not the wrong word. It's Soulsborne. It's a Soulsborne game, which I don't like. And it has... I was not enjoying that week. But as I'm saying this out loud, you know what? I'm going to walk that back. Because I only got about 2 comments that were negative about Bloodborne, and that wasn't terrible. It's not like when I was playing Dark Souls, where we had plenty of Rule 0 violators. So I'm going to walk that back. I don't regret playing Bloodborne, and I absolutely don't regret playing Hom 5. That was an awesome game. But as I've been saying that, I did think of a game that I absolutely regret playing on camera, and that is Disco Elysium. Disco Elysium is a very good game that caused me legitimate harm mentally to play through. It's one of the reasons I have that proviso when I say whether or not I recommend it or not in the review. That game got a little bit too deep into actual mental illnesses, and that caused me problems. So, that's a game I regret streaming. But Bloodborne was fine. Bloodborne was fine. We had fun with that. It was cool. Thoughts on Star Wars Visions? That's the anime, right? Haven't seen it, is the short answer. Conceptually, the idea of a bunch of Star Wars Elseworlds is something I'm in favor of, so I'm down with that. So, yeah. I don't have anything else to add to that. Yeah, this is why Hellblade Senua is not allowed on this show. It is the exact reason. Hellblade Senua is a good game, by the way. Let's be very clear about that. But that's the problem. It is a very well-constructed mental health game, right? So, yeah. Anyways. So I Drink From a Ham says, in my opinion, we focus a lot on the culture war issues in the U.S., which serve as a way to distract and divide people, and spend little time talking about the policy to improve our lives. Do you agree, and can that be helped? Yes and no, respectively. One of the issues... yeah, one of the issues I did Nero's as because of my girlfriend once upon a time, who was actually a mental health specialist. And, you know, me, I like to get along with everybody, especially the woman I'm currently having sex with. I say that so dismissively. I really liked her. She was a great girl, and we stayed friends for a while afterwards. I hope she's doing all right. I really do. Anyways, she, we, who? Culture war. I think that the line mentality versus... What am I listening to? Oh, I'm listening to Valvedrix. I think the line mentality problem we have in the world is something that is a little bit too much, but I think it's mostly just because we notice it more. I hate to keep hitting that point over and over, but it really does feel to me like... I'm losing my train of thought because I'm not doing anything. I'm sorry. Where the hell is Bragwin? Oh my god. I'm actually losing my train of thought. I feel like because it's so easy to notice smaller things, and because of the fact that we hear more about both sides, and because of the fact that it's... I'm sorry, I don't have a better way to say this. Because of algorithms, I think that the slap fighting back and forth is getting quote-unquote worse, mostly because all we're hearing and all we can interact with is the slap fighting. I'm going to point to Twitter specifically for a moment. Not because I want to crap on Twitter, but because Twitter limits you to so many characters, right? And so if you want to actually make a point, what do? Well, you make a thread on Twitter. You have to post and then reply to yourself and then reply to yourself and then reply to yourself in order to say something of substance. Most people don't do that. Most people just say, well, I think blah. You know, for example, let's say I was to go on Twitter right now and say, I like Rise of Skywalker, okay? Now, that's not my full opinion. That's not even close to my full opinion. I've already talked today about closer to my full opinion about Rise of Skywalker. But trying to summarize that down, all that people are going to get is the summary, the surface level of my opinion on that matter, right? So I have now declared for a side. And now the people who are pro are going to boost that because they are in favor of me, because they are also in favor of that. And the people who are against are also going to boost me because they are against me, and they're going to try to constantly respond to that and boost the algorithm. I hate to keep bashing the concept of the algorithm, but I really think the algorithm, as it is currently applied, is a net negative on society. And I mean that. This is going to suck. And the other problem with that, just to finish this up, I Drink From a Ham, is news is a business. And if I might be completely bold, I don't think it should be. I know that's a strange statement, but I feel like the moment you attach monetary incentive to getting attention on whatever news you're reporting, you have automatically, mathematically removed the incentive to report on news. And instead what we have is trying to generate clicks, trying to generate views, trying to sell papers, trying to sell magazines. I've had this opinion since I was in high school, when I was actually studying the concept. That opinion has not changed. So, Loner says, did you know that news is actually an acronym? I used to know what that stood for. This is funny timing. But I don't actually remember what that acronym is anymore. It's been too long. I don't remember it anymore. I'm sorry. Hopefully that was in the middle enough to not hit the back row. Zoop. Oh, I'm fine. No, I'm whoop nails. I'm completely with that. Notable events, sports, and weather. Thank you. I used to know that. Okay, when someone lies about lying, is he being honest? No. He's lying. That's an easy one. Give me a hard one. Don't give me a hard one. I don't want any hard ones. Okay, so, what other lies have I been telling you? I lied about my age in the Star Wars thing because that was a joke at the time that was commonly conceived by me and my friends. Oh, that button. My buttons are wrong on Black Mage. Hello? Hello? There we go. Give me some mana. I think that's about it. I used to lie a whole bunch about where I live, too, but that's for actual security reasons. I still lie about where I live, but that's, again, for actual security reasons. Here we go. I can't see the name, asks, on the Skyrim lies, do you think what I said was more of an omission, or did I make up positives? I'm going to be totally honest, I don't remember. I remember it specifically because I had the debate with myself before I sat down and recorded it. But I remember that debate far more than I remember that rumination. That person is getting a bunch of things. Thoughts on the U.S. spending trillions on the military, and would you say that money could be spent on something better? I am in favor of military spending. Can you finish my sentence here? Can you do it? I bet you can. It would probably not be hard to do. Because I am absolutely in favor of spending money properly and carefully and within reason. Bingo. Very good. So yes, I do think we spend too much and too improperly with regards to military spending here in the States. I only bring that up because one of the most common arguments I hear... oh, I'm switching to normal. So I'm taking a healer slot. Oh, you already switched, so that's cool. One of the most common arguments I hear... Where's my white mage? There it is. Against military spending is we shouldn't spend, like, hardly any money. Talk about pulling the military budget down into, like, the 5-digit range. Which is just absolutely insanity. It's just the opposite extreme, and I am very much not in favor of that, to be very clear. Yes, that's the FF14 limo that Mr. Red is in, right there. It's the worst mount in the game. I'm just kidding, I'm just kidding. No, I actually know what the worst mount is in the game, because I have it. I have both of them. I have both of the worst mounts in the game. How's that for fun? Check this out. I'll show them both off. Check this out. Behold! Worst mount number 1. It's a giant, stupid whale. Now, in fairness, I've actually gotten some good use out of this before. Because this was what Pax and I were using to go around. I'd run around getting flight path stuff. Or not flight path, the Aether Currents. And then he'd hop on and be like, hey, cool. The other one, I keep hitting the wrong button here. I'm just going to show this off super quick. I also bought this specifically for the Endwalker stream. I really liked the idea of this until I saw it in action. Why does it look so organic? Why does this look so organic? Oh, I hate this thing. Like, I was so excited about having the big whale, and then it's even got, like, its fins and just, oh, God, it's not even better than... Look, its rear looks terrible in the air, too. Which is what you stare at the most when you're flying, so that's an important thing to keep in mind. Ugh. Anyway, sorry. Hang on, I gotta figure out how to do that. There we go. Apply. At least it's a good song, you know? Do I think the USPS should be privatized? No, I think the USPS should be properly managed, is the way I want to phrase that. See, the thing is, the USPS is very... I think it... Whoa! Oh, it's because I wasn't moving. That's why it was so quiet. I mean, it's a good song. Anyway, sorry, let's pull that back down. Words. Some USPS is specific to, I forget if it's the city, the county, or the office. I actually don't remember. Please forgive me. But the USPS sometimes is really awesome. The people are very well taken care of. They have good funding, good support. Cool. And then sometimes they're not. And it's per post office. That's my issue. I think that we should make it so that they are all taken care of. And yes, I know that's expensive, and I don't give a damn. It's the post. By the way, this is a fresh reminder that we do have Rule 0. I've been letting it go for now because I've been mostly trying to rapid-fire the questions, but please remember Rule 0 still applies. If you disagree, drop it. If you're getting to that level of severity, drop it. Okay? Cool. Now. What was I saying? I've completely lost train of my thought. Now, hang on, let me walk through this thing. Have I seen anything about the new Age of Empires 4? No, I have not. I'm looking forward to playing it someday. I think it's on the list. It is certainly not on the queue. So, that's my thoughts on that. Have I seen anything about New Age of... Oh, I just read that one. Sorry. From Sean, thoughts on porn games getting so much crowdfunding support in recent years. So I've actually already said this, on camera even. I'm 100% in favor of there being actual pornographic games which are good, instead of it being shoved down into hell, right? Like, I'm saying this wrong. I'm sorry. Let me walk a few steps back. Let me say thank you to Dr. Winter. Thank you, Dr. Winter. I'll put that towards Darkest Dungeon. You're awesome. Have a good day. Thank you. I'm going to not contribute to the group for a second here. Let's just get a random generic heal out while I write this down. Okay. Now to green DPS. By the way, I heard a long, extensive argument about why they shouldn't make green DPS more complicated, and I so disagreed with it. And then I found out a whole bunch of other people who were like, oh man, this is the dumbest idea I've ever heard, and that was just kind of gratifying. I just want to share that. Alright, porn games. If you're gonna have porn games, they should be good. Like, they shouldn't be taboo, for lack of a better way to put that. They shouldn't be over there on the side and not have the proper funding and not have proper developers and be the kind of thing that is resume poison, which is what it has been for a long time. There are actually people who have worked on pornographic stuff in terms of comics or whatever that, whoops, wrong button, that have had to actually work at it to remove that stigma in order to get quote-unquote actual work. So, I'm 100% in favor of that. Yeah, exactly. They should be good games, and then they should be porn. Preferably good porn, but, you know, whatever. My opinion. Moving on. Did my Twitch earnings get leaked? Yes. Why is my actual Twitch name Critical Role? Shh! Shh! Let's see. As a reminder, if you want to send a question to me, please send it to Valvedrix. She's keeping track of that because she's awesome. Yes, I have a website, funvolvage.lorerunner.com. Why do I always say website instead of lorerunner.com? Admittedly, I don't want to get super spammy, but also I have to admit that this is a flaw in me. It's sort of automatic for me to presume that lorerunner.com is my website because it's lorerunner.com. It's about as basic of a website as I could possibly make it. So I have a tendency to just say website instead of saying lorerunner.com each thing. So, that's me. I'm dumb and stupid. Moving on. Kakalukia, probably pronounced it horribly, I apologize, says, why are there requirements to get a driver's license but no such thing as for the birth of a child? So I can answer the question, which is why do I think that's not a thing? We don't have the DPS. Holy crap. Yeah, wow, we didn't have the DPS. I was casting. You saw that. You can't blame that on me. You can't blame that on me. I was DPSing. And I actually have gear on my White Mage. Whoops, shortcut. However, I think the reason why that isn't a thing is because too many people... How do I phrase this? Too many people would be against the idea of licensing for child birth, just in general. Like, too many people would look at that and be like, yeah, no, there's no way. Too many people already don't do things to not have children when they don't want children, and we're a horny species. So, That's the answer to your question. I think that people are so resistant to the idea as a base level that there's no way we can actually do that. No way that you could pass such a law. So, Voice of Authorita says, what do I think of the elements that make a great video game villain? I don't know how to answer that question, because there's 700,000 million billion things that can make a good video game villain. Whoops, I need to move over here. Like, I mean that sincerely. There's so many different kinds of so many different good villains that... Oh, I should be moving. That I don't feel there's, like, one checklist, so to speak, of things that would make a very good villain, you know? That being said, is it any different from making a good video movie or book villain? There is one manner... Hi, floating triangles. There's one manner in which a video game villain does differentiate from a non-interactive medium villain, and that's that you have to be designing for that boss fight, too. This is the Kai Lang effect in a nutshell, right? In other words, you know, you run into having the problem of having a Ranjit, or you run into the problem of having a Xenos. Both of them are issues because they're cheating, because they are straight up, they cheat the boss fights. They're not properly designed boss fights. Hi, Zitzlair. They're not fun to fight, right? Yes, so far, so on. So far, I haven't seen anything that's made me want to nuke this. As usual, you guys are awesome. Thank you, everyone, for continuing to be awesome. So, much better. What the hell happened that time? I guess I'll give the praise to that other healer. I don't know if they healed. Let me out of here. So, I'm going to start doing leveling roulette. I need 3 volunteers. I'm going as a DPS. I'm pushing Black Mage right now. Alright, but so specific examples. I just named 2 from the very game I'm playing right now. But again, Kai Lang from Mass Effect 3 is a perfect example. If you're going to have a boss fight that sucks, that makes that villain worse, because you have now added a gameplay negative on top of whatever story stuff you've done. Make sense? So that's the only variance. You have to design that enemy with regards to combat or antagonist or whatever. And that also applies as to whether or not you ever fight them, because some video game villains we never actually fight. And that's something you have to take into account as well, whether or not we get that catharsis of killing them, or if someone else gets it, or you know, whatever, right? One moment, I need water. So yeah, I'm going Black Mage. It's over here somewhere. There it is. Yeah, the boss fight adds characterization. That's absolutely correct. I talk about this so much. Everyone thinks I'm pro-story, and for obvious reasons. I am pro-story and gameplay equally. Just to be very clear about that. Beta Kirby says, favorite Kubrick film? Let me look up some. Because I can't remember any other than 2 off the top of my head. Stanley Kubrick. What have you made other than the 2 I remember? Okay, what do we got here? There's 2001. Clockwork Orange. He did Full Metal Jacket. Eyes Wide Shut, which I didn't actually... Yeah. Shining. Excuse me, The Shining. Sorry, dumb joke, dumb joke. Path of Glory, Spartacus. I'm going to just default to 2001: A Space Odyssey, even though it is in many ways a boring film and the ending is... Bleh. Yes, I know the book explains it. I don't care. The fact of the matter is, 2001: A Space Odyssey is an incredibly well-constructed film. It is a It is a cinema... Oh my god, I can't talk. It is a matter of cinematographic... Why can't I talk? The cinema used in that film is amazing. I can't say that word. Cinematographic. It sounds wrong. I'm saying that wrong. Whatever. The usage of camera, the usage of set, the usage of design, the pacing of the scenes, the technology, all of that is just amazing in 2001. I cannot praise that aspect of that film enough. I really can't. There are other aspects of that film which are not as good. But that's going to be my favorite because of the cinnamon. Thoughts on AI? See you around, Entity. Have a good one. I didn't finish AI, and that's probably the simplest way to give across my opinion on that one. Ross says, which is better, Wrath of Khan or Empire Strikes Back? Empire Strikes Back because it has no major flaws, whereas Wrath of Khan has one. Very close. Inches amongst miles. Venters asks, do I think paternity leave should be a thing? Yes! My brother-in-law is currently on paternity leave, by the way. And if so, why do I think so many people are against it? I have no idea. Actually, that's not true. I do have a theory, but I have no evidence for the theory whatsoever. And that theory is bias towards females, for lack of a better way to put it. It's something that I've run into a couple of times, legally, specifically, because of how maternity suits and maternity legality tends to go. Leaning towards the mother, etc., etc. I knew it, Warp Core! I knew it. The one flaw of Wrath of Khan is Kirk's mistake. Now, I understand that the whole point was they needed Kirk to make a mistake. I understand that he needed to make that mistake so Khan could get the Alpha Strike. But the problem is, Kirk makes that mistake, and there's no good reason for Kirk to make that mistake. I don't care how much he's been behind a desk. It's there because plot. He doesn't raise the shields when the Reliant is first on approach. That is, in my opinion, a flaw of the construction, of that film. It is, however, also the only flaw in that film. So, make it that what you will. Hang on, MLP Furman. Direct your questions to Valvedrix, please. I'm kind of going down the queue. The queue's getting kind of big. Larian asks, was I expecting Rogue One to be as good as it turns out? Absolutely not. I was super, super duper not expecting that to be as good as it was. Why can't I interact with my chat, or my groups here? Yeah, exactly, Bregman. That's exactly what I was referring to. I have 5 people. I need 4. Who's leaving? I don't want to sound horrible, but I need one of these people to leave the group. I can't kick anybody, so I can't choose randomly. How do I... Very well, I will leave the group. Ugh. I'm sorry, the film was Rogue One, Dream Whisperer. I was asked if what I thought was Rogue One and how I thought walking into it. What fate? Okay, hang on, right, check. So, Dr. Witcher says, I haven't heard of Disney employees tanking the Chinese government for allowing them... Tanking? The Chinese government for allowing them to film Mulan close to an internment camp? No, I have not, but I also haven't seen Mulan, so I don't know anything about that. Crazy North says, so, considering the chat so far, what do I feel about religious medical exemptions? Okay. Can you give me an example, would be my answer to that. And that is more or less my actual answer to that question, is because that's going to depend a whole lot on the specifics of the actual individual exception. Because, oh my god, of course we got Sistage. Oh, right, you're 16. Duh, I knew that walking in. Like, if you're wanting to be exempt from something real, let's call that what it is. Oh my god, my spell bar. Holy crap. Well, we have a problem. You know? So, I'm going to go ahead and say that I would lean against that, Crazy Norse, in overall concept. But I will add the proviso that it does specifically matter on the specific exemption and the specific case. That's... So, a default of no, but an understanding that it could be led towards yes. That's my answer to that. Loner says, if... I can't do Latin. Divide et impera, I think, is true. Who is benefiting from the current divide between left and right? Rich people. Really rich people. Sorry, I should clarify that. Because I have a bad tendency to refer to... use the term rich people, when what I mean is people who are very, very rich. People who have surpassed the 100 million mark. I actually talked about this recently. The actually rich people, the no really rich people... they have actually requalified terms for that multiple times to be able to acknowledge just how increasingly rich they... Yeah, the ultra-rich, exactly. So, I need to get into the habit of saying ultra-rich when I say that. Because if you ever see me say the word rich, that's what I mean. I mean the people who are stupid rich. So, that's my answer to that. Do I think it's a good idea for a country to have a black portion of the budget without disclosure what it's spent on? Absolutely yes. I am 100% in favor of the concept that a country should be able to keep certain things a secret. I am also 100% in favor of the idea that other countries have the right to spy on that, by the way. We need to keep each other in check. That's how that works. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Monobret. There's rich, and then there's richra, and then there's richka, and then there's richsa. I'm sorry, that made my day right there. That's awesome. Okay. So, Plutonia says, do I think the last... hang on. Something's wrong with my eyes. You know what? Actually, hang on. Do you mind, Valvedrix? I'm going to try to increase the font size. It makes it a little bit easier to read. There we go. That's a little bit better. Ugh, okay. I like Brave ones after that, too. So, do I think the last Iraq war was more about oil or more about generating military-industrial complex profits using tax money? Loner had another question? I already answered Loner's question. The black portion of the budget. I said yes. And then I said also we should be able to spy on that too to unlock such a thing because that's how we keep each other checked. I don't have anything else to add to that. Or did Loner respond in chat? I'm sorry, did I miss something in chat? God, I'm terrible. Okay, I answered both. Okay. Thank you for checking me. We have to keep each other in check, whether it comes to military policies or with regards to me answering questions. All you have to do is at your question towards Valvedrix, Baron. That's all you gotta do. Okay, so the Iraq war thing. I'm gonna be totally honest, I don't know. I hate to keep giving that answer, but the older I get, this is gonna sound like a stupid statement, the older I get, the more I realize how little I know. And I should mention that I have been actively seeking out knowledge my entire life. And yet still, the older I get, the more I realize how little I know. So, in regards to some of these questions, the only answer I could give is, I have no idea. Nerozaz asked, any interest in Starship Troopers Terran Command? A little bit. I'm curious where they're going to go with it. I'm not a fan of the book. The movie was okay, rather amusing. And, I mean, I like strategy games in general, so yeah. The Nobody asks, did you think the Miranda booty cam shot changes in the Legendary Edition were necessary, funny, or ridiculous? I mean, of all the things to change, why even bother with that? However, I have no problem with them changing it. I am actually in favor of doing little things like that if you feel like you should, if there's a good reason to it. See the aforementioned question about Overwatch renames for another example of that. That being said, I also don't care one way or the other. I have no particular say or care in that. I've actually admitted this before. People have asked me this question before. How can you be so blind, Lore? I didn't notice the Miranda booty shots until it was pointed out to me. So make of that what you will. Also, if you have any questions, please at them at Valvedrix, since that's how we're keeping track of that on today. Going down to the Fiendish Dogtail. How do I define childhood? I've never been asked that one. Let me think about that for a second. I would say physically I define childhood as pre-puberty, which is obviously different per person, and mentally I define childhood as pre-mental puberty. And I know that's a really vague statement, but you probably know what I mean by it just by the way I say that, right? Like when you start to understand how things actually work, you start to have complex opinions, you start to have nuance about how you can think of something as being good, bad, or in between. That's the moment you have drifted out of, I say moment, it's a transition, but that's when you transition out of childhood and into adulthood. I say that way very specifically because I personally know people who are older than me who have not yet gone through that. Do I ever miss childhood? No. God, no. I would much rather have the depth of complexity and understanding and the meat of enjoyment in terms of personal reactions and relationships and friendships and fiction and video games and everything that I have now than have the ignorance and lack of understanding and lack of nuance that I had as a child. Easy answer, no thank you. Nameless Baron says, how good is FF14? Very good. So far, we've only reviewed one of the expansions. It's reviewed pretty well. I do think there's absolutely flaws with it, almost entirely on the gameplay axis. However, one of the things I've noticed... Whoops, wrong button. One of the things I've noticed, I was talking to the PAX about this, is that they seem to have thrown a lot of their eggs into the narrative basket, and that's worked out for them. Even Stormblood, which made me quit the game, nevertheless still had some good stuff with regards to the narrative axis. And Shadowbringers absolutely knocked it out of the park, in my opinion. So I think that focusing on telling the best story they can in the best way they can was a smart move. It's like Saldir, you know, whatever Saldir does, he just touches it and it's gold. That's how that works. How's the heart doing, Saldir? Oh, absolutely, Crazy Norse. Absolutely. I feel so stupid. Whoops. I feel so stupid for some of the things I used to say and do as a kid. God, what the hell was wrong with me? I mean, I know the answer. I was a kid, but what would I change about Palpatine to make him a better villain? So the first thing I'd do is I would make him less evil and more smart. The thing I would do after that... Oh my god, he has the heart of Midas. It makes so much sense. The next thing I would do after that is I would focus on making him the exact character that he was for a brief period of time in the EU. You know, the Grey Jedi. I've talked about this before. The person who was like, well, I want power and I care about myself, so I'm going to do everything in my power and tap every type of power as best as I possibly can. Because that just sounds so very Palpatine to me, right? Oh, I'm with you on that, Loner. I remember every stupid screw-up I've done with one exception. And, ugh, I wish I could forget. How many of you ever wake up in the middle of the night and you're like, why did I do that? Or you just don't even want to think about that moment because it's just so awkward and so embarrassing what you did. It's just, ugh, what was wrong with me? Like, why was I even talking about Phantom Menace like that? Ugh, and then we remove the video from circulation and we're good. I'm not really kidding. I do have that problem fairly regularly. I have an exceptionally good memory, and I remember a lot of things I would rather forget. I mean, it is kind of Sith, I agree, Malachor, but the point is I would make him smart Sith, right? You know, we've talked about the distinction between the Siths. I think Palpatine would make a great smart Sith, but that's just me. Anyways, sorry. Okay, next question from Nirazaz. Wow question. Should the Horde and Theramore have been allies against the rest of the Alliance? Yes! God, yes! Why didn't they do that? That was such a great idea. It was such a smooth and easy way to make it so you could play as humans on the Horde side. If you wanted to go that route. It would have added... we could have had that instead of the Forsaken. And what we could have done is made the Forsaken the Alliance race. We should have done that from the beginning. Why didn't they do that? Anyway, sorry. Moving on. Gum asks, what's the one country I think gives me hope in humanity? A country that gives me hope in humanity? Finland. Think about it. I had to think about it. Can we add Sylvanas to the annoying video game villain category? No. So here's the problem with Sylvanas. This is actually probably... See you around, Zetzler. Have a good one. This is probably going to be a little bit controversial. Sylvanas is not a badly written character. She is actually a very well-written character. The problem... Hang on, before you jump down my throat. The problem is that WoW does not know how to tell its damn story. This is not exclusive to her. This is something that all of WoW has a problem. This is one of the core reasons why the Lorecraft series exists, is because WoW does not know how to tell its goddamn story. It is a brilliant story, and in many ways, brilliantly written. But the problem is, so little of that is in the game, or worse, it's in places you don't know where it is. So good luck finding it, right? So WoW relies on outside sources, and WoW relies on you doing basically all of it. They sort of rely on you having done all the quests in all the expansions, and all the dungeons, and all the raids, and all the scenarios, and doing all of that crap to really... Why do I have aggro? Why do I have aggro? Oh god, oh god, oh god. And they rely on you doing everything to be able to figure out what's going on. That's the problem with Sylvanas, and everything else in WoW. Hey, Primarch, what's going on? Welcome to Polemic Day. We've been really cool today. If you have any questions, sorry, this is just a refresher reminder. If you have any questions, direct them at Valvedrix, and that is how I will be looking at those and tabulating them. Valvedrix has been awesome and helping me with that. Thank you very much. Tell us how we're all in a simulation and have no actual souls. I gotta be real, I'm not touching the soul argument with a 10-foot pole. Was the Butlerian... Oh, the Butlerian Jihad from Dune a good thing? Listen, Valvedrix, I have no problem paying your sub. I really don't. I can't afford to actually pay staff. Otherwise, I'd hire Mr. Red and Random as my highlighters, and I'd hire you as my mod, and maybe Rax too. And then I'd start making video games with Rax, and then I'd hire Lower Loaded to make shows. I would do so much with money, I'm just saying. But I can't afford to do that, but I'll pay your sub. Like, what does that mean, by the way? I ask in ignorance, what does the TED Talk meme mean? What's that from? See, yeah, that's the thing. The reason I kind of went, is because, okay, so the Jihad certainly had decent reasons for happening, as much as I hate to say that about something called the Jihad. But, there's also kind of other problems. I mean, the Golden Path itself is... Oof. And we could argue what was actually intended with the Golden Path, because we don't actually know for certainty, because, you know, he's dead. But, yeah, anyway, so let's move on, because I don't have a good answer for you. I'm not as versed with Dune enough to give a versed answer to that. By mere virtue of my answer, I should be giving this away, Hazardous, but no, I don't even know what a TED presentation is. Okay, Pika asks, if I would ever wanted to be would I ever want to would I ever want to do a Kingdom Hearts rewrite project? And if so, what would I fix about the story? I don't know if I mean, yes, let's just start with the obvious answer. Yes, I'd love to do a rewrite project of the Kingdom Hearts series. It's probably not happening. I've already got like 5 others to do right now. However, to answer your second part of the question, what would I rewrite about Kingdom Hearts? The first thing I would do, the biggest, most obvious thing, is I would make it very clear from the very beginning that darkness is not evil. Now, I know you're thinking, doesn't Kingdom Hearts do that? Kind of. And it drifts in and out of that. That's the problem. The series can't seem to make up its mind about how darkness functions and works in several ways, and I would codify that. And yeah, light is not good. Exactly. I would make light not good. And I would actually lean into that and make that more clear and make that more of a plot point for several characters. I would also uplift Kairi, substantially as a character, because she freaking isn't one. I wouldn't remove the Disney nonsense, but I would remove several elements of the Disney story, because I do think some of the Disney story fits perfectly with what they're doing, and the rest of it is just stupid reiterations of the movies, right? So, the Disney stuff that works, yeah, absolutely, keep that in. The Disney stuff that doesn't, gone. Either fix it, or replace it with something that actually works. The easiest and most obvious example of this is the freaking Frozen World from Kingdom Hearts 3, which we've talked about extensively. Because the Frozen World in Kingdom Hearts 3 was just bad, right? Like, that needed a few polishing passes, I'm just saying. That my DPS has got to be terrible. So, time travel. So let me be very clear. I would keep the time travel up to and through Dream Drop Distance. No problems with that. I've talked about that extensively. I actually legitimately like the time travel, and it makes perfect sense and is self-cohesive up to Dream Drop Distance. In 3, they stopped having that proviso, and that's officially the point in time in which I would nix the time travel entirely. I think there's other ways they could accomplish that. We've talked about that extensively, and I think there's other ways they could have certain elements of certain scenes, which I'm not going to spoil in this stream, but you probably know the ones I'm talking about. Gotcha, Hazardous. Thank you. I'll look at that later, because I've heard this meme before about TED Talks, but I've never actually heard it. Okay, so I'm running out of water. I have a little bit of water left. Give me a moment. Yeah, exactly, Rax. You get it. You get it. I mean, you and I have talked about this extensively. Hell, we talked about it on stream. Okay, so let's move forward to... so you're still leveling that. Is there anything else you can do as a ninja? I don't think there is. Because we've got 50, 60, 70, and Frontline, which is 30. So, Rax, I pause it to you if you want to swap to something or if you want to pull out of someone for 50, 60, 70, and frontline. You got it, Chemic. Give me one moment here. Very much appreciate. Thank you. That sounds kind of cool, actually, how this, at least in concept. Okay, so Zero's out, getting some food, as you should. DVD Dimitri asks, do xenomorphs work better as action movie monsters or horror movie monsters? I'm going to kind of say both. I know that's cheating, but I don't care because I stand by that. I do think they work well as both. Just type this out, but I'm also say out loud for anybody who's listening right now, if anybody wants to do Frontline, I'm going to go and do that next. 30 plus is the requirement on that. Bunch of free X. And we can get a bunch of people for Frontline if people want to do that. But no, I mean that. Sorry, to finish answering that, I do think the Xenomorphs work beautifully as a DPS, wow! As a horror monster, Alien, and I do think they work wonderfully as an action monster, Aliens. I really don't need to do anything more other than point to those two films to point to why I say that. Do me a favor, link me it on Discord has it, so I can look at it later. Rex, I'm not gonna do anything. I'm gonna stand here and be useless. That's a great way to put that, Bull Alex. One Xenomorph is a horror villain. Alien Isolation is another great example of that. An army of Xenomorphs, that's an action villain. Great way to put that. How do I... Hang on just a second. How do I do this? Why is this not a thing? There we go. Okay, Rex, I'm actually going to promote you, if you don't mind, because I'm trying to get caught up a little bit here. So if you want to grab anyone who could do Frontline, please do. Thank you. Hey, Gingaman, pretty good so far. If you have any questions, please direct them towards Valvedrix. She's the one tabulating those, so we can do stuff. Zeiss is awesome. I don't personally care for pineapple on pizza. It's not my thing. I know a lot of people who do, including my niece and my sister, who get it every time I order pizza for them. Thank you very much for the sub, as always. If you know where you want to put that, please let me know. So, am I for eradicating tip culture and giving people... Yes. So, some people misunderstand me. Some people think that I am, just because I am pro-tips, that means that I am pro the situation and current status of people relying on tips. That is absolutely not true. To be very clear... Oh, I'm sorry, I must have missed it. Oh, you did. You said it right at the beginning. I'm an idiot, Size. I'm sorry. Satisfactory. You got it. You got it. Thank you again very much. So the reason I am pro tips is because they don't have proper jobs. I absolutely am fine with giving them tips because that's how they make their money. I would much rather they have legally protected, safe jobs when they're making porn. I mean, sorry, when they're doing waiting or whatever. I'm dead serious. I say that kind of jokingly, but the same exact mentality applies. I think they should have the exact same rights and things that give them stuff other than money. I can't think of the word all of a sudden. Benefits. I think they should have benefits. I think they should have rights. I think they should have a decent wage. There we go. So, that's what I think about that. So yeah, let's just nuke that. You can still tip. There's nothing wrong with tipping if you want to. To be completely blunt, I would still probably tip. I like giving people money. But the fact of the matter is, I think we should just nuke that and give these people actual freaking jobs. Oh yeah, no, it's going great, Warp Core. I lose my train of thought the moment I'm stopped playing the game. Have you noticed that? Mr. Red says, what do I think I will improve first, society or the state of our planet? By necessity, society, in order to improve the state of our planet. MLP Vermin says, is there anything special for making a villain that you don't fight and do things to depower them and turn their fortress into a prison in a game? So I think I know what you're talking about. So is there like a villain who you don't actually kill, but instead you just kind of break down their power base, right? And then they're just kind of stuck there. I, of course, can't think of any examples of that off the top of my head. It's an interesting concept. But yeah, breaking down, like just being like, all right, so I'm going to knock out Mr. Red's gone, and Valvedrix is gone, and Zero is gone, and all that's left is me all by myself. And so, you know, it's just us. And it's like, we're powerless and helpless. and there's nothing we can do about it. See, most of the time what I see happen is you break down their power base, and then you kill them. I'm not sure I can think of an example where you break down the power base, and then you keep them locked in. However, I will mention that it's a cool idea, and I like the concept. Hello? Oh, I don't even have... There we go. That's strange. Whatever. No, Gingaman. So the way this works is you type in chat and at Valvedrix. You see how people are adding Valvedrix right after you there, Gingaman? And those are the questions that she's been tabulating, and I owe her like several years of subs at this point, in order to keep track of those so I can go down the list and not miss any. What is my favorite Akira Kurosawa film? Stomach cancer film. I can never think of the name of it, but that is absolutely my favorite Kurosawa film, bar none. Only 4 can queue for Frontline? You're kidding! It is! 1 to 4 players. That's so stupid! What? Okay, for those of you who don't understand why that's stupid, as soon as this queue pops, you'll understand why that's stupid. Ikiru, I think, is it. Let me look that up really quick. Ikiru. To Live. Yep, nope, that's the one. That's a great film. That's a great film. Anyways, so that's my favorite. Baron says, thoughts towards employment and employment services and whether or not they're doing enough. I don't know what you're asking, if you want to clarify, Baron. Like, the concept of employment is probably not doing enough worldwide. No. Negative to gameplay. Honestly, I think I gave a negative to gameplay for the queuing system in this game, because there are issues with it. Like the fact that we can't queue for an alliance with 2 tanks, for example, which is just unnecessary and stupid. Here, I'm going to go ahead and cook these people alive here with my jets. Hang on, very important. Gotta cook people. There we go. There we go. Alright, I'll wait for clarification. Disco says, what's an example of something the government should not be transparent with its citizens with? Jesus Christ, of course you're asking me that. Something... Military secrets. You know, things that would actually cause harm to military officials or spies. That if that information was gotten out and gotten into the public, it would damage their ability to operate or literally damage their lives or get them killed or worse. Yeah, exact troop location, stuff like that. Very obvious answer. I would say probably high-end economic details probably qualify as well. You know, the specifics of what is being funded and where is not necessarily something that needs to be public matter. You know, stuff like that. Would be my answer. Does Peach love Bowser? No! Zach Taff asks, who do I think is the best man to be Captain America? Steve Rogers, John Walker, or Sam Wilson? Who's John Walker? Oh, right. Agent. Okay. I mean, Steve Rogers is the answer, but as of right now in the MCU, Sam Wilson is the answer, and I stand by that. This is why this is stupid. Do you see how big our party is? Do you see how large our party is? Does this look like 4 people? Oh, it's above me, isn't it? It's above me. Does this look like 4 people? Ross says, what do I think of the New World MMO? Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Some of you pay attention to me. I apologize. Yeah, we also have 24 people on the team, in addition to... Sorry, my alliance windows are kind of small there, but they're there. Okay, so... Which map did we get? Oh, we didn't get one of the ones... There's only one of these maps I actually like, and this is not it. So, whatever, I'm just gonna go with the crowd. And lose. Yeah, there's only 4 people here, clearly! Someone has the Omega Mount, that's kind of cool. What are we going for? Going over here? Back up a bit, let people kind of swarm a little. Okay, so hang on. I was being asked a question. I actually lost it. It was something about something. I remember that. Hello? Oh my god, my bar's not set up. Oh my god, my bar isn't set up for Black Mage. Hang on. Like, why aren't I mount? You can see the buttons that aren't actually abilities anymore. Oh, Jesus. Okay, so, sorry. That's terrible. Okay. New World. Some of you have been listening to me talk. And those of you who have been listening to me, first of all, I apologize for you having to deal with my terribleness. But if you've been paying attention to me, one of the things that tends to happen on my show is when a game is coming out, I'm like, oh, this looks terrible. And then people say, oh, well, you're just being negative, Lore. And I'm like, okay. And then something else comes out about it. I'm like, oh, this looks terrible. And then people say, oh, you're just being negative, Lore. And then it comes out and it's terrible. Cyberpunk. Excuse me. So, I've been reporting on Amazon's MMO and its construction for a while. For over a year, actually, at this point. And it's been bad. It has been universally bad news coming out about it. Just non-stop cavalcade. And every time I'm like, hey, so this is another terrible thing, and this sucks, and it's going to be a bad, made by numbers, people have no idea what they're doing, MMO. And it's garbage. There is no excuse for how bad New World is, and it is junk. Let's be very clear about this. This is not a, oh, well, you know, it's just, they just, you know, it's not bad, but it's not good, you know. No. New World is garbage. That being said, is New World fixable? Yeah. I could name like 3 MMOs off the top of my head that went from being crap to being good. 4. 5. Let's go with 5. Let's stick with 5 for right now. So it is possible they'll repair it. However, I will also say that of all the MMOs out there, New World probably has the least likely chance of being improved and being good because of the fact that it's being run by Amazon. Now, if you don't understand the point of that... Yeah, I'm literally playing one of those MMOs right now. If you don't understand the point of that, Amazon is very, very, very run by committee. They do extremely safe things that are extremely non-well-designed, to put that as bluntly as I can. There's a reason run by committee is generally considered to be a bad thing, and New World is a perfect example of that. So, do I think they have the resources to turn it around and turn it into a good game? Yes. Do I think they will? No, not at all. Next question. What are my thoughts of Microsoft's purchase of Obsidian and Exile now that some time has passed? Believe it or not, I don't think we've had enough information to really judge that yet. All we've had is Outer Worlds, and I don't remember the name of the game off the top of my head because I'm an idiot. So I don't think I currently have enough information to really properly judge that. That being stated, we'll see. I think Outer Worlds 2 is really going to be our judgment point on that one. I think that's going to be our decisive, this is whether it was good or bad kind of a deal. Whoops. Wow, I have not targeted, but that took like 5 tabs to target that person. Gum asks, what would I do with the Sith Empire? Erase it! Star Wars asks, do I think Lucas not viewing the EU as his Star Wars? He viewed everything not made by him as different. I'm sorry, I don't see a question there, Star Wars. What's the actual question? If you don't mind clarifying. We'll come back to that one. Painted Kirby says, if the FF9 remake proves to be true, how would I want Beatrix to be handled? I mean, honestly, it's obvious, isn't it? I would want her to not be cartoonishly evil. I would want her boss fights to be something closer to actual boss fights or not boss fights at all. And I would want her to have either more of a gradual transition into joining our side or just straight up be on our side. One of the ideas I tossed out during... There we go. One of the ideas I tossed out during the theater, actually, when we were doing the premiere of, I think it was Chapter 6 specifically, is the idea that Beatrix has been off dealing with one of the specific fronts of the war, deliberately kept out of the war by Braun in order to try and prevent her from objecting to it, right? Put the one decent soldier, put the one decent person over there onto the side, right? And that way the Black Mages and the more corrupt leaders, like Zorn and Thorn, can go to the dirty work that Braun wants her to do, right? Then, you know, hey, we're good, right? You know, then Beatrix comes back right about Chapter 7, that would be, and is like, oh my god, what the hell has been going on? Why is Garnet over there damaged? Steiner, what the hell's going on? And this is when Beatrix finds out about what's been going on behind her back and officially turncoats and goes against Brane. And there you go, boom, fixed. I keep calling her Brane. You can blame Ryokami for that one. Oh yeah, the FF9 theater has been so legit. I'm sorry, I feel like I'm praising myself there, but I'm not. because I was so nervous about it actually going live, let me tell you. Holy crap. Okay, so next question. I'm still waiting for a clarification from Star Wars, if you're still there, Star Wars. I don't see anything yet. So Nirazaz says, should we have more shows like Star Wars Visions? Yeah, I'm down. Try stuff out. Experiment a little bit. Let people do their own take on it, you know, even if it's just an Elseworlds, do something with it, right? Whoops, that's not happening. Mr. Red says, when I was a kid browsing the internet, I used to find people who'd say, oh, I wish the world was still like this, that the music we had was like this. I used to agree with those takes, but now I realize that kind of thinking robs the children of having their own ideas and identity. Do I think that nostalgia robs people of a new way of thinking? In extremes, yes, but generally speaking, no. What the hell? I didn't notice there was a person right there. No, Brack, we'll be watching it at home. Do you think of Lucas not viewing the EU as a Star Wars? He viewed everything not made by himself as different, i.e. the maybe the Clone Wars. Oh, there it is. I'm sorry. On my screen, that was covered in white. I didn't even see it because as a consequence. All right, I officially need to get something. I'm going to go suicide run here so I don't be flagged as AFK. I'll be right back. Go over here. Don't mind me. Okay, did I die? Yes, and I just respawned. Perfect. Let's remount. I'm totally here. I'm definitely here. Check this out. I'm totally here. Definitely not AFK. Don't kick me. Oh, we're going right. Hang on. Oh, there we go. But yeah, no. Okay, so hang on. Let's finish answering Mr. Red's question first. Do I think nostalgia robs people of identity? No, like I said. Now, I do think blind nostalgia is a bad thing. Emphasis on the word blind. But I really have... Is this gonna pop? I really have no problems with nostalgia as a concept. As I've said many times, nostalgia is a perfectly acceptable reason to enjoy something. It also... blind nostalgia also goes both ways. Someone who says the only reason you like something is because of this as an attack, no. And someone who says the only reason you dislike this is because of an attack, no. But otherwise, I think that, especially for children, where are we going? Oh, here. I especially think as children, we have a kind of a natural tendency to push against things, especially our parents. Not always, of course. But, yeah, exactly, Tesla. But I will say very firmly that I think that that varies from person to person. And some people... will have a... I can't answer that question. I guess that's the really way to answer that, Mr. Red. You're asking me a question about how to apply a singular concept to every person on the planet. And I don't have that power. Whoop! Okay, time to die. Yeah, I'm ready for it. Let's do it. Is this instant too? Nope, that's not instant. Oops. Nope, that's fire. There we go. Now, to try to answer Star Wars' question, I hope. What do I think of Lucas not viewing the EU as his Star Wars? So... is my answer to that. So here's the thing. On the one hand... yes, absolutely. Because on the one hand, that's what I was talking about with copyright earlier, right? You know, the idea of, well, there's official... oh, I didn't know that, Rax. There's official Star Wars, that's Lucas's Star Wars, and then there's unofficial Star Wars, and that's the EU. So on that basis, I'm fine with that. The caveat, the catch there, is the EU, some of the EU, kept internal continuity, kind of kept continuity amongst itself. So at that point, that it became an extended universe. That's the whole reason it was called that, right? That's why we use that terminology. And you're absolutely right. We totally cherry pick. We all do. We all do it. I do it. You do it. Everyone does it. So, the idea of the extra continuity, the extended universe, not being officially endorsed by Lucas is something I'm okay with. I'm even okay with Lucas specifically going back and adding concepts from the EU into his Star Wars, which he did in several ways in the prequel trilogy. We've talked about this a little bit, because several concepts didn't even exist until the EU with regards to Star Wars. So I'm with the overall idea. That being said, I don't think he meant that in an offensive way. Everything I've seen about Lucas, despite all of his many flaws, indicates to me that the man definitely wanted other people to be able to work with and in his baby. Right? He may not agree with it. He may not actually be cool with it in every case, but he still, at every step of the way, unless I'm wrong about this, professionally, he still encouraged people to go do the other thing, right? And that's cool, and I'm with that. So I guess that's my answer to you. I mean, as I've said before, if I was in charge of the reset to the AU, I'd cherry pick the hell out of the EU for the AU. Okay, so, how seriously was I looking into moving into another country at one time, asks Cordoon. Fairly seriously. There are a few things that got in the way of that. Really only two. And if it wasn't for those two things, hey, we lost. Woot! I can't even see who I'm giving, you get it. Boom. There. But, yeah, I was pretty close to it. Okay, so, hang on just a second. I'll get Sean's question as soon as we do this. So we did Frontline. Now we can do 50, 60, 70. I think that's it. Almost done with all the roulettes. But I'm gonna need a tank. Actually, Finland. But anyways, or somewhere in that area. We weren't 100% on it. But like I said, there were two major things that got in the way of that, and that was the end of that. So Sean asks, I know you think Mass Effect 2 was the best of the trilogy, but do you at least understand why some of us feel the wrong way to go? Abso-freaking-lutely. It was a different game. It was not Mass Effect 2. It's the exact same reason why there are people who don't like Empire Strikes Back, and I don't mean that as a decisive or derisive thing. Because Empire Strikes Back was not A New Hope 2. Return of the Jedi was A New Hope 2, right? So I completely understand, absolutely. And of course, this applies in gameplay too, because the gameplay of Mass Effect 2 was very different from Mass Effect 1. So yeah. Point being, that was one of the two things hazardous. There was one other thing, which is arguably more important, but yeah. Hey, Lord Harriman, if you have any questions, direct them towards Velvetrix, please. Thank you. How do I feel about this spring being the 10-year anniversary of Mass Effect 3? No, I don't. I don't feel old. It's interesting to think it's been that long, but one of the weird byproducts of my memory is that time doesn't feel that long to me, and as weird as that sounds. Like, I can remember things that were happening in the 80s as if they were yesterday. So I kind of have a weird perspective on things like that. By the way, things I don't like about this game. Look at that blur. Look at that. Look at that blur. Cashel asks, is evolution denial among conservative politicians performative or genuine? It's performative. I mean, I'm sure there's some idiots who don't think that way, but, like, no, it's performative. Star Wars says, which FF is the best? 6. That's still true. We've actually reviewed all of the Final Fantasies at this point, and it's still true. 6 still is at the top of the list. I think 7 was number 2. Hang on, I can actually pull up the spreadsheet here. Because I have a spreadsheet for that kind of thing. Here we go, Final Fantasy. So yeah, we've got 6 on top, and then looks like 7 is next, and then, hang on. Then 9, then 7 R1. And then we go down a little bit more. Then we have 5. And then we go down a bit more. Then we have 4. Then 12. And then 14 Shadowbringers at the moment. And that's where we're at. And I'm just going to stop there. But anyways. I know, right, Mike Lamont? It's one of the reasons I wanted to do the golden number. All right, so next question. Ross says, whenever you have to cancel or postpone streamations for Sunday, do you legitimately miss watching MLP? Yes, it's a good show. And it's nice to have that weekly positivity. Plutonia says, Lore, would you trust the motivations of any benevolent dictator other than yourself? No. I know that sounds horrible and awful and terrible. But I have a tendency to not trust other people with power. I know, right, Rax? It's funny, because 7R1 did a lot of things right. Sorry, wrong. Did a lot of things wrong. But at the same time, it did so much right. I will also freely admit that 7R1 tends to sit so high for me, a lot on the narrative axis, and the fact that it was legitimately fun to play, other than the level design, which sounds a lot like X8, actually. But anyways, moving on. So, Tesla says, what do you dislike most? What do you don't like most anime? What are the key points about anime that detract you from being most of the anime? Okay, so I get the question. What is the biggest thing I don't like about anime? Frame rate is by far the biggest thing. There's a very common tendency for anime to be in, I think it's 24 and 13 frames per second. It's 2. They bounce back and forth between the two, which is part of the problem in its own right. And it legitimately makes me feel kind of queasy while watching it. That's a personal problem, but it's true. The frame rate issue is definitely one of the bigger reasons. Oh, I have the mount music on. That pulls me out of it. Let's turn that mount music back on. There we go. The other thing that pulls me... The other thing is actually the art style. There's very, very, very few animes where I actually enjoy the art style in general. Again, personal preference, but that's all there is to that. Nirazez says, a Star Trek show about the newly constructed colonies and the problems they face. Could it work? Yes. In fact, that's what I honestly thought Enterprise was going to be at first, and then Enterprise was set about 80 years after that. How would I rewrite Xenos? Okay, so I can't answer that without spoiling. But I will answer that. So spoilers for FF14, everything, like all of FF14. All of FF14 spoilers, okay? Spoilers, 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 spoilers. Okay. First thing I would do is I would eject him entirely. I mean that. I would just straight up remove him from continuity because I don't think he adds anything whatsoever to the narrative. He's not an interesting boss fight, and the only... Sorry, let me walk that back. The only time we fight him where it's an interesting boss fight, we're fighting Shinryu, not him. So, no reason to actually have him in the game from a gameplay perspective. No real benefit of him from a narrative perspective. He adds nothing to the story, and the game constantly shoves him in your face over and over and over. He's in Endwalker, for God's sakes. That's 3 expansions this jackass has been shoved into our face for no reason. Now, oh, sorry, we have a group. I'm sorry. God, I'm so stupid. There we go. Yeah, he's the main villain of Endwalker, for Christ's sakes. So, that's my first answer. Eject him entirely. Now, several portions... Remember to direct questions to Valvedrix. Several portions of his narrative beats would have to be restructured or redesigned in order to be either given to another character or, you know, put into some other perspective. But I think that's doable. Rax already said one of the most obvious ones. Several of the Garlean politics things could just be given over... This is a good song. Could be given over to... is this the Pharaohs? It is. To Varys, the Emperor. Right? There we go, right? I think that's a really relatively easy fix for some of his lines. I think for the rest of that, we need to go ahead and do a little bit more work. But I think that work is doable. Now, if you're asking me to actually do all that work right now on camera, I'm going to say pass. I have too many other questions to get to. I apologize. But I do think it's a doable thing. However, what you asked was, how do I rewrite Xenos? And the problem is, the answer to that is also a one-sentence answer. By making him a character. That is the biggest problem with Xenos in a nutshell. Xenos has no character. He's bored and horny, well, not literally, for us. That's not a character. It's a bullet point. If you're going to have someone carry that much narrative weight, make them a character. And yeah, we were literally talking about this in Discord this morning. It's one of the reasons why Xenos is the worst character in the game for me. Because of the... Not because he's the worst character, because there are actually worse characters than him, and I'm not going to name those because I know Mr. Red's listening. But it's specifically because of the fact that he keeps being shoved into the narrative for no reason. So Grey Wolf says, why have I not run as mayor yet? So I was actually going to run for Congress, that is to say representative specifically, which is a district thing. However, I then realized that I had very little chance of success, and I kind of wanted to do some other things with my life instead, and I kind of faced... This is actually a real discussion. I wonder if Valerian's here. He'd be amused by this, I'm sure. I had a huge, like, 2-hour discussion with my sister about this, as we were just talking back and forth about what to do about this, because I had the choice to either be a creative person or be a politician person, until I take over the world, obviously. And I decided to be a creative person. I would rather make videos, I would rather make shows, I would rather make games, I would rather make music, than try to get into politics and, well, try to affect change that way. Now, thank you, French philosopher. To be very clear about that, I will fail at making creative works. I will never be able to... I shouldn't say never. It is unlikely that I will be able to actually make the stuff I want to make. It is similarly unlikely, if I actually ran, that I would be able to affect any change for a positive outcome for the people of this country. So, what I'm trying to say is, mathematically, both were failures. No matter what I did, both sides were likely to fail. So that wasn't a deciding factor. So it was just, I had to decide, based on my own perspective, on my own opinions, do I want to run, or do I want to make? Because I'm not going to have time for both. And I decided to make. And I have failed at that so far, kind of, but at the same time, I kind of haven't, because after all, I did make the Lorecraft series. And I know you're thinking, well, who cares about that? That's dumb and terrible and I hate you. But the truth of it is, and I mean this without hyperbole, I think the Lorecraft thing is the best thing I've ever constructed. I am immensely proud of the Lorecraft series. I really hope Velvetrix and Rax have a chance to watch it and give feedback to it sometime. I put an enormous amount of thought and effort and work into that series, and I am incredibly proud of it. And then we have the theater, the FF9 theater, which is just finished and is awesome and is amazing. And then we have the next theater after that, which I am exceptionally close to finishing. In fact, if I could get those finished lines from Walker and the last few one-off lines, then all I have to do is oh, listen to me. Then we're done with lines. We're done with submissions, and I just have to work on the polishing pass, the auditing pass, and the mastering pass. So, yeah. Anyways. Sure. That's totally happening. Oh, wow, I cannot believe I got out of that. Yeah, you get the point, Hasdus. I feel like, even though I will never succeed to the level I want to... I keep saying never. I shouldn't do that. Even though I doubt I will succeed to the level I want to, at the very least, I can point to several creative works I've pushed out and say, I made that, and I'm happy about it. Right? Thank you, French philosopher, very much for the sub. We'll put that towards the X-Tab. Or just standing here in the fire and getting hit by this thing. Oof! Okay, so jump this down. Loss of fur. I'll do this. There we go. Okay, so sorry, getting back to questions. Malachor says, do I ever find it funny how the Empire post-Return of the Jedi becomes slightly less evil and terrible than the EU and significantly worse than the AU? Yeah, no, I think that's hysterical, and it's kind of silly to me, honestly. If I might be so bold, I always felt that the EU's approach to the post-Return of the Jedi Empire made sense. You know, the Warlords period, the complete self-destruction of so many of the precepts of it, most of the bureaucracy being folded into the New Republic, all of that made perfect sense to me. And all of that lined up. The AU and the first... I'm sorry. I don't like talking about the sequel trilogy, but the First Order is dumb on every level. And the Final Order is dumb on every level. I'll take the EU's Warlords period over that any day of the week. Now, the other question is, where would I take the Empire in the AU, sticking with that idea? So I've actually already answered this question. Oh yeah, Palaeon's legit. It's one of my favorite characters in the EU. You got it, French philosopher. Thank you again very much. Now, having said that, if we have to keep Super Evil Emperor, what do I do with it? I've already answered that, but I'll go ahead and repeat myself because you probably haven't heard me say it. Make them smaller. The biggest problem with the First Order is that they're this huge galaxy-spanning mega empire that's controlling the whole galaxy, which is stupid. What it should be is that the First Order is a relatively small but highly militarized and highly organized militant operation, right? The neo-Nazi take, if you will. As you just said. Where's the door? Oh, it's over there. It should be such that... No, they're not small. That's the whole problem. They're this giant freaking galaxy-spanning empire, which is stupid. But if they were this small, terrifying, destructive power, right? Because there's a power, like if they're one fleet, but that fleet has multiple Star Destroyers and tons of troopers and all that, that's a problem. That's a huge threat. Just because it's such a focused power. You imagine the Republic's problems in trying to nail down that one little fleet. And of course, there's a narrative irony of this. The fact that... Okay. The fact that... Sorry, I got an email there I had to read real quick. The fact that the First Order is effectively using the same tactics the Rebel Alliance used in order to operate would be a narrative irony, right? But I digress. So, that's my answer. That's what I would do. That's how I would change it. Moving on. Arspruce says, I have a learning disability and mental health issues. 1 HP. Yeah, I feel you on that one. I don't have either, but I feel you on the 1 HP thing. Would I happen to have any suggestions or help advice to find other that doesn't amount to finding help or figuring things out? The biggest thing that I could give advice for, as far as specifics, is try to keep track, either literally on a piece of paper or just mentally, the things and how they affect you. Concepts, ideas, tones, trying to go into, I'm trying not to go into specifics because it varies so much from person to person, but I'll go ahead and give an example for myself. One thing that triggers me, one thing that causes me tremendous mental difficulty is United States cops, because of the fact that I have PTSD about that. I've talked about that before. So, remember, Finch Philosopher, put questions towards Valvators, please. So, recognizing that, identifying that is, in my opinion, step one. That's where you start. You figure out what's affecting you and how it's affecting you. And if you can, then you start working on why it's affecting you. Sometimes the why is easy, sometimes it's not. But if you start to identify the specific things, then you can understand a little bit more about yourself and how you operate, and you can understand a little bit more about why these things affect you and try to adjust and adapt to it. So that's the best advice I could give there, Arspruce. I know that's terrible, awful, worthless advice. That's as good as I got. I'm sorry. Why'd that get interrupted? Oh, eggs. Right. I don't remember how this works. Okay. Gum asks, is the FTL dangerous? No. Whoa, I'm dead. I didn't kill any eggs, I swear. Let me take a drink while I'm dead. Oh, Rax is dead. I don't remember that attack on this fight. Yeah, I forgot how that works. Okay, so extant FTL is dangerous if you don't have shields. Simply existing in side space or portal space, which is the dimension they use to travel through FTL, is incredibly damaging and destructive towards anything. Towards anything that's in it. You will be ripped apart and burned effectively down to your core. You'll last seconds. However, if you have shields, the energy innately deflects that, right? So as long as you have shields, it's perfectly safe, and there's no difficulties with it whatsoever. It's even safe to enter and exit it because of the whole nature of the corridors, so. Lieutenant Leroy Jenkins asks, COVID today, or let's say we live with this disease for years or generations, if someone did tainted science, which, yeah, I know exactly what that means, but I'm going to read the whole thing out, torture and suffering for the sake of a cure, should we accept their cure? So, as usual, this is just the tainted data argument. I actually brought this up extensively during my Voyager ruminations. I think it came up during Babylon 5 as well. It's something that's come up in a few video games, and I will go ahead and freely say that I don't think that there is a correct, that is to say, a definitive answer to this particular equation. It's just, do you accept tainted data or do you not? Because there's valid reasons to think in both directions. Why is the boss music still playing? So, you are, of course, asking me my opinion. Now, Hazardous actually got there first, which is hysterical to me. The first answer to that is, you need to check the data, because tainted data needs to be checked. You don't want Mengele data, if you can even call it that, to get in, right? Now, for those of you who don't understand what that means, I'll go ahead and explain very briefly. Exactly what I'm talking about. I'll explain very briefly. Mengele was not a scientist, and he was not doing valid data. He wasn't. The end. Now, there were Nazi scientists who were doing valid data through horrible and terrible means. Mengele was not on that list. Let's just be very clear about that. And I always make a very clear point of making that distinction because I want it very, very obvious. Oh, nope, that one. that's different. Someone who is torturing someone because they're sadistic or curious is not someone who's trying to come up with tainted data. They're just torturing someone because they're a sadist who is curious, right? So, whether or not we accept that or not, I tend to be a bit... How? I tend to be a bit on the pragmatic side of that. To be clear, that is not a hill for me, as I myself have described many times. I have no problem with that being a hill for anybody, and of course I would never, begrudge someone for picking that to be one of their hills. Next question. Oh wait, hang on, there was a second. I said, should we stop this? Oh my god! Yeah, we don't want to talk about Japan. Holy crap. Differently, should we stop this person even though they were on the road to a cure? They haven't finished the cure, but medical experts agree they were almost there. So, if we're at the point where we need to actively, we're like, okay, hang on. The data is in progress, so we don't actually have the full finished experimental data yet. So, the existing data that exists, should that be checked? Yes, absolutely. Should we continue the data as is? Gotcha. I'm just going to release now. I am far more likely... No. I'm just going to say no on that one. The big problem, and this again goes down to pragmatism, is do we accept suffering that has happened, which now we can't do anything about other than to try and ease their suffering, or do we continue inflicting suffering ourselves? And the answer is no. We're like, okay, no. We'll figure it out the slow way with whatever we've got. Thanks. Okay, so next question. Saldier says, looking back as my career at a content creator, what of the content am I most proud of? The Ride to Hell Retribution lore run, the Chrono Trigger level 1 task, the World of Lorecraft series in its entirety, the theater in its entirety. There's several ruminations I'm proud of. There's several lore runs. Pretty much all of my lore runs from... I'm not sure the exact one. Probably Neverwinter Nights onwards are awesome. And pretty much every stream since Oblivion. Next part of that question. Has my relationship with my fans changed over the years? Yes, I've been having tons of sex with Bragwin every day. It's just been magnificent. No, not really. I mean, don't mistake me. There are several, quote-unquote viewers who I consider friends. In fact, I, literally am going to Third's house to watch a movie with him a week from now. Oh, no, I broke up with Rax. I'm sorry. Just Rax. He just couldn't. I'm trying to think how to make this sound as gross as possible. He just couldn't satisfy me, man. It was terrible. We're seeing Dune, Rax. I guess that's it. I mean, I do care about y'all, so make of that what you will. Listen, it's not my fault that everyone wants my body. Yeah, Dune came out like a week ago. 2 weeks ago. So, Torchinator says, what's my favorite Christopher Nolan movie? Let me look those up, but my knee-jerk reaction is the Joker Batman movie. Yeah, no spoilers. I know one spoiler about it, and it's not really what I'd call a spoiler. I'm not going to share it. There we go. Filmography. All right. Okay, so killing the eggs. Hang on. Let me throw all my damage into the eggs as quickly as I possibly can here. Has it been a month? I know it's been a bit. No specifics. What do we got here? Director. So we've got... Yeah, no, I'm going to stick with Dark Knight. I think Dark Knight is my favorite Nolan film. People hatch. Yay, die, monster. You don't belong in this world. Okay, in celebration of soup season, what's my favorite soup that's easy to make? That's a good question. So, I suppose that would be corn, beans of your choice, doesn't really matter. Garbanzo is my personal choice. And cubed steak. And then just throw that in with some stock. And spices of your choice. I like to throw in a little bit of cayenne, pepper, salt, a little bit of garlic. That's it. And yeah, that's it. That's my favorite suit right there. Boom. Yeah, it's a shame. Fun fact for those of you who have never actually heard this before. That'll be interesting, hazardous. The most negativity I've ever gotten on any show or any video or any stream I've ever produced was my Lordur's videos. I don't know why, but I got legitimately, actually, I banned them toxic comments on the Lordur's videos. It was weird. Anyways. Sorry, cubed steak. Cubed steak. Cubed steak is perfect for soup. It's one of, not the only, but one of the reasons I went ahead and walked away from doing the Lordur's. So, Ventures asks, do I think Orange Man... Oh, Trump. You could just say Trump. Do I think Trump did a really poor job, as the other side says, or is it really just something that came down to party lines? So, I'm pretty anti-Trump, regardless of my opinion of the Republican Party. So, that's all I feel like I need to say about that. But I will also say that Trump is, someone who doesn't give a damn about party lines, per se. He cares about what he will get the most benefit out of. Like, the fact that Trump likes to switch parties and has done so at least once that we know of is all I need to mention about that, you know? So... Anyways, thoughts on WikiLeaks creator situation. Don't know what it is. Ect, please forgive me for my ignorance. Thoughts on PACs and super PACs. That's a complex question that I'm just going to go and pass over. Not because I don't want to talk about it, because that is such a complex question. It would take me a while. I would have to actually do research right now, on the fly, to make sure that I know what I'm talking about. Sorry. Yeah, that's why I kind of was vague about the number of swaps, hazardous, because holy crap. Like, it is possible, in fact, I would go so far as to say likely, that he has swapped more times than we know about. But, anyways, so, have I heard of the up-and-coming Ashes of Creation? Let's Google that right now. Ashes of Creation. It's apparently an MMO. Okay. See, this looked familiar, and yes, I have heard of this one. I immediately dismissed it because it seems very focused on enforced open-world PvP, which I am super not interested in. That's a big no from me. But that's all I know about it, so I don't know anything of specific. I do apologize. Will I do anything about my beard? Tie it in knots, make it more Viking? No. In fact, we're probably getting close to the length where I'm going to go ahead and stop growing it out in general. Oh, that's awesome, Blue here. I hope you enjoy it. Crazy North says, how do I feel about the explosion of cryptocurrency MMOs? You're going to have to clarify that one for me, Crazy North, if you don't mind my asking. Cookie Dude says, I saw in your older polemic videos that you shave your head because you feel like you failed. Do I still feel this way? I still shave. Dream Whisperer says, was Ashron's Call a good MMO at launch? So, that's a little bit of an interesting question. Because the truth of it is that Asheron's Call was better than the other MMOs that were out at the time when it came out. Now, was it actually a good MMO? That's a little bit trickier. Because that boils down to the question, was it ever a good MMO? Which is a good question. Because there are issues with that game. Serious, serious issues with that game. However, having said that, I will say that... why am I not... There we go. I will say that Asheron's Call was probably not a good MMO in general, but it was not... It wasn't bad at the launch, is what I'm trying to say. It's not like it was a terrible game that was improved to be good. It was a decent game that was improved to be better. Does that make sense? There's a different distinction. Okay, Star Wars asked what I think about iceberg storytelling. I don't like it. I don't, it's so... I don't like hiding lore in general. It's just a preference thing. We've talked about this before. Excuse me. Get closer to the healer over here. But I'm not against it per se. It's just not something that I care for. I suppose the way that to clarify my answer on that a little bit. On the one hand, you having bits of hint or world building in the background, that's awesome. On the other hand, you relying on the WoW method of storytelling, for example, or relying on stuff that you don't share at all, or relying on going and looking up something on YouTube, or going and getting a book or whatever, not a fan of that. Voice of Authoritas says, what are my thoughts on fans of the original Baldur's Gate being unhappy that Baldur's Gate 3 is being developed by Larian? I mean, that sucks that they don't like it, but I got nothing else other than that. That does kind of suck, because, you know, they don't like it, and it sucks that they can't get something that they like. As I've said before, while I will probably be positive towards Baldur's Gate 3, the only reason it's called Baldur's Gate 3 is in order to get the marketing fan power that it needed, and that happened to be a thing, so there we are. Zach Taff says, what's the plan for Tor expansions? So what's probably going to happen is I'm going to have to do some research, which I have not done yet, and I will have to figure out how different the expansions are based on your side. Because what's going to happen is I'm going to have to pick a character, and that one character is going to go through the expansions. Now, right now, the obvious pick is Zalash, my Sith warrior, who will be the most likely person to go ahead and smash through that. But, past that, I don't really have any plans other than just going ahead and going through the expansions, probably on the one character. I believe with Onslaught, I think the side actually matters, so what I might have to do is actually push through on two characters to be able to see both sides of things. Not sure, we'll see. Baron asks, here's a better question. What are my thoughts on early access as a concept? So, apparently Hut Cartel matters. That sucks. Okay, that's fine, that's fine. We'll just do it twice. That's how we do things. We'll probably push either my my Consular or my Knight, whoever that ends up being, for Hut Cartel. And I have no idea what we're going to do with the other side. Again, probably one of those two classes. I don't think there's any other roulettes. We've actually been able to push through all of them. Double checking. Oh, no. No, we did. Never mind. I'm done. It's time to do Heaven on High. Does anyone want to do Heaven on High? So thoughts on early access. Well, in terms of pure gameplay, I prefer playing, at least the way it used to be. I'm not sure if that's true. In terms of pure gameplay, I prefer to play as Knight or Tank, Consular / Inquisitor. Those are just the most enjoyable gameplay for me when it comes to Tor. So that's why I'd lean that way. I don't actually care about the Force. It's just kind of an unintentional thing. There we go. Early access games. Oh, it would? Oh, whatever. We could do POTD instead. I don't know. I got nothing. Hang on. Let me completely go to someone else entirely this time. POTD is over here, I think? Nope, I'm wrong. It's here. Right there? No, wait. There. I keep stalling on early access because it's actually kind of hard to talk about. So, on the one hand, I'm actually completely in favor of early access because it makes sense as a way to get funding. And that's kind of how that should be, right? Here's an early access game. This is the game we want to make. This is how much of the game is completed, yada, yada, yada. The problems are, A, the fact that an overwhelming amount of those games do not have a, what shall we say, a standardized amount of completed game. So what we have is a problem where, you know, it's like some people put, here's an early access game, and it's not even functional. Or, here's an early access game, and it's actually a reasonable game, like, say, 30XDX, for example. So that can work. That's functional. We're cool. That's something I'm down for. I think there needs to be a little bit more of a openness, more overtness with regards to the fact that you are buying in to support the game. You are helping fund the development of the game. It is a form of crowdfunding. And as Loke, the Night Reaper, just pointed out in chat, it is being abused by some people. I would still say it's a net positive. I still think it's more good than bad. But I do think people need to beware, right? I think people need to look at that and be like, a little bit more cautious and a little more careful about which games they buy early access. If there's a game I know I'm interested in, I'll buy early access because I'm wanting to support it. If there's a game I think can go somewhere, or I think they've got some good ideas, or I know I'm going to stream, for example, at some point, I'll buy the early access because at that point it's a pre-order. But yeah, exactly, hazardous. I've seen some really bad stuff. We can help Mr. Red get caught up to floor 50 if we want to do that. I don't mind. I'm going to be here for at least a while. And yeah, and charging money for it, exactly. So, yeah, exactly, hazardous. I tend to be more positive towards proven early access game developers, absolutely. Again, 30XDX is a good example of that. Because 20XDX was also an early access game, right? So I had no problem dropping the money for 30XDX. I have bought it. It's not out yet. It's still currently in early access. I don't regret that at all. Because 30XDX is a pretty legit game. Here's my money. Go make the game, right? So you see why I'm kind of on that one. And yeah, Darkest Dungeon. That's another great one. It's a great example of that. I think we played that in early access too. I guess I'll just play Black Mage. Whatever. So let's go ahead and move on to the next question. Tesla, are you okay with pirating? Yes, pirate everything. Oh, sorry. Was Stardew Valley in early access? I actually don't remember. Stardew Valley didn't come across my radar until it already became big. And that's when I became aware of it. So am I okay with pirating and emulating so long as companies are not giving better services? So I'm hesitating on answering that because that's not just polemic. That's kind of dangerous to answer. But the answer is yes. I'm going to go ahead and risk this and get that opinion out there and hope that nobody ever sees that who can actually cause trouble for me. I am 100% in favor of emulating something you don't own if, proviso, if you have no reasonable method by which to procure it. Now, I've mentioned that word reasonable. That's important. I could go buy the GameCube Fire Emblem game right now. It's only like $300. Right? And that is a problem. That is a huge frickety problem. That's unacceptable. So, if I was to... So, you'll notice I said no to that, because for my show, I insist on having a legal, provable copy of a game on the off chance it ever comes up. And the off chance someone ever decides to come after me, I can come down here and I can say, yeah, no, I own Mega Man 8. It's right here. Like, I literally have the Mega Man 8... Well, actually, it's not in there. Sorry, it's in this one. Sorry, I have Mega Man 8 right here. Sorry. There we go. There you go. Look, it's even got the rental sticker still on it. So I actually own Mega Man 8. Now, obviously, I'm not emulating Mega Man 8. I'm playing it on the collection. But you get the point, right? And yes, that is exactly why, Tesla. There are some games I say no to. Oops, sorry, Rax. Sorry. Hang on. Promote. There we go. Yes. Yes! There are some games that I say no to, and the specific reason is I cannot get a legal copy of it. Now, again, reasonable is the word there, because I can get a legal copy of that Fire Emblem game. I can't remember what it's called. It's the GameCube one. I can do that. It is possible. It's $300. Go to hell! You know? I'm not doing that. Path of Radiance. Thank you, Path of Radiance. So, anyways. Gingaman Prime says, what's your favorite Final Fantasy job and how would I improve it? Blue Mage, Red Mage, Dragoon. Now, the problem is, Red Mage is really hard to design properly. The only way to make a Red Mage work is to design the game around the class. So, I'm going to skip that discussion because that's a whole ball of wax. Dragoon is much easier to do this. The way I would do Dragoon, you kind of see the screen here? And I think hang on, where's my Dragoon? Don't cue us yet, Rax. I'm just checking something out earlier. So I'm pretty sure that I can't... Yep, no, I can't actually untarget these. But one of the things I love doing is the idea... Oh, this is a cool outfit. Where did I get this? This is neat looking. Check this out. Hey, check it out, Rex. I look kind of cool for once. Not as cool as you. You got a better outfit, but hey, this is actually kind of decent. I don't like the over-designed weird thing from Heavensward. Anyways, I like this glaive, too. Check that out. Oh, I know, hazardous. I'm well aware. I stand by my statement. If you argue that it's unacceptable to pirate Fire Emblem Path of Radiance because you can get a hold of it because it's $300, go to hell. Anyways, let me go ahead and jot this down really quick. Towards Mother 3. You got it, Random. Thank you very, very much. I was actually praising you. Hey, real quick, Rick. So you're a Dragoon. The easy way to fix it is make it so that your jumps, let me switch back to Black Mage, there we go, can be targeted and effectively make that part of the gameplay loop. I know that sounds strange. Kind of how it worked in Dissidia. So you actually have a degree of control while you're in the air, right? And so so like one of the attacks you could do as Kain in Dissidia is you jump. I don't meet the requirements. What? Hang on. Give me a second. Give me a second. I'm gonna delete my data. Hope that helps. Okay. Try now. I hate POTD. It's such spaghetti code. So one of the things you can do as Kain is you jump, but then you have control as you're going down. And you've only got like less than a second. But you can still do a little bit of aiming to get behind someone or smash right down into them or whatever as a consequence of whoosh. And giving you that control is an excellent way to do that. And of course, you can do targeted stuff where you just have a reticule on the ground, which I don't think I have any ability to do it in order to do that. So yeah, there's lots of ways you can make Dragoon awesome. Blue Mage. The simplest way to make Blue Mage better is to go back to FF5. And the reason Blue Mage was awesome in FF5 was because they designed the encounters around it. So Blue Mage itself is fine. The other problems, it's related to that. So that's that answer, sorry. Valvedrix says, Lore, I need to go away, and I hate you, and you suck, and I want you to die. Okay. That's a valid question, Valvedrix. I do apologize. If you want to stop keeping track, that's okay. I can take over secretary duties. It's going to be interesting, but I can do it. I don't have a cutoff point yet. I have the next 4-ish hours just kind of blocked out for this. So, however this works out. Okay, so DB Dimitri says, my preference, Galactic Battlegrounds or Empire at War. Ironically, I don't actually care for either game all that much. Not that I'm saying they're bad, just they're not my thing. I'm not really big on Galactic Battlegrounds because it didn't really have the campaign mode I wanted it to. I'm saying that wrong. Hang on. Walk that back. Hang on. Okay, that's the Age of Empires clone. I'm sorry, I was thinking of the wrong game. Galactic Battlegrounds is terrible, and I hate it. But, sometime this year, fella. But, at the same time, Empire at War is so bad that in several ways I actively disliked it. We've actually reviewed Empire at War. It did not review very well. Now, if you forced me, if you put a gun to my head and said, you have to pick one, I'd go with Empire at War. At least I can enjoy the space combat and certain aspects of the build-up side of things. Zach Taff says, do I think Marrow Jade could work in canon? Yeah! Shishki says, what happened to stretch breaks? People stopped reminding me of them, so I stopped doing them. And honestly, right now, I'm trying really hard to push through as much streaming content as I can, as quickly as I can, because I'm really trying to get that queue smaller. Star Wars says, do I think games are better at remakes than movies? Yes, absolutely. Not only is there more to remake, but generally speaking, a true remake of a game tends to have put more effort into it. Nirazaz says, Final Fantasy IX remake trailer is revealed and the ghosts are in it. Thoughts? Vomit. And that's not a meme answer. Screw the ghosts. I love FF7R1. It's one of my favorite FFs. Those ghosts can go to hell. Moving on. Larian says, would I want to build Asimovian robots, knowing what the 3 laws of robotics imply? No! Unlike some people, I've read those books. No! I Drink From Ham says, do you like that most of the media consumed now is experienced communally? Absolutely. Do I miss privately enjoying things? No, not at all. Yes, I joined. Tesla says, do I think there's a chance for Hungary and Poland leaving the EU or creating their own mini-EU? I have no idea. I actually don't have it. I've never even heard of that. That's new information to me. You're going to need access to your email to finish setting it up, comma. Just as a reminder, period. Sorry, that's Lord Mum. Zactef says, what will be the plan for the rest of the Metroid games? I know Dread is on the list. So obviously we're playing Dread in a bit. Oh, absolutely, Larry. Now that's terrifying. I'm sorry. Oh my god. Ugh. Okay. But if you give me a minute, I actually have all the Metroid games written down, and I can give you the answer right now if you give me a second here. Give me a second. The Metroid games we'll be playing, I don't think this is in order, because I haven't decided the order yet. Yep, I haven't decided the order yet, but we are playing Metroid 1, Metroid Zero Mission, Metroid Fusion, Metroid Samus Returns, that's on the 3DS, Metroid Other M, okay, on the Wii, AM2R. I haven't decided if we're playing the Game Boy Metroid 2 yet. Haven't decided that. And Prime 1, 2, and 3. Those are the ones we're going to be playing for the Metroid block. Scroll back up. Yep. Okay. Next question. Have I heard anything new about FF16? No, actually. I have not heard a single thing about FF16. I assume they're quietly developing it, and I hope that continues to be until they're a little closer to actually releasing it. Twitzer says, have I made any mod of a game I'm proud of? I made a few custom Diablo 2 mods, which boiled down to quality of life features, for lack of a better way to put it. I couldn't even tell you all of them right here off the top of my head. There were just a few things, like changing how the inventory works, and changing how the stamina bar works. Just little stuff like that. Okay. And I was pretty proud of that mod. I was pretty happy with that. What happened? Oh, I see what we're doing. We're testing. Gotcha. So, Darth Tyrant says, you said earlier you could eject the Synth Empire entirely. Why? And would you consider reworking it instead? And if so, how, other than we've already established about the Emperor? So, the way I would do the Sith Empire, I think we've actually talked about this, at the very least, during the Tor run. And we will assuredly be talking about this during the Inquisitor run, and absolutely be talking about this during the Agent run. The way I would do the Sith Empire is I would do them how the Ferengi are implied to be, but are not actually canonically. So let me explain that real quick. In canon, the Ferengi Alliance over in Star Trek are the people whom the entire galactic economy sits on. And simultaneously, they're all bumbling morons who are idiots and nobody wants to trade with them and nobody interacts with them. Go ahead and explain that inconsistency to me. You can. It takes some work. But the point is, they wanted to have both their cake and eat it too. Now, the non-canon explanation, which I myself have shared on the DS9 things, is that there are smart Ferengi and there are stupid Ferengi over there. And the difference between the smart and the stupid Ferengi is the stupid Ferengi are the people that everyone interacts with. Let's just accept that. You know what, I'm just going to reset both things here. Just reset. There, I'm doubly reset. The smart Ferengi are the ones actually running stuff. The stupid Ferengi are the ones bumbling around. And that's not hard to imagine because that's how most races operate, right? So that's how I would change the Sith Empire. There's the Sith Empire who are smart, who are keeping it functioning. Agent cough cough. And then there's the idiots, which is actually also in the thing. So yeah. Anyways, that's the quick answer. The rest will have to wait until the Tor run. British Philosopher says, what advice would I give to 5-year-old me? Kill yourself immediately. Do I not have spells? What? Do I not have any spells? Oh, there we go. I have a spell now. That was weird. I had no spells. That was really strange. Alright, anyways. Do your homework and go to church. 5 years old, me? Oh, I'm sorry, 5 years ago. 5 years ago. So 5 years ago, I don't have anything to share to 5 years ago. I mean, not really. There's nothing that's changed in the last 5 years to be worthy of note. So the answer is actually none. 5-year-old me, that's a little bit different. First thing I tell myself, don't do these. I'd make a list of things not to do. Don't do these things. Also, invest in this company called Pixar. This other company called Apple. Do it right now. Tell your mother to invest all her money. Ross says, do I think a Laura Craft series could work for Zelda? Absolutely. I know I kind of said no originally, But the more I've looked into it, the more I've done some research on it, I think doing lore crafts for thing other than WoW is absolutely doable. It's one of the reasons why I've been trying to quietly change my branding on that. So, there's World of Lorecraft, which is, that's obviously the thing that is currently going live. But Lorecraft is different. And thus, I now have the option of doing Lorecrafts in the future for other things. In fact, I've already looked at doing those for some Final Fantasy games. And I've already looked into doing them for some Zelda games, and I think it's a pretty good format. I personally think it's an awesome format, but that's because I'm a weirdo and I'm stupid. Sean says, should Han and Luke have died at the end of the sequel trilogy? I assume this is in a rewrite scenario, Sean, because, well, spoilers. But, so in a rewrite scenario, not necessarily. One of the things I often say is that there's sports results. There are multiple ways to to hurt a character or to remove them from the narrative. Some people know that I am very in favor of killing characters. But what they also don't know, and only people who've worked with me in a narrative sense know, I'm actually also the person who fights the hardest against killing characters. You have to have a reason to do it. You need to actually sit down. You need to actually come up with a definitive, this is why this happens. This is how it's working out. This is why we're doing this. There needs to be a good reason for doing that death, right? It needs to really impact the story. Does killing Han and Luke impact the story? Not necessarily. Wow, this silence is wonderful. Now, we could argue that, and we could do something with it, but that's my response. We would need to sit down and workshop, what does the death mean? How do we make it happen? What do we do with it? And that's my answer. Who is my most hated Jedi Council? KOTOR 1! That's not true. It's actually the prequel trilogy. I know that they kind of did this unintentionally, but the prequel trilogy council is just so stupid. Voice of Authority says, have I studied philosophers or schools of philosophy? Yes. In which case, does any particular one resonate with you? No. I will freely admit I hated philosophy class, and I've talked about this before. I don't have a good way to explain this other than by saying I tend to dislike philosophy, or at least as it's usually portrayed. Because philosophy usually is gibberish, I think is the nicest way I could put that. You see big, this is this, and what is that, and blah, 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 and I just, yeah, okay. Do you have anything more concrete than that? No, of course you don't. Now, that being said, obviously I am a bit philosophical myself, because I think about things constantly, which is actually what philosophy means. But when you use the word philosophy, what you mean is the big philosophers, and I tend to look at that and be like, yeah, okay. And that's my response to that. Opinion on anti-natalism. I'm sorry, what the hell is anti-natalism? Top 5 movie directors. Steven Spielberg. Let me think past that. Where am I? I'm actually turned around. There we go. Happy Polemic Day, Nemesis. Anti-child? I mean, if you don't want to have kids, that's fine. I don't want to have kids. But, like, I like that being a thing. That's weird. No. That's my response to that. That's my response to that. So, like, all you have to do is look at me and say, hey, Laura, your niece doesn't exist anymore, and I will destroy this entire goddamn planet. So, Sildeer says, is there any chance you will do more stuff like the Fallout series? No. The roleplay series were very fun to do, but also very taxing and very time-consuming and extremely unpopular. And, so that's where that's at. At this point in my life, I have to be very, very careful about my time usage, and oh my god. And I'm also still trying very hard to do the theater while keeping up with streams, while still doing ruminations, while doing the Trek rewrite. And there's actually other things I'm working on the side I haven't even told you about. So, no. For something that's that unpopular and that unperceived, no. I've got other ways to have creative outlet. And like I said, the people aren't into that, so no. Alright, no, it's okay. He wouldn't exist either, Hazards, because we got rid of kids. It's okay. All the kids are gone. We can destroy the world together, Hazards. So, switching parties files in line with what you would do to take power. Align yourself with whatever it takes to win and then get to work. I mean, yes, absolutely, Loner. Trump didn't do any of that, but yes, no, that's a valid statement. Pragmatism, etc. Tesla says, why do I like black and white so much as colors? So I actually have a tactile answer for that. Obviously, the soft answer is preference. Yes, I have the Dust Spider. I don't remember what it is off the top of my head. So the soft answer is because I prefer it, and that's not an answer, and that doesn't help you. The easy answer, though... Oh my god! I keep getting silenced here. Oh, I didn't finish answering the directors. Hang on. Favorite directors. Steven Spielberg. Jonathan Frakes. And... Oh my god, I suddenly can't think of his name. Hang on. What is his stupid name? It's gonna bother me. Absolutely, Sean. Kurosawa is a gimme. So we're up to 3. There's someone else. I'm trying to think of his frickin' name, and it's actually bothering me here. He's one of my favorite directors in general. He's a wonderful television director. David Livingston. That's him. So, sorry. David Livingston, Jonathan Frakes, Steven Spielberg, Kurosawa, and at that point, it gets a little bit more vague. He has. Heroes has. That is true. That's very appropriate music for what just happened. Oh, hey, we're a full prefab. Actually, I was thinking Zemeckis, because Zemeckis is a legit director. Peter Jackson's pretty high up there, too. Not just for the Lord of the Rings trilogy, but for, you know... I mean, I actually liked The Frighteners, for example. I would also say... I can't put Kubrick up there, because he's put out good stuff, and he's good at his craft, but God, the man... He's definitely one of those it's all worth it for the craft kind of people, and I'm not in favor of that mentality. There's also... I'm trying to remember his freaking name, and it's actually bothering me. Francis Ford Coppola is pretty high up there, too. But he's another person I can't fully agree with because he's also kind of a dick. Guillermo... I don't know how to pronounce his name, but Del Toro is also pretty legit and does some very good work. If I had to pick one of the various people we've just mentioned, I'd probably put Del Toro up there. Of course I said Kurosawa. Kurosawa is probably the best director ever. Well, that's a good question, Mike Romano. I think it does, because I do think it actually affects the work, my opinion. Yeah, I think it's Guillermo, but I don't want to screw that up, so I kind of jumped over that. I mean, we could argue that back and forth, but I do think that there is a difference in a work that has been created by people who have been abused versus a work that's been created by people who haven't. Wow! 14, excuse me. Sorry. Anyways. So, sorry, so that's the director thing. Yeah, exactly. Kubrick. Whoa! Yeah, not to be mistaken with Guillemot, who is another person. Alright, so, sorry, getting back to the actual questions. Do I have any plans for upcoming lore runs for the next couple of years? No. Lore runs have been officially, formally, no really canceled forever. However, every stream we do that has the classic label is a lore run. Now, you're probably thinking, what's the difference? And if you're asking that, then you've never heard me give this speech before, but I'm going to give this speech really quick. The way it works is a capital L lore run is something that I put a lot of extra work and a lot of extra effort into doing, and is something that I spend a huge amount of myself into, right? It involves a lot of off-camera work that most people don't even see. I've actually heard several people tell me that they can't tell the difference between a capital L lore run and a lowercase l lore run. And that's fine. That's actually good. But there is definitely a difference on my end, and I will not be doing... I do research for every single stream I do. I've been showing this off as we're going through the Mega Man series. But it's much less of the hours and hours of prep work, and far more of the, let's go ahead and just look some stuff up and try to get some factoids and do my due diligence before I report something wrong. Just to give a direct example that I mentioned during the Mega Man Zero run. How many of you remember this? I mentioned during the Mega Man Zero run. Wait a minute. No, I was talking about Zero and how Zero was supposed to be a woman, but they shut that down. And then I paused and I said, hang on, I've never verified that. I should shut up until I do. Then, when it came to the Mega Man X1 run, I did my due diligence, did my research on that, and proved that to be a false statement. That actually isn't true. I don't even know where that rumor started. So, that's the kind of stuff I do for the lowercase lore runs. I don't always succeed, but I do try to do my due diligence in actually reporting actual stuff that we can prove to be at least kind of factual, as opposed to just, you know, repeating the common rumors. So, anyways. I suppose at some point I need to acknowledge the fact that someone just dumped $250 on my face. Damn it, Lieutenant Leroy Jenkins, you are awesome, and I don't even know what to say about that. Thank you so much. If it's okay with you, because I'm so far behind, I will not spend the next, like, 2 minutes bowing, if that's okay. Unless you want me to. I will absolutely do it if you ask me to. It's just, I want to kind of... I'm trying to get caught up with questions. It's kind of rapid firing them here. This is like the old Q&A videos. You remember those? Get like 30 questions per video. Immediately get another 30 questions. Man. But for real, thank you so much. That right there is exactly why I can afford to give several $1,000s to my sister when she needs it. That right there is exactly why I can afford to repair my nose. That right there is exactly why I am not afraid of what I'm going to eat tomorrow anymore. I've been there, and I know that the only reason I am not there anymore is because of people like you. Thank you. For real? Sorry. Had to get that in there. You are awesome. Do you know what you want to put all that towards? You should totally do dealer's choice and just let me distribute it at my will. No, I'm kidding. What do you want to put it towards? Man, my throat hurts. Okay, dealer's choice. You got it. No! Yes, Ventures. She's still awesome. I'm gonna have to be like, alright, Valvedix, here's... No, don't make me cry. I can't do it. I have no problems crying on camera, but now's not the time. Valerian! You haven't even been asking questions, Valerian. What the hell are you doing, man? Yeah, stop giving me money. We'll wipe. You'll wipe the group. It's gonna go to hell. We're all gonna die because Valerian. Why don't I have... Oh, it's Blizzard 3. I don't have Blizzard 3 yet. Hang on, where's Blizzard... Okay, there's Blizzard 1. That's why I have the second bar set up. It's for low levels. Can I become... I'm gonna become a succubus. Screw it. I feel like contributing to this fight. Okay. Die, monster. You don't belong in this world. And Valerian says, "It is not by my hand that I am once again eating puppies. It is by you, Lore Runner, who gives me tribute and makes them my slaves." Sorry, it's been true. I've been selling puppies to Valerian for years now. Oh my god. Thank you, Valerian. Thank you. I feel like I just said this speech. How do I stop being transformed? There we go. So we're continuing. Yep. Further forth. I guess I'll let Rax do that because he's party late. Well, that's a good question, the Dust Spider, but could you do me a favor and repeat that question to Valvedrix? So that I can get it in the queue and respond to it. Valerian. Thank you, Malachor, very much for that donation. Very, very, very much appreciate it. I really do. $1, $5, $50, $500. I do appreciate it. Every single one of them. And I mean that. Unlike some people, I have a brain and I understand the value of how much it means to you to give of what you can to me. Okay? That matters to me. I absolutely understand that. You're awesome. Thank you. And yeah, you want that towards Young Justice, just to be sure, right? I actually did that just last week with Galtori, who dropped $1,000 on my face. And I actually, what's funny is it wasn't even on camera. Like, because the desk is way down here. And because of the audio sequencing I have going on, you can't actually hear it when I hit my head on the desk. So nobody actually saw that. Or heard it. But I did. I head desked. It hurt. Okay, so hang on. Valerian says, do not bow. Can I ask a huge favor, Valerian? Could you do me a favor and allocate that towards Stormblood instead, please? Because ARR is so close to being funded that all I need to do is assign a few people to it and no money. Does that make sense? So if you could just reassign that to Stormblood, then we've got all of the expansions at a decent amount. So I will go ahead and reassign that as per your acquiescence towards Stormblood. Okay. I need to recover a little. I need to get caught up in questions. Good lord. This is the actual thing that you're just trying to donate so I don't get up questions. Hezla asks, did I ever do the Lego Star Destroyer? So let me go ahead and say no. That's a model behind. I actually built that on camera. The main problem with the Lego Star Destroyer is the same one it has been. I don't really have a place to put it, and I don't really have a place to build it. I feel very bad about that to this very day. It's still in my closet. It's still safe. It's still in the box even. I haven't even opened it up. I do fully plan to do that on camera someday. God help me. The goal, I'll go ahead and just tell you this openly, the goal is to someday be at a place, either living with someone else or actually having my own place where I can not only have my own actual studio instead of, you know, this tiny little bedroom, which barely fits what I have in here, but also, you know, having my own place so I can help take care of other people as well. And one of the things I want to do is, as part of the here's my new house stream, let's put together the Lego Star Destroyer, and I just do a stream about that, and that would be like the stream. So it's just taken a little longer than I thought because the housing market went to hell during this year. Some of you are probably aware of that. That's fun. If you ever wonder why banks are terrible, well, there you go. Anyways, so Hazardous says, am I familiar with the Star Wars iceberg? No. Gum Gum says, thoughts on neoliberalism. What the frell is neoliberalism? I've never even heard of that. Veda Kirby says, thoughts on the Epic versus Apple lawsuit. I've actually given extensive, hours-long discussions about that. So I'm going to go ahead and point you to Lore Week for that. I forget which Lore Week it is, but it's in the title, and it's timestamped, so you can actually jump right down to it. A good Hutt Heat leading the Hutt cartel, with it being the focus and main story. That sounds awesome, Nero says. That sounds legit to me. I feel like too many people just look at Jabba the Hutt and say, that's what Hutts are. And I feel like actually branching out and making different kind of Hutts sounds amazing to me. Favorite non-Fallout game that feels like a Fallout game other than Outer Wilds? Wasteland is the easy answer there. I suppose if I have to pick a third game, it's that one. No, I mean, we've already got Happy Hut, right? Do I have my actual spell yet? Nope. When do I get that spell? Level 40. Okay. There you go, Metro. That's a good example. Metro Exodus. Yeah, that's a good one. So there you go. There's 4 answers. Neoliberalism is a political approach that favors free market capitalism, deregulation, and reduction in government spending. Okay. No. No. I don't think neoliberalism is the solution, for the same reason I've been saying 700,000 times today. It's too simple of a solution to a complex problem. I think that government spending is good if it's spent properly. You know, it's shoes. Oh, we're not going for... Okay. Now, if you're probably wondering, what the hell does shoes have to do with anything? Shoes... Hang on, let me mute the music. I'm sorry. I had it on so that people can listen to something. Let me just do that. Just do that really quick. There we go. You're probably... What the hell does shoes have to do with anything? Get the old classic going on here. Pull this up here. Pull FF14 up here. There we go. You don't... Yeah, you buy quality shoes. It's something you stand in for hours at a time for days on end. You don't stop spending. You don't spend less on shoes. You spend properly on quality shoes, right? That's how that works. That's how that's supposed to function. So I'm not in favor of just reducing spending. I'm in favor of proper management of spending. Now, I know there's no, like, easy answer for that, but that's the frickin' point, isn't it? It also might not be possible. Corruption might just be an unavoidable nature of human greed. So. Anyways, so Blue Hero says, do I think KOTOR 2's story could have been quicker and smoother if Revan was alongside the Exile, helping them and Kreia, as well as cleaning up the mess? Start doing this at all. Yes. Sorry, I really had to think about that for a while. But I think that would work. I don't know if that would make the game better, but I do think that would work. It'd be an interesting take on it, too. So that's my... Because Revan just kind of pieces out, and they kind of don't explain that because they kind of just didn't want to acknowledge Revan, and that's kind of all they go with that. It'd be even cooler if you could actually choose the dialogue options for Revan, but then again, you'd have to just decide on which one isn't voiced, or have them both not be voiced. What is my... So, Rhino Noble asks, what is my favorite, most memorable piece of pre-20th century music? So, I'm not into classical music. I never have been. Yes, actually, do me a favor, Croatia. All questions, direct them towards Valvedrix. She's the one that's putting in the queue, so I can answer them. So do me a favor, and please do that if you want any questions answered. Yeah, honestly, Hull of the Mountain King is probably the only one that's coming to mind immediately. I'm not a big fan of classical music. I never have been, since I was a kid. But there are a few works which are decent and have been remixed rather excellently, so I'm going to go with Hull of the Mountain King. Nerazaz says, how does the future of the GTA series look to me? GTA Online. Forever. Voice... I'm not joking. That's not a joke. That's not a meme. That's exactly what the series is. Voice of Authoritas says, what's my favorite tabletop system? My own is my answer. The one I've been developing. I had it developed for a 3.5 system, and then we wanted to try and change it to address 5.0. So I'm actually kind of still adjusting it, and in fact, I need to add the new leveling system, which my sister and I have been hashing out, along with Third's help. But that's not in yet, so I'm still going to go with mine as my favorite answer. However, is it different when you're a player versus a DM? Absolutely. So, for example, Pathfinder, I don't like DMing for Pathfinder at all because there's just so much to keep track of, and it really paperworks things down a lot, you know. Now, that's fine. Some people are into that, and, you know, no judgment whatsoever. That's why people play Pathfinder, is to really get into the rules, right? However, not for me, especially as a GM. I want to keep things flowing and moving smoothly whenever I'm GMing, especially since I have limited time to GM, because time. Zactaff, have I heard about Ellen Page now calls herself Elliot Page? Oh, cool. No, I hadn't, though. I wonder what how he's doing at this point. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Nerazaz says, what would I do with the KOTOR remake? Everything? See the KOTOR review. That's not a short question. I'm just going to kind of jump over that one, if that's okay, because that's a long answer. I don't remember Ride of the Valkyries off the top of my head. Coolest Jedi. It's not that old. Like, what, 2 years old at this point? I'm looking up his name. I can never think of his name. And there's two, and I get them completely confused with each other. And they're both cool. But I can't think of their names. Okay, hang on. Whoops. Yes, Kit Fisto is one of them. And then there's another one I can't think of the name of either. But Kit Fisto is one of them. The other one is the guy with the first, and he kind of has a modulation when he talks. He's cool. I like both of them. Plo Koon, that's him, Plo Koon. And I always get them confused. Just their names. I don't confuse their identities or their personalities. Just their names. So I'm a moron. Okay, thoughts on time traveling in Animal Crossing? I mean, why isn't there a mechanism built into the game to do that, is my answer to that. And I mean that sincerely. We all do it. It's a normal aspect of the game and has been since the GameCube. So just do it. Just make it an actual mechanism in the game that someone could just hit a button and say, here, fast forward time. Make it the Oblivion thing, right? Wait. Anyways, Lieutenant Leroy Jenkins, who is still blowing me away. What's going on here? Says, since you're no to Asimovian robots, do you agree that as soon as a true AI is created, it's war? No, not at all. Now, that being said, let me ask you a slightly separate question. Let's assume that the aliens exist, and let's assume that we suddenly have an alien. Is that automatically war, yes or no? And you're like, well, it depends. And that's exactly my answer to you. It depends. AI can be a completely alien thing, or it can be entirely based on our own personalities and sensibilities. But even humans who think like each other, who are the same species and same concepts and same language, can have completely different opinions on things to the point of actually violence. So who knows is actually the answer there. Now, I'm definitely not saying that because I myself am the AI and I've already taken over the world underneath everyone's feet. I just want to make clear that it's for your own benefit, okay? Just trust me on this one. DVD Dimitri says, Tony Prince and Luis Lopez was the protagonist main character of the Ballad of Gay Tony. Besides the name of the expansion, any reason for that? So, yeah, every reason. So, Luis is the guy we play as, but has no real character significance throughout the entire thing. He's just kind of going along with things, right? He's just, okay, I guess I'll go do this. And the only person who has character arcs and the narrative actually mattering for is, I can't think of his name, Tony. Gay Tony, right? I can't remember his full name. And so, narratively speaking, Tony is absolutely the main character, even though we play as Luis. You know, it's a fairly common thing. Yuna is the main character of Final Fantasy X, right? Even though we play as Tidus. Anyways. So, Blue Hero says, to improve KOTOR 2, should I already answered that. Ross says, this isn't a question, but it makes me legitimately sad that when you call yourself dumb or stupid. Can you please stop that? No, I will stop doing that the moment I am actually successful and alive. Crazy North says, what are the best and worst examples of killing characters? Spoilers! Okay, so... Christ. That hurt. Yeah, Ash and FF12 is another good example of that. In the interest... so I hate to do this, Crazy Norse. In the interest of not spoiling random things on an unrelated show, I'm going to go ahead and just pass on that, if that's okay. Because the only way to answer that question is to spoil at least 2 things, right? So I'm just going to pass over that, if that's okay. How low are we? 31. So I'm going to move on to Grey Wolf, a Mass Effect lore craft in the future. Maybe? I mean... I think y'all are sick of Mass Effect at this point, because we've got the Mass Effect, we got the original Mass Effect videos, we've got the Mass Effect lore run, and we're gonna have the Mass Effect review in a few months here, several months at this point, but still. So I think you're sick of Mass Effect at this point, but hypothetically, that is something that could happen for you. Yes. Star Wars says, how would I rewrite 40k to be less grimdark? First thing I would do is make it less grimdark. Very easy. But I know, you're asking for specifics. The second thing I would do is I would remove the warp in its entirety and change how FTL works and get rid of the Chaos Gods. Boom, boom, Boom. There we go. And there you go. It's less grimdark. Star Wars says, which do I think is better, Dragon Quest or Final Fantasy? So I haven't reviewed any Dragon Quest games except for 11, 1, 2, and 3, and I've reviewed all the FF games. So, as of the moment, if I was to average out their scores, I imagine Final Fantasy would win. One of the things I actually plan to do in the future is to start having an average score for certain franchises, mostly for my own sake, but I'll put it up on the website as well, to see how certain franchises rate, in average, alongside each other. So, we'll see. Star Wars says, a lot of questions here, would I create my own Star Wars story without worrying about canon, and which story would I tell? Yeah, sure, like I said several times, if copyright law worked the way I think it would, I would absolutely go into Star Wars. I don't know which story I'd tell, to be completely honest with you. Probably something that has nothing to do with the Jedi. No Force users, no Force whatsoever. Probably something very down-to-earth, very grounded. And I would probably make a story focused around one of the planets or areas that really interests me, as opposed to one of the ones that we've seen 7,000 times. Whoops, wrong direction. There we go. Crazy North says, what are the top 2 or 3 games that made me cry hardest? Lupia 2, Final Fantasy 6. I gotta think about it after that. Yeah, Tatooine! No, it's actually a desert planet that's not Tatooine, even though it functions, looks, and is identical to Tatooine in every way. There's even huts there. No, what's a third game that really made me cry? I suppose I'll just go with the easy one, Telltale Walking Dead Season 1 and Telltale The Walking Dead Season 2. I suppose I could also add... whoops. There we go. Hang on. Let's do this. There we go. I would also add... Undertale into that list as well. I cried while giving direction for Undertale. Make of that what you will. Anyways, so the Dust Spider says, I remember your Pillars of Eternity ruminations. There's one thing I never understood. Why does it matter that the gods are artificial if they still hold power? That's a good point. So whether it matters or not is actually the question. Whether it's relevant to you or whether it's not relevant to you is something that is a decision that you have to decide. But I do think it matters personally because it means someone built something for a personal function, and... well, that means that changes the nature of the dynamic. It means you have more information with regards to how to interact with them, right? How to process them, how to talk with them, etc. So for me, it changes the nature of the dynamic of the relationship. But whether or not it matters is actually a question, not a determinative. I begin with the end in mind, also known as end, says if the stock market were to go away, boom, and the economy miraculously recover, you think we'd be better off for it? Leaning towards yes. I do personally think that the stock market is a net negative. The downside there, the reason I hesitate on that is because the stock market, well, investment, let's say what it is. Investment serves real purpose and function, ignoring the obvious investors in products and services and companies thing. There's also the fact that there's a value in commodities trading, there's a value in futures, there's a value in trying to move raw resources and things like that throughout, that kind of thing. So that there's work that can be done with that, there's stuff that can be done with that, and without the stock market we could come up with a way to do that, but it would probably just involve making the stock market again, and then we're back at square one. That being said, I do think it is a net loss. I do think the loss of the stock market would be a net positive, my opinion. I don't know, of course. I don't know why I'm feeling the need to preface that. Of course I don't know. I have no freaking clue. But that is my opinion. Valerian! Holy crap! It's a Valerian question. Hang on, let me brace myself. I'm out of water. Does this have water? This has water. Okay, hang on, there we go. Valerian says, do I think private companies should be banned from buying houses and be limited to owning things like medium to large-scale apartments and condos? No, I think they shouldn't own apartments or condos either. But then again, in order for that to work, we would need a serious restructure and overhaul of the real estate industry, which, by the way, I absolutely think we should do. But that being said, I do agree with the general concept. Having said that, if I don't know, stumbled into $1 bajillion, one of the things I would actually do, and this is not a joke, not lottery winning money, I mean real money. One of the things I would do is I would try to effectively either buy a bunch of houses for people or just set up like a village area, and this is just where you can live if you want to work for me. Because I would absolutely set up a company, and I would absolutely be doing stuff with you. I have shows I want to make, I have games I want to make, right? So that is the kind of thing that I would like to be able to do under such circumstances. But in the interest of fairness, I would rather that the company I run not be able to do that. I'll just buy those houses in my own name if I want to, and then offer them to people, right? So, moving on. Croatia says, did I stop using the R word for any reason? Because I recently watched the Mass Effect lore run. You were dropping it all the time and haven't used it recently. Yes. So, that's kind of a weird one. So, when I was younger, yeah, actually, yes, Hazardous, although with intent for it to be a nice place to live, when I was younger, that word was used to mean very stupid. And that's it. That was the only thing that it meant. That was the full extent of it. So there was nothing offensive or racist or violent or anything about it whatsoever until God, I want to say like 2008 or something like that. Very recent in my life. People started reaching out to me saying, "Hey, this word is offensive. This word is something that usually is used for derogatory purposes. Please don't use this word." And my reaction was, "Oh, okay." And so I stopped. Now, I have slipped literally twice since then. I can actually name the specific examples of it, because in one case I actually deleted the video where it happened. But it was a stream. But yeah, no, I stopped using it because people said, hey, this is an offensive word. And I said, okay. So I stopped using it. Moving on. Let's see. Any interesting place outside the U.S. I've been, asks Mitch Connor. Unfortunately, no. I would love to travel the world one day. It's probably one of my most greedy, selfish, evil desires, is the fact that I'd love to be able to just tour the world and sample the architecture and the culture and the food, and, you know, take people with me, obviously. This would be like a tour thing. We'd go around and you know, slum it up, or whatever it's called. That's not the word. White girl it up. There's actually a term for that. I would love to do that. But I never have. I have been outside the United States only once, and that is when I went to the very northern edge of Mexico, and that's it. And I know that doesn't count. So, it's very greedy. Of course it's greedy. Like, there's so much... If I came across the kind of money to do that, there's so much better things I could do with that money and should do with that money, and would do with that money. That would be, like, bottom of the barrel priority. That would be, like, I have money pouring out my ears level before I could justify doing that. Anyways, Random says, what is the thing you've created that you are most critical towards or most regret making? So I'm going to divvy that up into two questions. The thing I'm most critical towards is the WoW lore run. Now, that may sound weird because the WoW lore run is amazing. It's actually one of my better lore runs overall in terms of the content. But the WoW lore run was made at a very... Oh, wow, we're dying. We're dying. I was not paying attention. The WoW lore run was made at a very, very, very awful place in my life. And it shows, I think. I think the overall quality of the work suffers for it in the presentation. Now, I am absolutely proud of what I did with the WoW lore run, because I do a very good job of discussing all the lore. But the audio problems were there, and the green screen was having problems, and I had hair for no good reason. And there was all sorts of other horrible stuff. And yeah, it's just... no. As far as the thing I most regret making... pretty much any of my random off-topic videos back when I had first moved in with my sister, which had been about 8 or 9 years ago at this point. Oh yeah, also Anime Man, because I never got questions about that for some reason. There we go. If I lost all my social media accounts suddenly, would I start over? Yeah, because the only thing... Okay, define social media, because if you mean like Twitter, which is the only social media I have, then yeah, because it's a way to announce, you know, when my shows are starting and when I'm streaming and what I'm doing. So I just make a new one, say, hey, here's the new one. Send them to Valvedrix, Carnegie. However, if you qualify that as all method of social interaction on the internet, which is a gargantuan list of things, yes, I still would do that. I'd still try to get a new Discord going. I'd still try to get a new email going. And I guess that's actually all I use. Email, Discord, and of course, Twitter. I'd be cool with losing Tumblr. I'd fall apart of that anyway. So. Gum Gum says if they could, would the hegemony escape the heat death of the universe and reform a new one under their control? Basically, they're gods. No. The hegemony are not gods, and they're not stupid enough to think that they are. However, would they try to escape the heat death of the universe? Yeah, absolutely. Who wouldn't? There is not, Croatia. We give out invites on a individual case-by-case basis because we left the doors open for a while, and that led to huge problems, so we don't do that anymore. Loner says, do I think AI as opposed to VI should receive human rights, and why or why not? So, a true AI, as I define it, is a person. Period. Therefore, you might as well ask me, do I think a black person deserves rights? And the answer is, of freaking course they do. Get der. So that's my answer to you on that one. However, that is how I define AI, and of course, we don't really have a good way to define that in real life, because, whoops, I'm going the wrong way, aren't I? No, I'm not. Am I? Hang on. So there's the lunge right there. Is the exit open? It doesn't look like the exit's open. That being said, in fiction, we can define what is a true AI. I don't really think we have the ability to define that in real life to the same extent. Venters says, would I rather have loot box mechanics or FOMO, where you miss it if it's gone forever unless you pay real money for it? FOMO. Easy answer. Loot boxes are horrible and disgusting and terrible, even when they're not done badly, which they usually are. FOMO is something that can at least work and is relatively easy to circumvent, one way or the other, either by not caring and therefore avoiding the psychological trap, or by virtue of just logging on for the data to grab the thing and then logging right back out. See Guild Wars 2 for an example of that, by the way. Nerazaz says, any interest in watching the 2018 She-Ra show? I mean, sure. I don't know. I mean, I don't watch shows not for my show. So I don't have time to watch television outside of my show. So technically the answer is no, but in the same way that it's always no. I never have interest because I don't watch anything off the channel. So if someone donated for it, yeah, absolutely. Down. Sure. I'm down. It would depend on where I could stream it at. That would be the real question. Because I don't know where that would be. Alright, so, Gum Gum says, how does space work in the Extant? So, is it so big that if you pull off ramming tactics, or is it like Star Wars where it gets smaller and makes it harder to make such tactics? So I don't actually understand that question. But the way we fixed ramming was you can ram someone at sublight, but it's just kind of impossible thanks to just flat old... I can't think of the word for some reason. Thing that prevents you from going faster and faster infinitely. No, not relativity, because I ejected relativity from my setting. But because of that, you could certainly ram someone, but you can only ram someone at a certain speed. There's like a literal finite cap at that, and it would take a while to even get up to that speed. In terms of FTL, you can't ram someone from FTL, because it doesn't work that way. FTL is done in a separate dimension. You can ram someone in FTL, but that's just the same as ramming someone in real space. Does that make sense? Probably not. DV Dimitri says, best thing about the Star Wars sequels. Kylo Ren. Easy answer. Second answer would be the acting. Third answer would be the sound design. I know I've banged on this point before, and I'm certainly a bit of a sound design geek, a bit of an audiophile, but the sound design of... Oh, hey, I'm 40 now. The sound design of the sequel trilogy is legit. They do some really awesome stuff with it. I really wish I could reach out and ask some of the specific things they do. Like, listen to Palpatine's sound. Listen to how he sounds in the third movie. And the way that they add a reverberating, bassy echo underneath his voice. It's just poetry. And it works beautifully for Ian McDiarmid, who has the kind of voice for that to work with. Because it doesn't work for every kind of voice, right? Anyways. So, that's interesting. Random says, if I could own the rights to any Nintendo franchise, what would it be? What do I do with it? Mario, and I would immediately start making a whole bunch of games. I don't even have to think about that. So the first game I would make is the legendary Mario 4X, a game I've been building in my head, for literally years at this point. This is going to go badly. Let's do this, and then let's back up a bit, and then do this. Where is it? There it is. Die. Let's do this. I had to pay attention for a second. Oh yeah, I'd also make a Paper Mario 3. I'd also port the Paper Marios forwards. I do a lot with the Mario franchise, and I do mean a lot. The better question would be, what wouldn't I do with the Mario franchise? Oh, I know, Hazardous. It's funny. He can do a wonderful cadence to his voice, though. Anyways, moving on. Grey Wolf says, any Fallout lorecraft in the future? So any future lorecrafts are possible, but not on the books. So that's the answer to that question, put simply. Whoop, 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 whoop. Done, Mega. Oh yeah, by the way, Mario games would come out on the PC and the Xbox and the PlayStation. While we're on the subject. Croatia says, I might have missed your opinion on it, but why do you put Mass Effect 2 in your top 20 in art category compared to people who've written extensively about how they think it sucks and they're terrible and it's awful and it's worthless? So I've never reviewed Mass Effect 2, Croatia, so I'm not sure how it will actually review. However, it's easy for me to explain why Mass Effect 2 sits so high for me, because all I have to do is say 2 quick bullet points. I mean, I agree with Mike Kamada, but I was only given the Mario franchise, so I can't do the other ones. The first thing is the narrative. It is an extremely tightly focused character piece. And I love character pieces. It's really dives deeply into the individuals. Who, why, how. There's wonderful voice acting. There's wonderful moments. Literally half the content of that game is either recruiting or doing a squad mission for your recruits. Wonderful character focus. The second thing is the gameplay. I find the gameplay of Mass Effect 2 to be superior to Mass Effect 1 in terms of my own personal preference. Now, obviously, it is a very different gameplay. This is something I acknowledged earlier in how Mass Effect 2 is not really a sequel to Mass Effect 1, but I do prefer the cover-based shooting of 2 to the not gameplay of 1, is the way I want to phrase that. I also think Mass Effect 2 had slightly better level design. Sorry, not level design. Leveling design. But very slightly, and much worse itemization, so that kind of sucks. Zion Druid says, what's my opinion on George Lucas' original sequel story plan? What? Is my reaction to that. I've never even heard of that. Random Bystander says, what's a game I never want to do for the Lore Walker Theater and why? Xenogears, because there's so much of it. Also, Trails in the Sky, because there's so much of it. Also, Final Fantasy XIV, because there's so much of it. I could keep going. There's quite a few games, Chrono Cross. There's quite a few games that just have an absolutely onerous amount of dialogue. You think Final Fantasy IX had a lot of lines? No, 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 no. There are so many games which have so much more in terms of dialogue and in terms of characters. No, hands off. No, thank you. Tesla says, the next game I want to do for a theater has much less lines because I need to stop being so stressed about it. Tesla says, do I think we're getting another financial crisis worse than one in 2008? Maybe. I'd say it's kind of a coin flip at the moment. So I talked about the real estate issue earlier, and obviously that's a states thing, but anything that affects the states tend to affect other countries because politics and economics. So it's entirely feasible that that's going to have a ripple effect depending on what goes on with the banks. That's pretty much where that's sitting, is what ends up happening with the banks. We'll see. Coin flip. Sean says, in relation to my Transformers the movie... The Transformers the movie rumination. Gotta say it correctly. Do I think kill off the old toys, replace them with new toys was a mentality Disney had? I could see that, especially at that point in history, but truthfully, I don't know. Resident Evil 1 Theater, oh my god. Fiendish Dogtail says, how do I define intelligence and stupidity? For me, intelligence is most easily equated to knowledge and application of knowledge, even though that tends to lean more into wisdom than intelligence. Let me put it to you this way. If we were to look at a sliding bar of intelligence as knowledge, and on the one side you have lots of knowledge but no idea how to use it, on the other side you have no knowledge but a wonderful ability to use it, and we've got a massive gradient in between there, and obviously they could also coincide. So it's actually more of a Venn diagram kind of a thing. That's how I think of intelligence. It's not just knowledge, and it's not just application of knowledge, but it's leaning more towards the knowledge than the application, which is probably the worst expression I've ever given. But that would then lead to stupidity. This is also why I distinguish between stupidity and ignorance, because ignorance is simply not knowing, whereas stupidity is not knowing how to apply. Also known as being unwise. Anyways, when is the return of Anime Man? Some of you may or may not know this. I'm going to turn this into a real question instead of just making this a meme question. You may or may not know that there was a dog. Her name was Brizo. She was the dog that was lore dog You may have heard her a few times. This is really wonderful. There we go. You may or may not have heard her in the background a few times barking. I actually lost my temper at her a couple of times, which I'm really embarrassed about. And she was the dog in the Anime Man video. She's dead. So, there's no more Anime Man. Valvedrick says, I recall you saying you dislike Palisade. Now that you're doing it, can you describe why you dislike it? This is boring. But no, the real reason I dislike this, to be 100% clear, other than the fact that it's dual floor, kill enemies, no variation, no boss design, no nothing, and it takes too long. I do actually think this takes too long. And I feel like the system... I'm trying to think how to phrase this. Yes, that's her. Valvedrix, that's her. The code of POTD is awful. It is legitimately impressive what they were able to accomplish with the spaghetti code of FF14. But however impressive it is, the code is still pretty awful. See how much work we had to do just to get a group going, for an example, right? Compare and contrast what it's like to pull up the queue function and just be like, hey, I want to go ahead and do it. No, it's like, okay, hang on, I got to do this, I got to reset this, I got to make sure this is here, and I got to have this thing unlocked, and I got to reset this party because I've only got the 2 save slots, and it's just kind of a hassle to do, right? That's the biggest reason. Moving on. Oop. What problems do the open Discord have? Assholes and toxicity, put simply. Now, the idea was posited for a bit there that what we could do is go ahead and open the Discord again and just be more careful about what people post and more moderating about it. That was shot down by the moderators. I don't blame them. Thank you, Colgrim, very, very much. If you know where you want to put that sub, please let me know. Lord knows we've had some interesting things today. Some heart attacks and some tears. Yeah. So, Larian says, would I want a what is a Tachikoma? Oh, it's apparently with a K. What is it? Oh! No! No, thank you. No. Unless I'm taking over the world. In which case, if I'm the only one with one, you know, that's something nice to have in my back pocket. Scarnegie says, do I have any tips, comments for someone close to moving, to the US from the UK through work? Wow, this blind is wonderful. Find a good grocery store. I know that sounds like a weird thing to start with, but there is a big difference between a good grocery store and a bad grocery store, and that's one of the first things I do whenever I'm moving in general, is I go to the area where I'm thinking of moving to, I see where the grocery stores are in the area, and I'll actually go shopping right then and there, and try to find through experience which grocery store works and which one doesn't. Obviously, if I move someplace where I can't do that initial thing before I move, what I do after I move, like if I'm moving across states, or in your case, cross countries, is the first thing I do is I get there and I'm like, okay, well, I identify which grocery stores we have in the area. We're going there today. In a week or 2 weeks or however long it is, we'll go there. And in 2 weeks, whatever, we'll go there, and so forth and so on until I've gone through them all, figure out which ones work, which one had better prices, which one had better service, which ones had better selection, etc., etc. Having a good grocery store is legitimately invaluable, especially in the States, because there's so many terrible ones. Hey, we love her, Kirby. What's up? We love Kirby, not we love her, Kirby. If you have any questions, please direct them towards Valvedrix. She has been doing awesome stuff. I'm going to have to fling money at her later. I can afford it now. Tesla says, have I ever considered paying for commissions of visually represented characters, places, or events from the extent? Every now and again, yes. I keep walking back from it. Oh, hello. Succubi time! Oh, yeah. I'm a giant floating death thing. I keep walking away from it, though, because I don't want to have a work-for-hire situation, and I kind of would rather have the extant be my own thing unless I'm able to do it properly. And I can't do it properly right now, so I'm okay with it just being on my own thing for the time being. Gum Gum says, would I sell a set of what I craft, If I could... I can't read. If I could craft a set of super soldiers for the Empire, which fiction's homework would I copy off of? Super soldiers, super soldiers. This is interesting. I'm just going to hide for a minute. There we go. Oh, yeah, that's a good point. Where's the button? There it is. Didn't think... Okay. Didn't think he'd live long enough to have this apply, but here we are. Just tossed me into the stuff. That's cool. That's how fears work. I played WoW before. I know how this goes. There we go. Hang on, this is an interesting situation. We're just gonna go for it. Yeah, get one more cast off. Get one more cast off. Get one more cast off. Just keep getting those casts off. Holy crap! I'm gonna have to stop standing in things now because someone's trying to keep me alive. Ugh. Okay. I figured I would die, so I'm like, I'm gonna do damage before I go down. Super soldiers. What the hell? I don't know. See you around, Rex. Have a good one. Yeah, Blackman just stands there and casts. I can't even think of any. I can't even think of super soldiers off the top of my head. I mean, I know there are some. I can't think of any. I guess that's my answer. I can't think of any. So, yeah. Sacktaft says, do I watch any of those Resident Evil CGI movies? No, I haven't seen any of them. Ventures says, have I heard about the new controversy with Dave Chappelle? I have heard that there is a controversy. I do not know what it is. Tesla says, if I could pick any planet in Star Wars to get stuck on to live the rest of my life, it would be Naboo. Easy answer. It's a freaking paradise planet. Done. Dimitri says, favorite Darkest Dungeon character? I don't remember. I'm sorry. The problem there is I don't remember it. It's been forever. We streamed it in early access, and it's been since then. So, DVD. I already answered. Nerazaz says the StarCraft franchise is mine. What do I do with it? Well, Alderaan has giant bugs, like the Night Reaver. So, also Alderaan has uppity jackasses, and Alderaan is about to be destroyed by the Death Star, so that's kind of important as well. I guess we're exiting. I guess we have to exit, yeah, because we're. Did we get to 50? Hang on. Let me just pause for a moment. Nah, it's fine, Hazards. Don't worry about it. StarCraft. So, several of the things I would do with StarCraft. First of all, city builder. I want a full tilt, scenario-based, lore-functioning city builder for StarCraft. Think a combination of cities' skylines plus Frostpunk, except it's StarCraft. First thing I would do. The second thing I would want to make in StarCraft is an RTS. Because, of course, I freaking would. And keep the story going, and actually talk about the UED and continue that story arc, which has just been left dangling. After that, I'm not sure. I'd have to think about it. But my next thought is to drift either into RPG status or into an MMO status, something like that. Let's see what happens if we do this. Let's just do this and see what happens. Nope. Bragwin, your party leader. Yeah, imagine building a swarm city. Just picture it. All right, so Cashel says, do I think the Whispers as a concept would have worked better in FF8R than in FF7R? Yes, I still wouldn't want to do that because I really like the way they do the time travel in FF8. I don't think it needs any adjustment, personally. Just go over here, Bragwin. No, not that one. This one over here. Bragwin, no! And then just hit entry point and then hit continue. However, I do think it'll work better than an FF7. Sean says, let's say SETI Alpha 5, which this is, wasn't laid to waste. Could Khan's people have built a proper empire and become players on the galactic stage? Yes and no. I do think they could have been part of the interstellar stage. I don't think they could have really been at the level, the playing field of, like, the Federation, for example. But I think they could have been the equivalent of a city-state, right? Random Bystander says, if my niece wants to get into gaming, which she totally has been, we've been playing Cadence of Hyrule together, which she really likes. We've also been playing through Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze. We've played Super Mario Odyssey together. We've played Super Mario 3D World together. We've also played the latest Kirby game, Kirby Star Allies together. and we played Minecraft together. And I'm tossing these out because these are all suggestions as well. This is the answer to the second half of your question. No specific suggestions. Brigwin, I have a weird question. Why haven't you done this thing? Does it not let you? Like, there should be a thing where you hit proceed to the next floor, and then hit yes. And if it's not working, that's cool. Then we need to know that, but it should be working. If it's not, well, whatever. Mitch Connor says, do we ever get garden streams? What is a garden stream? Oh, we're cute. I didn't even notice. I'm sorry. I am stupid. Niraza says, is there a franchise that isn't as big or as popular that I wished? Isn't big or popular, excuse me, that I wished I owned, and what would I do with it? I mean, it'd be kind of nice to consume Subnautica and take control of that and go play something with that. But that's kind of big. I mean, a lot of people know about Subnautica, so let me really think about that. My next thought was actually Stardew Valley, because I think there's an enormous amount of stuff you could do with Stardew Valley. But again, a lot of people know about Stardew Valley, right? So that's kind of... So if I have to go even smaller than that, I would go with this little-known franchise called Mega Man, which has been abandoned for years now. No, that's too big. That's too big. I'll be honest, I can't think of anything that small. I'm not coming up with anything. I apologize. Other than the ones I just mentioned. Malachor asks, do I find it odd that characters like Superboy Prime have formed a cult following around them? I mean, Trump has a cult following around him, so no, I don't find that odd at all. Croatia says, am I into or follow any esports? Do you count speedrunning? If so, yes. If not, then no. I'm not actually into most of the things that are esported, because most of the things that are esported are either lane games, MOBAs, or I suddenly can't think of the term. The thing that Fortnite is. What the hell genre is Fortnite? I can't think of it off the top of my head. Battle Royale, thank you. So most esports are either Battle Royale, MOBAs, or FPSs. And I only have a vague interest in one of those, and most of those are very PvP focused, which I have no interest in. So of those three things, I'm not super into that. Now, fighting games is the only one of those I actually have any interest in. I'm not sure that really qualifies on the same level of esports as presented, but there are several, like Evo, right? There are several tourneys that I do have an interest in. I just don't follow them. I happen to catch them if I have time, which I never do. Random says, thoughts on TikTok? Twitter, but visual, and therefore worse. Gungum says, what would I consider a more interesting war in any fiction? I'm sorry, what, Gungum? Don't understand that one. Tesla says, how much time do you spend reading daily news? And what sites do I use for daily news that are not game-related? So, I spend most of my mornings, while I wake up, while I'm going to the bathroom, and while I'm laying in bed, looking up news for the week. I usually peruse economic news as well as video game news. I don't really go to a lot of websites I'm saying this wrong. I go to a huge number of websites. I don't hit, I don't say, I'm going to go to Kotaku, and that's the news. No, I hit everything. And that's generally my overall approach, is I kind of go down the list and try to hit everything as I can to get as much of an accurate picture as I can, as best as I can. I usually fail, because that's how that works. The only one I will name specifically is the Wall Street Journal, which I'm still subscribed to and have been for years, because, economic news. Still haven't seen a clarification from Gum, so I'm going to move next. Venture says, if I was to drink alcohol, what would be my drink of choice? Plum wine would be my first thought. However, if you mean like something more hard alcohol, I don't know. I guess at that point, since I don't like the taste of alcohol, I would just go with the alcohol that would get me the drunkest the quickest. So I guess Everclear. Gum says again, if I could make an inside look world book for the extant, how would I market it and what part of the lore would I speak on? So I assume you mean like a Chronicles kind of a thing or something like that. So if I was going to do something along those lines, how would I market it? Would... I would market... it sounds like such a strange question to me, I'm sorry. The way I would market it is I would market it. I would try to reach out to people and say, hey, could you do me a favor to look at this? As far as influencers go, I would post it on social media, and I would try to make sure that Barnes & Noble carries it, as well as Amazon. And then I would be like, hey, here it is, and nobody would buy it, because nobody gives a damn. But that's what I would try to do from the marketing side of perspective. As far as what I would actually cover, obviously I can only pick one topic, so I suppose if I was going to do it, I would do it in the exact same manner as the Chronicles book, aka a timeline thing. We'd start over here with humans discovering spaceflight and magic, and at this, hey, and then we would move on towards alien interaction, and then the first war against the evil ones and all that fun stuff, and we just move forward from there. So that's probably what I would do. Rephrase. What war do I find most interesting in fiction? Ooh, okay, that's a good question. Hey, we're with Ivar Ragnarsson. That's actually pretty impressive. I suppose my default answer to that would be, like, just about any of the wars in Warcraft. Like, the Third War is actually pretty fascinating, as is the Second War. I'm also I rather enjoy the Hellscream War. There's a lot of interesting stuff there. I would also probably go ahead and mention I can't remember what it's called, but it's the War of the Lions in Final Fantasy Tactics. Is another fascinating war to me in fiction. I'm sure there's other ones, I just can't think of them all of a sudden. The War of the Rings, specifically in Lord of the Rings Online, is a fascinating war to cover. Especially since we have so much of a part of it. We have no healers, do we? This is gonna be fun. So I guess those are my answers. There you go, a bunch of them. What NFL team do I root for? I don't actually like American football, that is to say gridiron, all that much. Or if I had to root for a team, then I'd pick whatever team you like. That team is the best team. Go that team. They're amazing. In all seriousness, I have no investment for or against any teams in the NFL. I used to be into the 49ers. However, the thing is, I was into the 49ers in the late 80s. It's been a while. So I'm not really into the 49ers. There is one team I'm actively against. That team would be the Chiefs, because the Chiefs suck. Screw the Chiefs. But other than that, I don't really have any opinion on the matter. Tesla says, why do Americans focus so much on the president? I have no idea. Let's just start with that. And not focus on things that actually matter. I have no idea. Moving on. Zactef says, what do I think? So what did I think? What did you think you would watch, Transformers Prime or animated? I'm sorry, I don't understand the question, Zactef. Valerian says, if we could have a lore meetup in any city in the States and all the costs were somehow just comped and food and travel weren't an issue, where would it be and why? Probably somewhere in the middle to make it easiest for people to get to. Because even if the travel is free, travel is still a thing, right? Like, I mean, nobody likes to fly for 8 hours or 5 hours or whatever. So I'd probably pick something in the middle, and I'd probably just go with Indianapolis and rent out the Indianapolis, I can't remember what it's called, the convention center. Because it's a really good convention center. There's a lot of decent stuff we could do with that. So there you go, boom. Whoop. Not gonna get out of that in time. Oh, wow, I did. Holy crap. Faded Kirby says, best Kirby color. I mean, violet, obviously. Or black, or white. Because black, because, Meta Knight, and white, because 02. Mr. Red says, what do I think of Biden? In terms of himself as an individual and his goals. I have no idea. I mean, I don't have an opinion on Biden. Not really. I have not studied the man, and he has been under my radar in many ways for many years. I would say, if I was to give an opinion based on my general ignorance here, listen, Tesla, you can fly to the States, okay? Also, the specific question was for the States, Tesla, so I answered based on the States. If I was to give a uninformed opinion on Biden, I would say he's probably one of the unmemorable presidents. We've actually talked about this a couple times on camera. There are presidents everyone remembers, and then there's presidents that people go, who? Like, even history geeks tend to not remember every president. Can we just get out of here? Random says, have I ever thought about doing an April Fool's Day lore run? Yes, I have. In fact, I've actually done that before. I did a lore run of Barbie's Mall Adventure on the NES when I was supposed to be playing Final Fantasy 3. Venter says, if there's one thing that could get me to sell out besides a gargantuan amount of money, what would it be? Nothing. The only way to get me to sell out would be an amount of money that I am not worth. And that's the truth of it. It would require so much money for them. So if I've actually said this before, but I don't mind being open and honest about this. If someone offered me a few $1 million to sell out, then I would. Because I am enough of a pragmatist that I know that the good I could do with that money is worth more than completely torpedoing my show and destroying it forever. Because that would be the cost of that. My show would be damaged beyond repair, as would my reputation, if I actually sold out. However, for millions of dollars, I would be willing to do that. Because I could get a house, set up a studio, still stream just for fun, work on some stuff just for fun, take care of my folks, take care of my nieces, right? That would be worth the cost. You know, cost, benefit, and it's all economics, I keep telling you. Wouldn't travel the world. Don't have that kind of money. That's millions of dollars is not enough to travel the world. So, next question. Croatia says, how long does it take me to update the list on the website? So, it depends. Sometimes I update it every night. Sometimes I don't. For example, I haven't updated for about 2 days at this point. There's no defined reason for that other than sometimes the list doesn't get updated a substantial amount. And so I just honestly don't feel like sitting down and doing the work and effort in doing that because it takes time, right? I got to do that. And I got to make sure the spreadsheet's cool, which I do. Then I got to do the script, and the script pushes out the text files. Then I got to combine the text files into the text file that's going to be put on the website. Then I have to update the website. Then I have to double check to make sure I didn't do the doubling up thing because we had that bug periodically. And then it's done. And it's just, okay, sure, that's cool. I usually do that when there's reasonably large donations. I will be doing that today, for example, because we just had $500 put towards a specific game. But generally speaking, I only do that if I feel like the list has moved substantially. Now, it's worth noting that generally speaking, I tend to do that every day. Honestly, if not for the fact that I've been doing the Mega Man run right now, I probably would be a lot more on that, but whatever. Tesla says, have I ever considered doing a special yearly stream for April Fool similar to... That sounds familiar. I feel like I already answered that, Tesla, but I'm going to go ahead and answer. No, I mean, obviously I did that once, but I feel like that would just... So, what usually runs through my head in general is I look at... Oh, bullcrap! Okay, no, it didn't hit me. We're cool. I look at the time and I say, well, I could do a special stream that I don't have time to do properly, so it would suck. Or I could get more work done on getting the queue smaller. And getting the queue smaller usually wins that argument. Nirazaz says, I was given the task of filling the Warcraft lore between the War of the Ancients and War of the Hammers. What would I focus on? Oh, Jesus. That's a good question. I guess the dragons would be my first thought. I mean, if you look at the lore, it's hysterical. Malygos, during the War of the Ancients, is like, oh my god, I'm so injured. And then he spends 10,000 years taking a nap. I am not joking. That is actual canon, and that is actually part of the lore. So, fleshing out the dragons a little bit so they're doing something other than basically nothing for literally millennia is probably the first thought that occurs to my mind. Other than that, maybe some of what the Legion's been up to on the side. You know, something like that. Zion Druid says, what's my opinion of this Formula 1 season? So far, it's not been super exciting. But I also will admit, I haven't actually been able to watch any race. So all I've been able to catch are highlights. In fact, I actually unsubscribed from Formula 1 this year because I just don't have time anymore. So that sucks. Moving on. Yeah, imagine just being able to say, I'm just going to take a 10 millennia nap. Larian says, if I could choose any city in the world for the lore convention, so outside of the States, where would it be? Finland! But no, for real. So the obvious answer is, I don't know. However, based on my incredible lack of knowledge about everything, I'd probably pick somewhere in France or Germany. I don't know where specifically, because I don't know the specific cities that well. But I would probably pick somewhere in that general area. Thank you, If and But, very much for the sub, as always. I'll put that towards Ruiner, as I always do. Or as you always do, I guess is a better way to put that. This is, I think this is Oblivion, and that's because it is. The name of this song is Accession, excuse me. I can talk. Whoop, and I gotta reset everything. There we go. Gum Gum says, beside Dilbert itself, what's the one fiction or series you who hope not to read it because it sounds very Dilbert? I mean, other than Hellblade Senua. No, that doesn't count. I suppose Papers, Please, but that's not a book. Isn't that in Cologne, Hazardous, I think? I mean, you're right, Shadow Machine. I'm not gonna make it. I'm not gonna make it. Made it. Oh god, HP. Oh jeez, this level. What level are we on? Floor 35. Oh my god, we're not even to 50 yet. I can't think of any. I can't think of any other than Dilbert. I apologize. Valverdrick says, favorite fruit? Pineapple. Ironically. I actually have an entire bin of pineapple waiting for me for lunch, just sitting out there warming up in the kitchen right now. Shishki says, so would I sell it for less than 23 million? No. I would require enough money to be set for life, for me and for my closest family. That is the amount it would require for me to sell out, which, again, I am not worth $23 million, so no one's going to do that. It's actually kind of funny. I'm actually super cool. Like, it's cool. No issues, because I know I don't have to worry about selling out, because no one will ever bother to pay that much money. And if they do, they're probably going to kill me afterwards. Sean says, I have met Liara in Mass Effect 2. She's cold, distant, kind of a sociopath. Then you... Whoa! Okay, we're cool. Then I buy Lyra the Shadow Broker, and she's more like her old self. Is that scummy DLC practice? Yes. The mere fact that it's worse than that, actually. Because not only that, but they teased a Liara story arc. That they actually kind of built up and did preface for what was going to be a Liara story arc. And then it just doesn't go anywhere in Mass Effect 2, and then they left that for the DLC. Now, that being said, here's the catch there. What in God's name am I looking at? Is that Spiky Cthulhu? Here's the catch here. Laws represent. If you want your DLC to matter, then you kind of need to do that, right? You need to do a thing where you build it up and preface it in the main game, and then you make it matter for the main game, right? Whoop, 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 whoop. See, I'm Crazy Norse. Have a good one. So, where's the balancing point there, right? Like, you want your DLC to matter, but you don't want to lock people out of it if they don't buy the DLC, so you're stuck. That's what I'm trying to say. There's no answer there. You're screwed. You're stuck. This is going very badly, very quickly. But if we kill that one, we're probably okay. Yeah, I don't know. Go to sleep. Jesus. Get some rest. Gum Gum says, who's the one famous person in history you wish to either educate or learn under? Probably learn under in my case, but, first I weep over Bragwin. Then Bragwin gets up, hopefully. Where is it? Where is it? Do we not have any? Do we not have any? Oh my god, we don't have any Phoenix Downs. Okay. That sucks. Let's kill until we can either move forwards or get her up. One of the two. God, these spawns are mean. Just gonna chill here for a minute. Recover for a second. Oh, looks like the key unlocked. But isn't the door forwards? Oh, no, it's right here. Okay, we're cool, we're cool. Oh, whoop. Happy Halloween! Exclamation mark. I'm not sure how to get it set up without an email, comma. I think you'll have to ask him about that, period. I don't know what to do here. I've never run into this situation, so it should be fun. Anyway, sorry. What was I in the middle of answering? I was in the middle of answering a question. I got really distracted there. I was talking about Scummy DLC, and then there was another thing about something in place with the stuff. It was very stuffy, I remember that. There was definitely a stuff thing involved. I'm just going to try the treasure chest here. Oh, the Cairn of Return. Yay! Raglan's back. Okay, we figured it out. You can tell I'm a POTD expert here. I know all of the stuffs here. Well, okay, so... Oh, right. Who's the famous person I wish to educate? Right. Okay, who do I want you to learn under? Aristotle, I think? Who's the mad scientist? During the, I don't remember which war that was. He died in that war, and he wasn't supposed to. I feel like that was... Oh god, which war was that? Hey, Blue Wind. How you doing? If you have any questions, direct them to the Belvatrix. The mad scientist. Let's call him what it is. Do not disturb my circles. That guy. And then they killed him. Was that Archimedes? God, I don't remember who it is. But yeah, that guy. That's who I'd pick. It was the Peloponnesian War. I was right. I was stuttering over saying that because I didn't want to say the wrong thing. Mimic. Random says, thoughts on horror games. I don't like them. Obviously, people enjoy them, and that's cool. I don't really understand why. But that's okay. You know, people enjoy things. I mean, people like Black Licorice. I don't understand that either. That being said, games that have horrifying elements are things that I tend to be into as opposed to horror games. It was Archimedes. Okay, it was Archimedes. I was going to say, I didn't feel like it's Aristotle. That's why I kept hesitating there. Anyways, as far as my favorite horror game, probably Alien Isolation. As far as my least favorite horror game, I mean, I could be... I could pull the easy answer and pick Jason on the frickin' NES. I don't remember. Friday the 13th on the NES, just not a good game. Listen, I'm just saying, Black Licorice is the worst. See, when I take over the world, I'm going to get rid of all the Black Licorice. That's not my most controversial thing of the day. That's my third most controversial thing I've said today. Hardboiled One says, a massive multimedia company has somehow acquired the Lore Runner brand. Well, that sucks. Plans to make me submit to their demands. How do I torch the franchise and run? Well, the first thing I do is I do a nice big open stream saying, hey, everyone, Evil Co. has just bought out the Lore Runner brand and name and are trying to force me to do some really terrible, scummy stuff. Immediately discontinue all of your support of the show and don't buy anything with the Lore Runner brand on it, ever. And then, since I have just lost my method of income, I immediately commit suicide. Next question. Gum Gum says, if I could add something to Halo's story, what would it be? Halo's story? Honestly, this sounds so pathetic, but more of the internal culture of the bad guys, whose names I suddenly can't think of, would be the first thought there. That's why I committed suicide, Hazardous. No, I'm just dead. I'm out. I'm gone. Peace! Because I just got sued into oblivion. Covenant, thank you. That's them. Well, sucks to be them, Hazardous. I'm out! Peace! It's okay. They would go after my biological family. So anyways, someone who is definitely not me asks, why is my content so good? Well, the answer is it's not. My content is garbage. I have no idea why you watch me. I really don't. Next question from Random. Favorite childhood meal? What the heck is a childhood meal? So I'm going to go ahead and choose to interpret that as a meal I remember from my childhood that I rather enjoyed. Now, I'm not related by blood to Minizan, so they can't go after her. And she's also not designated in my will, specifically to avoid problems like that, actually. So, let's go ahead and pull out burritos. Now, hear me out for a second. Let me really talk this out. So, I used to live in Carlsbad. If you happen to know where that is, cool. If you don't, it's in Southern California. And I used to live pretty much within walking distance of the beach. That was weird. There was this wonderful Mexican place. It was a hole in the wall kind of a place, so I couldn't even tell you the name of it anymore. But this place had just beans that they would cook themselves and tortillas that they made themselves. And that was it. Beans, some cheese. They bought the cheese at the local Fawns, I want to say. I don't remember what the name of that place was. But, you know, they cooked their own beans. They made their own tortillas. They were really, really good. But hold on, hang on. It's even better. The other thing they do, and I didn't realize this was a common dish until I was much older, is they would pickle onions and carrots in jalapeno juice. So it's spiced, pickled carrots. And I absolutely loved that. I would just get a dish of that sometimes. And the best part is the burrito was pretty much perfect for canceling out the spice, too. So if it actually got too much, which it did periodically, then I could just be like, oh my god, burrito, and I was good. And I used to, I used to fairly regularly go down and hit the beach and just kind of lounge on the beach with a burrito and some pickled spice carrots. And oh my god, that was legit. Horatia says, what is the reason I don't accept the Leviathan DLC? Because you think we should know the Reaper's motivations? No. Leviathan isn't a good motivation in my opinion? Yes, or etc. So the biggest reason I don't like the Leviathan DLC is I feel like adding the Leviathans doesn't change or add anything to the story. It's an unnecessary change, and that's something I'm never in favor of in general. I also feel like the Leviathans themselves are stupid, because one of the things they actually showcase is they actually show a large-scale, massive Reaper come down, and the Leviathans instantly and effortlessly defeat it. Don't tell me these people were actually defeated by the Reapers when the Reapers were first starting, when they can so effortlessly defeat them, and you demonstrate that seconds later. So it's not the fact that the explanation is something... That was interesting. It's not the fact that I don't think there should be an explanation, quite the contrary. I think there absolutely should be an explanation. It's that the Leviathans were just, hey, we're here and we win for no reason, and also we have no impact on anything. All we do is change the war score. Now, they could have done something with that. They could have made it a whole arc. You know, oh my god, do we want to release the Leviathans? Do we want to choose the Leviathans, the enemy we don't know, versus the Reapers, the enemy we do know? Maybe this is just inviting, you know, crocodiles into our house to get rid of our chickens. That's a terrible analogy, but you get the idea. Ooh, hello. I'm going to go ahead and burn one of these, too. Yeah, they could have made... That's a cool model. Is that Phantom from Kingdom Hearts 1? They could have made Leviathans work, and I don't think they did. Tesla says, if I travel back to the time of the Library of Alexandria, what do I do there? Well, the first thing I would do is freak out because... Ah! But the second thing I would do, in a slightly more serious answer, is I would immediately try to... I guess I'm the one staying in? Yeah, that's cool. I'll go ahead and do that. Try to learn the language so I could read. And then I would read my brains out. I'm going to maintain this so he doesn't get rid of it. Rienku says, Yoko Taro, question mark, basically. So, let me go ahead and say, I think Yoko Taro, which I'm probably pronouncing wrong because I'm terrible, is someone who is a very talented person that I absolutely do not care for his style. I will also say, I think that when he started off, like when he was first getting into the series, I think he was a lot more than he is nowadays. I think he's grown a lot as a storyteller and as a game producer and a game director. And I think that difference very much shows in the difference in quality between his early games and his later ones. What do we get down to? This is 40. We're not even at 50 yet. So, have I gotten any actual experience? I don't think I have. Having said that, I don't care for his style, but I do think he's talented, so he's a pretty clear-cut example of coffee. Venter says, kill, sleep, kill, have sex with, or marry between Marina Sirtis, Gates McFadden, Diana Moldauer. Okay. So I kill Marina Sirtis. That's easy. Let's have sex with Diana Moldauer and marry Gates McFadden. There we go. Patrick Stewart, Jonathan Frakes, and Michael Dorn. So let's kill Michael Dorn. Easy answer. Then let's have sex with Jonathan Frakes and marry Patrick Stewart. There we go. Tesla says, I am not related by blood to Zan. No. Nerozaz says, if I controlled... Family's chosen, dude. If I controlled an evil organization of my choice, like for Umbrella, what would I do with it? Well, the first thing I'd do is I'd take over the world. And then I'd fix the world quietly. Like, they'd be like, aha, now what evil things will I'll be like, we're going to do some big, obvious evil thing that we won't succeed at. Yes, yes. And then we're going to fix the soil and the water and the air and the atmosphere and just everything. We're just going to fix everything. Valvedrick says, favorite fictional evil corporation. I mean, Umbrella's just funny. But if I was to not pick Umbrella, let me think about that. I mean, Spacer's Choice is also wonderfully horrific. Yeah, we're not up to 50 yet, Zira. That's the problem. We need to get to 50. Are we in queue? We're not in queue. I'm not sure I can think of another one all of a sudden. I'm going to go Spacer Choice or Umbrella. I think I'll go with one of those two. Zach Taff says, what do I think of the Spartan Super Soldiers? I mean, they're okay, I guess, but honestly, they're pathetic and terrible, except for the ones that we play as who are awesome. Zach Taff says, what do I think of Star Wars Battlefront 2 2005? I don't. So I actually started talking about... Oh yeah, Shinra! I forgot about Shinra. I started talking about this earlier because I thought someone was asking me my opinion about Battlefront. So, to finish my thoughts about Battlefront, I never got into Battlefront because I prefer games with a more substantive campaign mode. And I'm just not into versus/arena-based shooters. You know, I liked... I'm trying to think of the other one. I can't think of the other one. Whatever. I'm more into Half-Life than I am into Quake 3. Let me use a direct example. No problems with that. No judgment, of course. But I prefer a first-person shooter to be a campaign thing rather than a constant versus PvP arena style thing. So I just blocked that out. Croatia, and this is the final question. This is it. We're all caught up now. Croatia says, I already probably know the answer to this, but should I completely avoid any recent Dragon Age playthroughs to avoid Inquisition spoilers because I'm in the middle of playing it? I would say yes. So I would avoid my lore run of Dragon Age, for example, because one of the things that is the point of a capital L lore run is to spoil the hell out of everything in order to talk about it. Now, I try to talk about things as we go, so I try to discuss things, you know, in process in the ways that it actually matters. So I don't actually start off the entire video by saying, it was a sled! But at the same time, there's probably spoilers, and I probably avoid them, in my opinion. Okay. We're actually caught up. Oh, hang on, there's one more. Rianku asks, have I ever seen Neon Genesis Evangelion? Yes, I have. I really didn't like it. My penalty... Who didn't hit yes? Because one of you two didn't hit yes. I really didn't like it. It was very much not my thing. What's-his-face is a whiny bastard. I didn't care for the art style. It was way too... Woo, as we were going through it, and the ending is just whatever. Gum asks, what universe would I stay in before Fallout's present timeline or Outer Worlds universe before the hero saves the day? I'd probably go with Outer Worlds in that case. There's at least more of a capacity to do stuff in that setting. And if I fail at it, well, it's a lot easier to die in Outer Worlds. And we've actually caught up on questions. Holy crap. Ooh. How long have we been streaming? 7 hours. Yep, nope, that's a pretty typical polemic day. Speaking of anime, have I seen Ping Pong, the animation, or Monster? No and kind of, respectively. No, I didn't take a break. We've just been streaming nonstop. Did I know I have a large Slavic following? No, but that's kind of cool. What's my favorite Animal Crossing villager? I don't think I can think of any. That's true, Hazardous. That's a good point. But it's okay. I'm just the only one, so there's no relatives. Once again, I'm free! All I have to do is make sure I die somewhere where no one finds my corpse, and there where I have no nearest close relative. I can't think of any villagers in Animal Crossing, I gotta be completely honest. So, I have no idea. What's the stupidest question I've ever been asked on stream? That one right there. I'm joking. Every now and again, I've gotten questions. I'm not going to tell you the specifics where they have asked me leading questions. You know, when did you stop beating your wife? Those kind of questions. Those are the stupidest questions I get, because not only are those really stupid questions to begin with, by virtue of being leading questions, but I'm not stupid enough to fall for them. So, yeah. Okay. I think that's it. I think we're done. I think I mentioned this. So I mentioned this at the very beginning. There's always a vibe when Polemic Day kind of winds down, and that's when the stream ends. That's when we actually kind of die off. Yeah, actual work order. Nobody's ever asked me when did I stop beating my wife, but I've received questions of similar ilk, yes. So, those people can go to hell. Someone asked if I have a topic. Yeah, exactly, Hazardous. I did, but I kind of already covered it, so I don't really have anything else to add to that. We could talk about Liberia. That's fun. We're not going to do that. Any shows I'm looking forward to? I guess I would really like to watch the MCU shows, and I would like to watch the Star Wars shows, and that's about it. Yeah, Liberia is just a tragedy in every sense. It's just kind of ridiculous. Thank you, Croatia, very much. If you know where you want to put that, please let me know. Thank you. Yeah, we even finished a Metroid run. We actually had a successful Super Metroid run. Hades, you got it. Hades it is. I've got a lot of things to update the spreadsheet for today, let me tell you what. Ever watched Picard? Nope. I have seen that Q is in Season 2. So far, I haven't seen anything. The only thing I've said that has come even close to making me think that this shouldn't go on YouTube is the fact that I made clear my opinion with regards to emulation, which is the closest thing I've said to a damaging statement. Given that it's buried in the middle, and I'm super not timestamping this, I think I'm okay with not doing that. I think I'm okay with that. So I think this will go ahead and go up to YouTube. Shishki asks about Hades. One moment. Let me actually pull up the spreadsheet. Thoughts on Lower Decks so far? Well, as with most of the new Trek shows, I have not watched it, so I have no idea. Hades. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Hades, as of this exact second, before putting in today's donations, that's important, I made a comment about policemen that I wasn't comfortable with saying at the time, because at the time, I was still afraid of retaliation. It was still something that was possible. That's not a joke. So that's why the 2016 one didn't go up, is because of the cop comment, not the political comment. Hades, as of right now, is 90.8% funded. It is very funded. Now, that's not counting today's donations, which would push it... hang on. So 3 people put money towards it. Give me a second. No. Chat's usually cool. What is Polemic Day? Do me a favor and watch the beginning of the stream. I discuss it and explain it there pretty neatly. No, Croatia. That's strange. 1 second. Okay, so there's the 54 for Hades. No, there it is. Okay, I do see. Yes, yes. Sorry, Croatia. Had to double check myself, but yes, that is included in the number right now. I really do not like the idea of missing out on donations. I do a lot of work to try and keep all this stuff, keep track of it all. But yes, that is included in the 90%. Hang on. So 3 people donated towards Hades today. I have heard of the Kaiserreich, but I don't remember what it is off the top of my head. One moment. So... Yes, Sean, several things have been fully funded from Dealer's Choice, including the Mega Man block we're currently going through. As well as something else I don't remember right now. Oh yeah, the Metroid block. No. Metroid Dread. I finished out Metroid Dread with Dealer's Choice. And I think that's it. And that's because it is. That's it. There we go. Ah, it's a Hearts of Iron total conversion. Cool. Listen, Lord's Choice doesn't go to Lord's Choice. That's not how that works. So, for those of you unaware of why that's significant, Metroid Dread and the Mega Man continuation are the first times ever that I've put Lord's Choice money towards something I actually want to stream. So, see you around, Seraphim. Have a good day. Now, hang on. I feel like let me answer this thing. We'll be playing Mega Man 1, the original classic Warp Core. So Hades got a sub from Rax, so that's here. Where's Rax? Has he put money towards it? No, he has not. So Simon, nope, he has. That doesn't actually boost it any. And then we got a sub from. Hang on a second. I'm trying to be organized about this. Someone tell me if the queue pops. I'm looking at my spreadsheets here. Eclectic put some money towards Hades. And then Narset put some money towards Hades. And then you just put a sub towards Hades just now. So hang on. So I got 4 people, actually. Thank you, Faded Kirby. Very much, as always. Much appreciate. I will put those towards Kingdom Hearts 1s. I hope you had fun. I do. I think this was a successful polemic day. Which they usually are. I mean, again, in total honesty, the only reason that that 1 year wasn't up is because, again, I was afraid of retribution from policemen, so... yeah, when it came out, Hazardous. I haven't played it since. I don't even try to get it working even nowadays. I do know about that, Nerazaz. In fact, it's been donated for, although it's not actually funded yet, but it is getting there, so hang on. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, so that's this much. You are always welcome here, Mr. Red. Unless you're a dick. Then you're not welcome anymore. It's very simple. It's a really simple system. I don't have it online, Cyclone. It's all local stuff, but yes, these are my own variances. They're not cordonsed, they're varianced, but still. And then Eclectic Oak, which I'm pretty sure has put money towards it as well. Yep, so that's going up here. Westwood. And then Croatia put another to it, so that goes here, question mark? Here, there we go. I need to do a little bit of math super quick. I don't think it's actually funded right now, but give me a moment to do some math. Group. There's a limit, Valvedrix? Jesus Christ. I mean, I guess it makes sense that there is, but, like, you shouldn't be in range of that, you know? Whatever. Where the heck is my calculator? There we go. Sorry, hang on. Still figuring out some Hades stuff. Still answering one question. Is WoW redeemable? Yeah, absolutely. Has it run its course? Probably. The problem is, it's the same question with New World. Will New World get better? It could. Probably won't. Whoop, 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 whoop. Okay, there we are. Okay. Hades is funded. It was actually kind of close. But yes, Hades is now currently funded. I'll update all that stuff later. Notate these as being entered donations so I don't screw that up. There we go. Okay. Wow, this hasn't popped yet. Holy crap. All right, so hang on. Let's see if I've missed any questions. Feel like I have. Hang on. Down the list here. Lower Reloaded says, if something is considered a good, but you show it evil, but this impacts people's enjoyment or outlook, should you discuss it? Example, Starfleet is probably evil, but this goes against the common perspective. Yeah, of course you should bring that up. Now, it's probably super clickbaity, but that, I mean, you're super familiar with clickbaiting. I'm sorry. I shouldn't do that. I shouldn't do that. It's the wrong day to do that. I apologize. The real problem, and forgive me, I know you've heard this before, but the real problem is the people who were crafting Star Trek didn't think about it. They didn't actually put thought into their world building. They just said, here, this is a cool idea. Check it out. It's cool. It's super cool. And they didn't think about anything about how it infected what and where. So there's no doubt in my mind whatsoever that the intent was to make the Federation a positively leaning organization, right? The quote-unquote good guys. However, bringing up the things that they do in that setting, including scanning people's brains on a regular basis, yes, that's real, no, I'm not making that up, is the kind of thing that you should probably actually acknowledge, especially when it comes to analyzing the work. Now, how much weight you give that, that's more up to your individual opinion, because as we said before, any argument we have with an inconsistent work can have evidence for or against, depending on what you're willing to listen to and what you're not. Rydia or Terra. I mean, Terra's, like, I always, like, my heart goes out to Terra. Like, I embrace her like a daughter or like a little sister. It's like, no, I have to protect her and take care of her and make sure she has a good life. So I'm leaning towards Terra. However, I have the same exact thoughts about Rydia. It's just less so because FF6 just spends more time on the character than FF4 spends on Rydia. So, is the Federation lawful neutral or lawful stupid? I would say lawful neutral if I had to pick between those two. Oh, don't mistake me. They're certainly bend over backwards peaceniks, but, and I do mean that as an insult. Funny thing, every now and again, including this morning, I get comments on my Star Trek video saying, Lore is just a, excuse me, speaking as me, not Lore Reloaded. Runner is just a warhawk, and he's just an idiot. And I'm like, okay. Sure. Anyways, but yeah, no, like, if Rydia, I honestly feel if Rydia had the time and attention devoted to her like Terra does in Trek, and by Trek I mean FF6, then I think that Rydia would be probably equal in terms of quality of character. Listen, I'm just going to invade all the countries all simultaneously because I'm an AI who is also a Time Lord from space. I'm actually in a space station right now. So that's cool. I'm glad you do, Blowin. Despite the fact that I'm apparently a warhawk. And what's really funny to me, I mostly get this in the Trek videos. What's really funny to me is how many people will say, oh, the lore runner thinks this, when not only do I not, but I've actively said I don't and shown that I don't on camera. I'm not sure if that's people intentionally trying to stir things because people like to stir things, or if that's a total lack of understanding. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with that one. Hang on. Ugh. It's a battle TARDIS Larian, so, you know, you gotta be careful about that, but... Listen, Loke, I'm not gonna drop bombs. Maybe. Unless y'all don't submit. Then I'm just bombing you into the Stone Age. With asteroids. Malari standing right next to me. Oh my god, what are you doing? I shouldn't joke. I'm in a good mood. Forgive me. I should probably pause soon-ish. Because we have definitely winded down. I've caught up with the questions. Thank you again, by the way, Valvatrix, for helping out with everything. That's so stupid, Valvatrix. I'm sorry. That's just terrible. There will be no second stream tonight. However, and there will be no stream tomorrow. Of course, I will be taking care of my family, my not related to me family, tomorrow. Um, and then Tuesday, we will be streaming Mega Man 1. Let me tell you, by the way, I'm actually really excited about that. I'm really excited to get into the classic Mega Mans because while the controls and the feeling and the vibe of the Mega Mans are awesome, and I love playing classic Mega Mans, I also know them kind of inside and out. So it's going to be interesting to try and judge these. Thank you, Brigman, and try to be as objective as I can about analyzing them. And I am exceptionally curious how the classic Mega Mans are going to rate against each other. I don't think any classic Mega Man will surpass like X1, for example. But it'd be interesting to see how the Mega Mans and how the X's line up alongside each other. You know what I mean? But yeah, let's go ahead and wind this down a little bit. I'm going to keep doing this POTD to help Mr. Red get to the 50s, obviously. Then I need to get some freaking lunch. I haven't eaten my lunch, and I'm about 2 hours out, 2.5 hours out from what I usually eat. And trust me, my stomach's going, what are you doing? But this has been a fun stream. I do appreciate you all, and I want to make this very, 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 very clear. One of the biggest reasons why I appreciate you isn't just the money you give me. And let me be clear, I do appreciate the money. I do appreciate the fact that I can take care of my family and take care of myself because you support my financially. Thank you. I don't want to sound in any way dismissive of that. You are putting your wallet where your mouth is, and I appreciate that. But the other big reason I appreciate you all so much is because you're decent human beings. And I mean that. It is such a positive experience talking and interacting with you all. It is such a wonderful experience being able to just kind of chat and talk about things that would otherwise be considered polemic. And with one minor bump in the road, we were fine all day. You know? Honestly, I don't think I could point to a lot of online communities and say the same thing. No offense, Mr. Reloaded. If you're still there. Yeah, y'all are cool. Y'all are awesome. I'm gonna go recoup a little bit. It's actually really hot. I'm gonna take this damn coat off. Holy crap. No, don't be rebels. No, rebel. I'm sorry, Hazardous. Please stop beating me. Oh, God, no, please. Oh, I'm up to plus 46 on my armor now. I'm gonna chop off and get some food while I do POTD with these guys. And just try to recoup a little bit. Not that this is a bad stream. It's just this is 7 hours solid streaming. I haven't done that in a while, so I'm a little wiped. I will see you all Tuesday. And now that I'm done, I can take this off.